This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents You Are Home. Heal from family trauma, establish boundaries, and find a place of peace and safety. By Sherry Campbell, Ph.D. Foreword by Nadine Macaluso, Ph.D. Narrated by Sherry Campbell, Ph.D. Publisher's Note: this publication is designed to provide accurate and authoritative information in regard to the subject matter covered. It is sold with the understanding that the publisher is not engaged in rendering psychological, financial, legal, or other professional services. If expert assistance or counseling is needed, the services of a competent professional should be sought. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Forward. There comes a moment in many lives when the fairy tale ends. Not the romantic kind of fairy tale that fills childhood dreams, but the deeper, more fundamental story we tell ourselves about family. That blood creates unbreakable bonds, that parents naturally protect their children, that home is always a sanctuary. For survivors of toxic family systems, this awakening can be both devastating and liberating. Dr. Sherry Campbell has written a book that speaks directly to this profound disillusionment, offering not just validation, but a practical roadmap for reconstruction. You Are Home emerges from the recognition that traditional approaches to family dysfunction often fall short when one is dealing with truly toxic dynamics. Many therapeutic interventions assume that all family relationships can be salvaged with sufficient effort, effective communication, and clear boundary setting. Campbell acknowledges a more complex truth. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself and even for your family members is to create significant distance or walk away entirely. The genius of this book lies in its central metaphor. By framing healing as a home renovation project, Campbell transforms abstract psychological concepts into concrete, manageable tasks. The house becomes both sanctuary and workshop, a place where you can safely examine your wounds while building something entirely new. This approach serves multiple purposes. It makes complex trauma work feel less overwhelming, provides clear structure for healing, and offers a language for discussing family estrangement that feels more relatable and human. What resonates most about Campbell's approach is her unwavering honesty about the realities of family trauma. She doesn't downplay the devastation that toxic parents can cause, nor does she offer false hope about relationships that may never heal. Instead, she validates the listener's experience while providing tools for moving forward. Her concept of accountability lists serves as both a cathartic release and a means of gathering evidence, helping listeners trust their own perceptions in the face of gaslighting and denial. The book's structure mirrors the healing journey itself, beginning in the darkness of the basement, where the core wounds and monsters reside. Listeners are guided through increasingly expansive floors of their internal house. This isn't a linear process. Campbell wisely acknowledges that healing involves frequent trips back down life's express elevator to tend to old wounds with new wisdom. The metaphor of floors and elevators captures something essential about recovery. Progress doesn't mean never feeling pain again, but instead developing the tools to navigate that pain with increasing skill and self-compassion. Campbell's discussion of boundaries deserves particular attention, Rather than treating boundaries as walls meant to keep people out, she frames them as emotional locations, places where people earn their position in your life based on how they treat you. This spatial metaphor, porch, yard, fence, barricades, provides a nuanced framework for managing relationships that acknowledges both love and self-protection. It offers hope for maintaining some connection while refusing to accept abuse. The book also addresses one of the most painful aspects of family estrangement, the aftermath. Campbell doesn't sugarcoat the reality of smear campaigns, flying monkeys, or the social cost of stepping away from toxic family systems. Her chapter on handling these retaliations provides both practical strategies and emotional support, equipping listeners with the tools they need to navigate what can feel like a complete betrayal by one's entire social network. Perhaps most importantly, You Are Home offers a vision of what's possible on the other side of this challenging work. The top floor represents not just healing from trauma, but the capacity for genuine self-actualization. Campbell demonstrates how the skills developed in surviving family toxicity, hypervigilance transformed into intuition, and survival skills repurposed for thriving can become sources of strength and wisdom, inspiring listeners to recognize the potential for growth and transformation in their own lives. This book asks you to engage in profound and transformative work. Campbell invites listeners to examine their most painful experiences and consider brutal truths about people they may have spent their lives trying to love. For those ready to undertake this journey, You Are Home provides both compass and companion for what may be the most critical work of your life, because you are the most important project you will ever work on. The ultimate message here is one of hope grounded in reality. You cannot control whether your family chooses healing, but you can choose it for yourself. You cannot force toxic people to acknowledge their behavior, but you can stop allowing that behavior to define your worth. Most powerfully, you can create the sense of home, safety, and unconditional love that may have been missing from your childhood. Not by finding it in others, but by cultivating it within yourself. In these chapters, Dr. Campbell offers something precious: permission to prioritize your own well-being, even when it means disappointing others. For many listeners, this may be the first time anyone has suggested that their peace matters more than keeping others comfortable. That alone makes this book a gift. Home, Dr. Campbell reminds us, is not where you came from. It's what you build within yourself through courage, honesty, and relentless self-compassion. Welcome to your renovation project. The blueprints are in your hands. Nadine Macaluso, Ph.D., author of Run Like Hell, A Therapist's Guide to Recognizing, Escaping, and Healing from Trauma Bonds. Introduction. Welcome home. For many survivors of toxic parents or family members, home was never a sanctuary. It was a place of pain, instability, loneliness, confusion, and fear. You may have longed for a home filled with love, nurturing, connection, presence, and belonging, but instead were met with dysfunction and emotional trauma. When a home is toxic, poisonous to the human spirit, it becomes the place where you least want to be. I'm inviting you to reclaim home, not as a physical place, but rather it is a deep sense of inner safety, a feeling of being at home within yourself. This idea may seem foreign, even woo-woo, but I assure you it's not. When your life in childhood, as well as much of your adulthood, is defined by emotional homelessness, feeling unwanted, alone, unseen, cultivating a loving home within yourself seems out of reach. In this book, I will show you that your inner world can be the home you have always needed. Within yourself, you can create a place of love, safety, and peace, a home where you truly belong. Metaphors can hold your healing journey. Personally, I have healed deeply when given a metaphor to work with. The most effective and inspiring teachers, athletic coaches, therapists, and mentors have made great use of them when supporting me. Metaphors do so much for us. They bridge complex, abstract emotions so we can better perceive and understand what we're feeling. They help ease pain by giving our minds less threatening ways to understand our trauma and relate to it. When the healing journey becomes too clinical, I have noticed that psychology concepts can lose their helpfulness. When we are given too many labels, it is easy to feel reduced to a condition. Rather than being seen as human beings, sources of support can encourage us to see ourselves with these labels too. Healing metaphors free us all from those clinical burdens. We can feel doomed because of some type of label we are given, and we learn to feel helpless in our struggles. Metaphors take away the crutch of this learned helplessness and show that none of us is a collection of labels, diagnoses, or issues. Your trauma is unique, shaped by your specific experiences. No one else's trauma is an exact replica of yours, even if it is similar. While clinical terms have a valid place in the building of knowledge, I offer metaphors as a way of nurturing and expanding upon the strength and tenderness of your humanity. To me, you are a human being above all. For this journey, we will be using the metaphor of a house. Think of yourself as being under construction or embarking on a remodeling project. The goals are to break down the overwhelming traumatic emotional experiences you have endured at the hands of your toxic family members and rebuild more manageable, relatable images and stories about this trauma. Help you access your subconscious mind, where emotions and memories are stuffed down, hard to reach, or seemingly impossible to explain. With access, they become easier to examine. Give you an alternative way to communicate feelings that might otherwise feel too difficult or confusing to outwardly express. It can feel easier to describe emotions using a metaphor like the ones I will soon share. Construct a healing narrative to move you through your hurting narrative. The construction of your new, improved healing narrative will integrate your emotional and traumatic experiences into a meaningful and coherent whole, your house. With a house metaphor to center you, your life will no longer feel like confetti, swirling ambiguously around midair. While you may feel uncertain and lost as you begin this journey, by its end, you will have a safe, still, calm place to go within yourself. You will be home. There is no greater gift than this type of healing. Throughout this journey, be prepared that grief will be a constant companion. Feelings of grief will surface on every level of the house you are renovating. And as you evolve, so will your grief. I encourage you to open your mind and heart to rebuilding your life. You can heal in ways you never thought possible, especially after so much confusion and heartbreak. Consider this book as if it were your homeowner's manual. This is a manual for learning to love, understand, and honor yourself, especially in the aftermath of setting definitive boundaries for your toxic parents or family members. Setting boundaries is a process of discovery, a journey of asking, who can I keep close? Who will honor my parameters and needs to stay in my life at a distance? And who needs to be moved out of my life completely and for good? While you may think cutting ties with someone is the simplest, easiest route, know that they will always be with you, perhaps mentally and emotionally, if not physically. Even when you reduce their intensity through distance, they will always be a presence in your life. So this homeowner's manual is a guide to being gentle with yourself all along the way, no matter what happens. My goal is to help you solidify your foundation, fortify your inner structure, rebuild what got harmed or even destroyed, and make the necessary renovations to create a safer, stronger, more loving home within. Inside your house is your personality, individuality, secrets, traumas, feelings, fears, dreams, and joys. All the things that only you know and experience firsthand. They make up who you are as a person. This home is your sense of self. The renovation work ahead. Together, we will rebuild the strength and authenticity of who you are. We will tear down old, weak walls and replace them with stronger boundaries. We will add steel-enforced beams for your protection, reimagine and renovate your self-worth, secure you to solid ground floorboard by floorboard, and open space for healing and growth by clearing out clutter. We will protect your self-respect by assigning an emotional location for each of your toxic family members, determining where they belong in your life. As the owner of this house, you get to decide who is allowed on your property, how often they may visit, and for how long, or if they can visit at all. Emotional locations are the 4 floors inside your house and the 4 boundaries outside the house. The inside of the house has a basement, ground floor, middle floor, and top floor. These floors represent your inner world, where you are emotionally within yourself. Outside, you have boundaries reflecting where you are emotionally with others: a porch, yard, fence, and barricades. These are the locations where you will be doing the following work. Housework exercises. Toxic family dynamics pull you out of alignment with who you are, what you believe, how you behave, and what you aspire toward. These exercises provide instruction for the type of housework you will be doing on each floor inside or each boundary outside. They can help you bring your values, priorities, and the truth of your lived experience into harmonious alignment so all systems can function in an orderly fashion. Not all the exercise questions require writing, and some are designed to elicit a yes, no, or I don't know answer. 2 crucial tools you will need to aid this housework are a journal and a quiet place to do this work. Other tools you will need are bravery, willingness, commitment, encouraging self-talk, an open mind, and a tremendous amount of patience as your renovations unfold. Basement clearing work. You will need to clear out the toxic energy that has seeped into your home for years, if not decades. This energy, left by your parents or family members who should have cared for you but instead brought you deep emotional wounding, is in the basement. The first step is to make your personal basement a safe place. Just as house basements can be dark and scary to children and adults alike, whether because of the ghosts and shadows you sense are down there or foundation issues you don't want to face, at first your internal basement may feel overwhelming and frightening. To make it safe, I'll guide you through a trauma inventory to identify the specific emotional crimes responsible for your pain. Once you have gained this clarity, you'll be able to see your core wounds, the parts of your emotional world you will continue to manage throughout your life. Core wounds are the hurt, angry, abandoned, neglected feelings of your inner child, who can lash out and make life miserable for you and others in your life. These temper tantrums or sobbing fits or overwhelmed dissociation, for example, take the form of basement monsters. In this book, you will care for and tend to all these parts of your house so they will stop causing you ongoing harm. Ground floor centering work. You enter your house, your inner self, on the ground floor. On this level, you can stay grounded or centered while dealing with daily challenges, triggers, and disruptions. These upsets might be caused by toxic parents or family members, work, love, or relationships. They can shake your whole house. When the monsters in your basement are active, They can deeply disrupt your emotional balance, making it hard to feel stable and peaceful on your ground floor. Fueled by past wounds, monsters are easily triggered by situations in the present that resemble the traumas you experienced in the past. To effectively work with these monsters, you will need to learn how to move between the different floors of your house. This means calling upon the knowledge, insight, and maturity found on the upper floors to bring perspective and calm to the reactivity of the monsters in the basement. The stability of this ground floor is essential to your sense of well-being as you center your self-awareness, enforce boundaries, and heal from past wounds to support inner growth and transformation in the upper levels. Middle floor mindfulness work. Your higher mind, located on the middle floor, allows you to see the big picture, something that is essential when your monsters are activated. The middle floor is where you are in the middle of everything. Unlike the basement, it has large windows that offer a higher level view of your problems. From this floor, you can see your situation with greater clarity and detachment than you can from the ground floor, with windows that look too closely at a situation and lack a broader perspective. By drawing upon the more expansive views and perspectives of the middle floor, you are better equipped to calm your monsters. They won't escape and hurt others, nor will they turn on you and cause you harm. The upper floors help soothe and restore balance to your inner world. Middle floor work focuses on emotional regulation, mindfulness, and reparenting to help heal and manage the core wounds in your basement. Top floor dream work. This third floor of the house has floor-to-ceiling glass windows, allowing you to see everything in every direction with complete clarity and no limits. This is where magic happens. On the top floor, you feel aligned with your life and the possibilities available to you feel endless. This floor is imbued with a deep sense of potential. When you are in this space, you tap into the expansiveness of self-actualization. You understand how rich life's opportunities are, and from this place, you can start actively living the life you desire. On the top floor, you cultivate feelings of contentment, trust, love, abundance, opportunity, peace, and happiness. It is a space of faith where you feel empowered to change your life in whatever way you want by committing to do the renovation work. With this more expanded view of life, manifesting isn't just a dream or a wish, but a practice you can master with dedication, consistency, and faith in your own ability to bring change. Top floor work focuses on envisioning your highest potential to manifest the life of your dreams by aligning with your future self through faith, intention, and inspired action. Life's elevator work. To avoid any feelings of shock or disappointment with the process of renovating your life, this homeowner's manual comes with a warning. Even when you are on the top floor, feeling clear and in control, it only takes one emotional trigger, often from parents, family members, or anyone crossing your boundaries, to send you down life's express elevator. This elevator only goes in one direction and to one place. It goes straight down to the basement. But as you'll soon learn, when life takes you down, you're not going backward. You are going inward. And when you crash land in the basement, the only way back up is by diligently climbing the stairs. Stair climbing work. From the basement, you will apply your strengths and use the tools you have to climb back up the levels of your house. Once you work to regain your emotional stability and feel grounded in daily life, you can begin your climb back to the top floor, this time carrying an even deeper understanding of yourself and your triggers. Each time you make this climb out of the basement, you gain more self-awareness, which strengthens your ability to manifest the life you want. Your house, just like your inner emotional self, operates in cycles. Everything is in motion, and so is your healing. This natural flow is how you will navigate the pains and challenges life will throw at you, in ways that support your ongoing commitment to personal growth and liberation. This work demonstrates that happiness is a byproduct of achievement, with every step out of your pain being well worth the climb. Outside world work. The outside world is where you navigate and set boundaries to maintain an internal sense of groundedness. This metaphor of the outside world includes 4 emotional boundaries, each representing the different levels of contact you choose to have or to not have with your parents or family members. They are porch work, empathy, high contact; yard work, sympathy, low contact; fence work, compassion, cordial contact; barricades work, pity, no contact. These outside property lines offer locations that define the emotional boundaries you have with your family members, not your lack of love for them. It is true that you can love your parents or family members and not want them anywhere near or on your emotional property. Defining how much emotional access your parents or family members can have allows you to protect your sense of balance and peace, ensuring you remain internally grounded. Coming home to yourself. Understanding these locations, both inside and outside your home, gives you clarity on your relationship with yourself and others. This makes it easier to set boundaries and maintain your emotional well-being, which are your goals. The home metaphor has been extraordinarily helpful for me and my patients, for professionals at every summit I have participated in, and for audiences at each show I have been a guest on. On a daily basis, clients tell me which level they are on in their house, where family members and significant relationships stand in their lives, and how helpful these visualizations are for them when navigating harder days. This metaphor offers a new way to communicate feelings with others in ways that are more easily received and understood. Knowing your emotional location and the locations of the people in your life, especially your parents or toxic family members, brings a sense of safety. It's the safety you never felt as a child in the home where you were raised. In that home, you were either not welcomed, not seen, or you were owned. From one day to the next, you never knew where you stood or if you stood anywhere at all or if anyone cared one way or another. There was no depth of connection, no safe emotional space, no warning system to protect you. There was nothing solid to stand on or in, and you had no voice. That stops here. You are taking your life back. It is time to reclaim your home. Chapter 1. Starting Your Healing Renovations. By selecting this book, you have arrived at your property. You have been traveling through tough times and tumultuous experiences of deep hurt and betrayal at the hands of your parents or other involved family members. If renovating your life interests you, I welcome you with open arms. Your arrival means the traumas you've survived have awakened you to a greater purpose, getting to know who you really are. Trauma sets the desire to heal into motion and inspires the hope of being free from family dynamics that do not serve your highest good. I'm here to offer you an updated version of the homeowner's manual you received growing up, so you can renovate and maintain what you have longed for, the home of your dreams. To be practical about starting your renovations, we'll begin by posing deep questions about yourself, your life, and the people around you. This is a tour of the current state of your house. To get to know who you really are, first consider the pain, secrets, and chaotic emotional clutter that reside within. These are the traumas you can no longer ignore. Their impact is too great, whether you are conscious of it or not. Trauma affects every aspect of who you are and how you live your life. It's crucial to recognize that every time your upbringing pulled you further from knowing your own magical and lovable nature, every emotional crime committed against your innocence and purity, every act of emotional abuse or neglect done to you by your parents or family members, every one of those things, without question, is recorded in your subconscious mind. To apply the house metaphor, all that is stored in your basement. You are so busy stuffing all the trauma away or pretending it's not there that you never get a chance to tend to the rest of the house because you don't feel worthy of the other levels. This is tragic. When you have been raised under bullish, manipulative, enmeshed, low-effort parents or family members, you are never given the space to freely develop into the unique, confident, successful person you are capable of becoming. Personal growth and mental health are not encouraged by toxic family systems. In fact, personal growth is discouraged and viewed as anti-family. How confusing is that? You would think that any parent or family member would do all they could to support you to become the best, most purpose-driven person you could be. The confusion of these mixed messages is emotionally exhausting and without any real solution. So before we start renovating, let's acknowledge the current state of your home and how you feel now. Housework exercise: what my home is like now. Using the metaphor of your house, start journaling about its condition. For example, if you get migraines from stress, perhaps it feels like your roof is caving in. If you have a hard time functioning when overwhelmed, maybe the exterior paint is weather stripped. Maybe your floorboards are broken so you never stand with confidence. Your water pipes are leaking emotions all over the place, or your sinks are overflowing with unspoken pains. You get the idea. In your journal, describe what feels true to you. Seeing the mess of family trauma for what it is. Now that you have explored your house, we need to declutter the confusion around where the problem in your family dynamics lies. Is the problem with you or with them? Trauma is complicated, so trying to dive into it without first creating clarity can be extremely disorienting. In a house, it's hard to see the infrastructure problems when your perception is cluttered with old, forgotten furniture and peeling wallpaper. In the same way, emotional baggage makes it hard to move around, see clearly, or feel comfortable. These cluttered emotions take up mental and emotional space, draining your energy even if you are not fully aware of them. Decluttering replaces chaos and confusion with order and space. This helps you feel lighter, more grounded, and in control. It allows you to face smaller, more manageable emotions first, which builds your resilience and emotional strength for facing the bigger traumas up ahead. This process clears the way for self-compassion, so when you begin the work of unpacking your deeper wounds in the basement, you are not weighed down by layers of unresolved or ignored feelings. Decluttering is about clearing a path for your deeper work, helping you handle the complexity and intensity of trauma without feeling suffocated or stuck. The confusion inherent in toxic family systems requires a step-by-step decluttering approach that creates the emotional insight you need to untangle patterns of dysfunction. In a toxic family, there are roles and dynamics, such as a pecking order where certain family members are favored or prioritized over others. That can lead to self-doubt and low self-worth. Decluttering these ingrained dynamics begins by recognizing them and disentangling yourself from the emotional trauma they create. Housework. Gain clarity on family dynamics. As you begin to realize that something has been off in your family, consider the following questions that many survivors ask. Like them, you may even wonder if that something is you. In your journal, write what comes to mind. Who is the most toxic person in your family? Is this person also the least confronted? Does this most toxic family member have all the power and create the most division between family members? Who in your family gets left out or silenced? Was it you? Who in your family is favored? Were the same rules applied to others not applied to them? How has the role you were assigned, family fixer, scapegoat, invisible child, golden child, and so on, impacted the way you see yourself? Were you or are you expected to sacrifice your needs for others? Are the ideas and values that run your family system open and fair to all parties? If not, describe the lack of fairness that you see. Who do you imagine you would be if you didn't have the pressures and expectations of your toxic family to shoulder? How do you think you would feel if you refused to play the role your family assigned you by no choice of your own? Have you already taken this step? If so, how do you feel? How would you or will you handle it if you get baited back into playing your assigned role in your toxic family dynamics? Consider how you can prevent yourself from falling into the old pattern of taking their bait. What are the weaknesses that make you vulnerable to family toxicity? Perhaps fear, guilt, defensiveness, or something else. These questions may confirm that something in your family was off. You sensed it, and your survival instincts were correct. You were trapped in the web of hidden abuses and manipulations so carefully constructed that no one, not even you, could fully recognize it, much less call your parents or family members out on their behavior. Or perhaps your abuse was more overt and you were manipulated with threats of what would happen if you spoke of your mistreatment to anyone. Or whenever you tried to point out the abuse, they twisted things around so that you doubted yourself. This kind of manipulation probably left you feeling like you were losing a grip on reality, stuck in the confusion and unable to quite conceptualize what was wrong. In attempts to make your own life easier, you did everything you could. You tried to be better, to mold yourself into what your family seemed to want. You became quieter, avoided questioning your parents or family members, and submitted to their unpredictable rules. Slowly, you stopped being yourself. Instead, you surrendered to existing in the discomfort of unhappiness and never knowing what was coming next. What remained clear, however, was that no one in your family advocated for you. No parent or family member made you feel seen. In fact, they were likely the ones who made you feel the most unseen. With no one to listen, guide, or teach you, instead, you had parents and family members telling you what to do by punishing, shaming, manipulating, neglecting, and ignoring you. Of course, intermittent doses of kindness were dolloped into this web of hidden abuses and manipulations. These moments of kindness were offered to keep you tethered. We all have a natural desire to experience more kindness, so you chased these rare moments from your parents or family members. This is in itself evidence of their manipulation trap. You were likely made to feel as if you didn't matter. What mattered most to your parents or family was that you kept quiet, stayed under their control, and remained loyal to the role they assigned you. You were expected to go along with everything, even though there was no real getting along in a family like yours. Your pain, your voice, your secrets, and even your dreams had to be hidden away, shoved tightly into boxes in your basement. Out of sight, out of mind. As you navigate life, outsiders have no idea what mistreatment you endured in your home. To them, the image they see is something far happier, even idyllic, perfect. Toxic family members prioritize the reputation and appearance of their family over all else, even over how they actually treat the people in their family. This facade works in their favor because it aligns with a cultural belief in the sanctity of parents and the notion that family is everything. Our society holds on to these ideas so tightly that we tend to deny, ignore, and hide all evidence that might counter this truth. You were forced to keep the family secrets hidden, tucked away in darkness, because acknowledging the existence of these secrets would shatter the family illusion. Framework for your healing renovations. Just as houses need a foundation to create a level, solid base to build upon, they also need a sturdy framework to support the weight of the structure. The framework of a house acts as its bones or skeleton. To heal and strengthen your emotional bones, we will use a framework called Acceptance Commitment Therapy, ACT, one of my favorite approaches to healing and recovery. I love ACT because it aligns us with our own personal values, without expecting healing to be a black and white or straightforward process. Instead, ACT promotes psychological flexibility, teaching you to stay present with your pain so you can respond to painful situations in ways that support your well-being, even when you are in extreme discomfort. ACT emphasizes accepting the pain that comes from life's more difficult seasons. For instance, ACT encourages you to accept that your parents and other family members are deeply dysfunctional. Recognizing this may well be healthier than holding on to the hope that they will eventually become the people you've always needed them to be. This type of acceptance may feel like swallowing sand. It's true, and that discomfort is expected and okay. Acceptance is profoundly powerful. It has the incredible ability to transform how you respond to trauma. Accepting pain instead of continuing to resist or avoid feelings of deep discomfort helps you face experiences with openness, humility, and vulnerability. This is because you don't feel the need to eliminate or change circumstances you know are impossible to change. The openness that results leads to greater emotional maturity, mental clarity, and personal growth. That's what decluttering is all about. It creates enough room to start the next step on your healing journey. Let's rebuild. When you do trauma work, it is easy to drift out of your body and into your head. Are your thoughts racing? Do you feel tension in your temples? Or is your attention wandering? If so, right now do 30 seconds of quiet breathing. Breathe deeply into your body through your nose and hold it for a couple of seconds. Then exhale all negative or fearful thoughts, memories, and emotions out through your mouth. See them leaving your body as you accept them for what they are. This makes room for more healing. When you are doing any type of deep trauma work, it's essential to bring simplicity to the depth. This homeowner's manual offers just that. The simplicity of clarity about your location in any given moment, with any given person. When trauma is approached step by step, you can track how each step taken contributes to your post-traumatic healing. Let's now walk forward to the next chapter. Chapter 2. Review the blueprint for healing. See yourself standing in front of your house. Before you enter it, I will prepare you for what is coming. To keep you feeling safe, having a blueprint to work from as you renovate is important. This plan details the materials involved in your healing journey, the contents of your brain, and represents how you will work with your trauma. With this reference, you will not free fall into an abyss of trauma once you open the door. Instead, you will enter a space you already know and understand. To heal, you must go to where the pain is, into your vandalized house. Like any journey, you will take it in as a whole in its current state. Then you will start at the bottom in your basement and work your way to heights of greater wisdom, peace, and strength in your top floor. The purpose of turning toward your pain is to then move through it. You can do it at your own pace. If you need to take breaks along the way, please do so. Many of my clients need frequent breaks or even must stop in the middle of house renovation work. This is okay. Still, try looking at the process as emotional chemotherapy. Family toxicity is cancerous to the human spirit. If you stop treatment altogether instead of taking necessary breaks when you need them, you cannot reach the cure. You cannot get from the basement up to the ground floor and start living the grounded life you crave. You are moving from a life of obligated servitude, fears of abandonment, insecurity, and isolation into a life filled with the freedom to make your own choices, inventions, explorations, and intentions. Reclaiming your home allows you to build what was emotionally or physically missing in your original home. Together, we will now work to reinforce the foundation that keeps you stable, then frame the walls that protect you from the emotional elements in your outside world of relationships. Looking at your core wounds. Let's take in the state of your house with a brief look at the science of core wounding. I want to equip you with this knowledge, so as you do the renovation work and you feel triggered, you will understand what is happening inside your body. The basement houses the vagus nerve, amygdala, and hippocampal areas of the brain. Traumatic experiences cause the vagus nerve to become overactive, which leads to feelings of anxiety, mood changes, nausea, pain, and more. The amygdala stores the visual images of the trauma you experienced as scattered memories. This means that your trauma memories are stored as storylines, and also as the ways your five senses absorbed and experienced your trauma. When the amygdala is activated into a highly alert state, it looks for and sees threats everywhere. In the throes of being emotionally triggered, the amygdala overfunctions in response to situations that provoke you and remind you of past trauma. The hippocampus plays an important role in learning and memory formation. It is the storage container for the memories of your trauma. Living in a stressed state of fight or flight reactions exhaust your body and often leads to the development of complex post-traumatic stress syndrome, also known as CPTSD. This is how early trauma may haunt you long into adulthood. If you are living in survival mode, one way to heal is to spend less time, or no time at all, around the parents or family members who caused it in the past and perpetuate it ongoing. You cannot heal in the same environment that is harming you. In the coming chapters, you will clean house. I'm here to keep you motivated and on task. What a healing blueprint looks like. The blueprint review stage asks you to take inventory of your emotional wounding caused by family members. You might wonder, why is the mess of my parents' or family members' mistreatment of me boxed and stored in my house instead of their own? The answer is that this happens because these emotional crimes are not things your parents or family members are willing to own or take responsibility for. Instead, they blame you. They make you feel responsible for causing their behavior. They thereby hide the accumulation of their misdeeds in your house, effectively offloading their toxic behavior. This leaves you to carry the burdens they refuse to claim as their own. As we go through your house, we'll inventory only the wounding you received from your parents or family members that you will forever be accountable for and will need to manage ongoing. You do not and will not own or carry even a satchel of baggage on their behalf. You are not accountable for the ways they mistreated you. Any boxes with that type of toxicity will be moved straight out of your house. Once you do this, you will go to the basement to reprogram yourself at the cellular level. The basement is a place for introspection. It is quiet, still, and a room where you must bring light in to illuminate the emotional crimes that have been buried there. This can feel frightening, which is why many avoid doing this kind of work. Entering darkness is intimidating. When you were younger, living in survival with too little self-awareness, you had no choice but to move on as if your mistreatment never happened. You didn't have time to process your pain because you had to brace for the next dose of it. The only way to cope was to throw your hurt into the darkness, slam the door shut, and return to playing the good girl, good boy, or good family member for your parents or family on the ground floor. As the years passed and the traumas of the emotional crimes acted out on you stacked up, filling your house to capacity, likely your everyday life became more difficult to balance and regulate. Even though you may not have realized it, those hidden wounds have been haunting you. It's unlikely that the disrepair of your house was or is your conscious choice. Life's many dramas, as well as overwhelming moments of great change, tend to send us crashing into the basement. Sometimes we stay there for a while. For example, a man once shared that he'd been married for over 20 years. One day he came home and out of nowhere his wife told him she was leaving. He had no clue she was unhappy or had been planning her exit for the past 3 years. He had never done renovation work around his alcoholic father, the insane domestic violence he witnessed as a child, or his emotionally detached, neglectful, bitter mother. But as he was helping his soon-to-be ex-wife pack her things to leave him, he looked at her and said, "You have no idea what this is going to do to me." This man intuitively knew that after she left, He would have to deal with the pain he had been hiding from everyone, including himself. He was in a state of terror and landed hard in the basement. Fast forward a few years. Now he's reborn into the best version of himself that he has ever been. He could not be more thankful for this trauma because it woke him up to himself, his purpose, and a deep love for who he is. Allow me to remind you that there is nothing in the basement you have not already survived. This process will be triggering. The depth of trauma always is. But I assure you, you will also be okay. See the basement as a womb, not a tomb. You are going inward to the womb of who you are for your rebirth and your rediscovery, and to remember who you really are. Your fears of looking at your pain. In the house metaphor, think of this work as a process of clearing out the toxic energy that has seeped into your home, aka your spirit, for years. The toxic seepage is the energy left by your parents or family members who should have cared for you and instead caused you deep emotional wounding. Ultimately, none of us gets through life healthfully by avoiding pain. You are not alone in your desire to avoid pain. You are also in good company as you face pain. I'm here, and so are all of my clients, as well as everyone who has self-coached their way to healing through books like this. You will learn so much from the work you do as you take in the state of your house. Embrace this process. The goal is to make connections between past wounding, current emotional issues, and behavioral patterns. These links will help strengthen your emotional framework, the bones of your house. Renovation work will change the way you function, which empowers you to navigate life with greater confidence and balance. As you explore the process, acknowledge the wounds that drive your daily interactions, attachment styles, and behaviors in relationships. The journey is well worth undertaking. Housework exercise. Facing the work ahead. As you stand before your house before opening the door, ask yourself the following questions. Reflect on the answers in your journal. What makes renovation work feel daunting or scary? What specific uneasy and unsafe feelings bubble up as you think about doing this type of deep emotional unpacking? What are some ways you can manage fearful thoughts and emotions? How these toxic patterns of manipulation have impacted you? Think about the most common patterns of manipulation, control, and emotional abuse that were used to control you in your family. Describe these patterns, like gaslighting, projection, lying, dry begging, passive aggression, or more in detail. How have your physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, relational, and financial health been impacted by the depth of your family's patterns of abuse, manipulation, or neglect? How you feel about facing conflict. In what ways did you have to shape change who you were and hide how you felt about things to avoid conflict with your family? What behaviors, words, truths, and emotions have you stuffed deep down inside to keep things peaceful? Do you feel ready to unpack the emotional conditioning to keep the peace so you can live more authentically? When you think about interacting with your family, how do you feel in your body? You might feel anxious, get an upset stomach, freeze with dread, start to shake in anticipation, and more. How has your nervous system been impacted by the intensity of negativity, whether your family members directed it at you or their interactions with others? Consider how unpacking these unhealed habits can help you heal your nervous system. The emotions surfacing as you face doing an emotional inventory. Do you have any feelings of dread as you think about doing this work on yourself to rebuild and restructure your life? What specific things are you dreading? Let's rebuild. Tell yourself that you don't have to do this work. You get to do this work. To heal your life is truly a gift. When you look at things this way, it allows you to see this healing journey as a privilege. To take this kind of responsibility for yourself is a tremendous act of self-love and self-respect. I encourage you to see the hope here, appreciate the profound choice you are making, and honor what you are undergoing. The long-term benefits of these healing renovations will be everything you could dream up, and more. Chapter 3. Opening the door to do the work. No more standing outside your house, assessing its condition. You are ready. It's time to walk in. I expect you to feel nervous. Anticipation anxiety is a natural part of starting any new process. Accept whatever you are feeling. Maybe nervous isn't it. Maybe you feel nothing. That is also okay. Whether you are nervous, scared, numb, or even excited, let's acknowledge it is a monumental step to enter the space that harbors your emotional world. Allow me to make the passage safer. To go in safely, you will need to turn the light on as soon as you open the door. There is a switch to the left on the wall. Having the lights on will help you navigate your way into the core of who you are. You can predict, pace, and navigate the house with your eyes wide open. More than anything, I want you to take your time. A gentle warning. When you bring light to things, you can feel the pain. The reality of your mistreatment, now seen clearly, may be deeper than you had imagined or wanted to believe. That's okay. This is how it should feel. When you step into the house, you are not simply entering a structure. You are stepping back into yourself. This is the house of your soul. It has likely long been neglected, so while boarded up in places, it is still standing. Each floor holds many memories, a lot of past moments with parts of you that need to be seen. For example, the child you once were still lives here. A child aspect of you has been keeping the lights on in the dark and dusty corners, waiting for you to come back. This inner child has held your pain, your confusion, your unmet needs. They want to be seen, loved, and freed. This house of yours may feel cluttered with old program beliefs lying around and emotions buried beneath the floorboards. But it is not chaos. It is an organized mess. You are here to take inventory, to walk through each floor, just not with judgment. Instead, you will be curious. You are here to remember who and what shaped you. As you cross the threshold, pause to acknowledge the pain and trauma that originated here. Allow yourself to feel it, not to stay stuck, but to embrace and understand it. This is how you know you are home, floor by floor, truth by truth. Seeing the dysfunctional family pattern. Your toxic family members mistreated you, not because of anything you did, but to fulfill their needs or to protect their own fragile self-image. Their actions are driven by a need for control, validation, and a way to deflect their own insecurities. By mistreating you, causing you to feel angry and upset, they keep the attention off their own anger and upset. Their goal is to keep you in a vulnerable, reactive, insecure position so they feel more secure in their position of power. The abuse of power is abuse. Coercive parents or other family members expect you to accept their mistreatment and disrespect without question. If you dare resist, you are quickly labeled the troublemaker. Yet they expect you to show respect for them despite their own emotionally reckless behavior. If you don't comply, they retaliate by accusing you, the real victim, of being the problem. The only viable choice you are left with is to suppress and bury your emotions deep inside, in the basement. The true essence of your authentic self, your inner child, has to be banished to the basement and locked away. Toxic parents or family members consume all the emotional space in the relationship they have with you. You are not allowed an equal amount of emotional space to process or express your feelings about how you are being treated. The reason many parents or family members insist on saying things like, "The past is in the past," "You need to let things go," "Forgive, forget, and move on," "I already apologized," or "I did the best I could," is because they fear you going into your own house and seeing their destructive dysfunction. Your developing self-awareness is threatening to them. Exposure is their greatest fear. They don't want to examine their wrongdoings, abuses, lack of interest, invasiveness, or any other ways they have mistreated you. They prefer to deny they have done anything wrong at all. By keeping you gaslit and confused, they maintain control over the family narrative, distancing you from the truth. However, their manipulative games can only suppress your truth for so long when you are internally driven toward truth. The truth lives in the boxes of memories you have stacked in your house, calling you to unpack them. See the boxes of emotional pain. As you enter your house, the first thing I want you to notice is that there are boxes everywhere. They are sealed shut with yellow tape and bold black writing, the kind you see at a crime scene. The yellow tape says things like caution, warning, danger, flammable, explosive, poisonous, fragile, and handle with care. Why are they labeled this way? Because your parents or family members want you to be too scared to look inside. They don't want to lose control over you. You are theirs. They have given you many stern, punitive, harsh warnings, spoken or unspoken, not to truly look at anything. As a child, you had to obey. After all, they gave you this life, and they gave you this house. It's a distorted mindset. No one owns anyone else. A healthier way to view this is that you did not come from your parents. You came through them to live your own independent life. This is your house. These are now your boxes, and inside them is your trauma. I'm encouraging you to break through that yellow crime scene tape. Don't let it stop your healing. Accessing your own pain is your right. To change your life, approach this transformational journey tenderly. Inside the boxes, there is pain. Life has been hard enough on you to this point. You may ask, how is digging into my pain and trauma going to make anything better? This is a normal reaction. It will be upsetting, no doubt. But it is upsetting that nothing you have ever done has been enough to stop your own mistreatment. Even with pain, the changes you are going to make in yourself are profound. Through your housework, you will eventually find yourself to be in a beautiful environment, aligned with who you are and the circumstances you have survived. You well know the run-down, destructive, neglected, crumbling conditions you were forced to live in growing up. They were based in immoral values that you have spent your adulthood either fighting, avoiding, or trying to correct. Now you are renovating this house because the life you have been living no longer works. This is a huge awakening. Let us approach this housework with the idea that forward is a pace that can get you somewhere someday. Trauma inventory is more about direction than how long it takes. Create a comfortable environment. Now that the lights are on, you are in your house and you can see the mess of boxes all around. I want you to look to the right. In front of you is a couch, a side table, a lamp, a warm blanket, and a journal. All around you, the house is unkept. There is an unexamined mess from a lifetime of painful memories strewn about the floor. On the wall, you notice a system of empty shelves with dust and cobwebs all over. Your job is to start picking up the floor and organizing the shelves. You will clean up by examining and unpacking the memories and emotions in each box. This examination will activate areas of your brain like the amygdala, which processes and regulates emotions like fear, anxiety, and anger, and your hippocampus, the source of short and long-term memory. So start with the awareness that doing this work will be triggering. Examine each box and document its contents in your journal. Then place the boxes in similar groupings on the shelves. As you do, allow yourself to feel the rightful emotions for each emotional crime in each box. You are not allowed to express these feelings out loud when the experiences were happening in real time. So feel and express them now. That is how you will be doing your traumatic inventory. But before you start unpacking your boxes, take a moment to go sit down on your couch, turn the small lamp on, get under the blanket, and grab your journal. We will first process any feelings of overwhelm, resistance, or dread you may be feeling at the prospect of going through these boxes. Clearing resistance this way clears the cobwebs from your mind and heart. Clear feelings of overwhelm. You likely feel a bit overwhelmed at the idea of going through these boxes. That's okay. Overwhelm is an emotion that can cause you to freeze or procrastinate. But feeling your resistance is the first step in any process dedicated to big change. Think of the amount of strength it takes to tear down a wall during a house renovation. In the same way, feelings of resistance show you that you are ready to challenge emotional walls that are holding you back. Embracing this resistance is not a step back. It is the essential first step toward dismantling what no longer works and building something stronger in its place. The goal is straightforward. Do not allow yourself to be discouraged by overwhelm. It is simply the feeling of resistance. In reality, there is a mess in your house. The mess may be so enormous that your defenses respond by resisting, getting overwhelmed, and shutting down. Allow me to remind you that you are not here to eliminate the mess. You are here to organize it. When you feel internally organized, life is much easier to manage. Housework exercise. Describing feelings of overwhelm. Make yourself comfortable and scan your internal environment. Look at the landscape of boxes and take a deep breath. This work can be done. Before starting to unpack them, let's work through residual feelings that may be holding you back. Please describe what overwhelm feels like to you. Do you experience symptoms like a racing heart, brain fog, a nervous stomach, headaches, numbness, or an urge to shut down? Do you find yourself imagining the worst possible outcomes? If so, how do these emotional states impact your behavior? What emotions surface when you think about digging through the details of your most painful traumas? Do you feel excited, fearful, stressed, worried, or all of the above? Explain why you feel the way you do. How can you accept resistance and overwhelm as a normal part of the healing process? When you feel overwhelmed, try taking deep, slow breaths. Focus on each inhale and exhale. Does this breathing exercise impact your stress level? Write about your experience of it. Does knowing you can set your pace, timing, and boundaries around this unpacking task help? Write about how you can make this healing work something you have control over. How does knowing this healing process is under your control influence your approach to healing? Create a list of things you enjoy doing. How can you make time for these activities during your healing process? Let me validate something for you. It's nearly impossible to maintain your sanity, let alone a realistic view of who you are, while under the pressure of needing to suppress every horrible feeling to keep your family happy. It is time to unburden you. Let's rebuild. Take a minute to acknowledge that you are far more familiar with overwhelm than those who have never had trauma. It is an emotion you have lived with and navigated your entire life, so relating with it is not new. What is new is that now you are the person controlling the pace of your process. Remember, there is no rush. As we start this process, you may feel things like, "This is too painful. I don't want to think about this stuff anymore. I feel guilty that I'm angry at them. I hate feeling so ugly toward my parents or family members. I'm not sure if this is helping me or making things worse." It's okay to feel and think these things. It is all part of facing trauma. Change is uncomfortable. Your job in your house is to commit to healing your pain. Heal all the ways your parents or other family members neglected to protect you from pain. Survivors can be quick to quit because we were quit on our entire lives. Survivors can tire when great effort is required because we were always treated like an effort, like a burden, because our parents or family members didn't want to put in any effort. The point of renovating your house is to change the ways you learn to ignore, quit on, and abandon your pain in the same ways your parents or family members taught you to. Trauma work is the most profound and life-changing inner work of all. Let's unbox it and see what surprises await. Chapter 4. Unpacking Boxes of Emotional Crimes. The entire history of your mistreatment at the hands of your parents and other contributing family members is piled into clutter in your house. The accumulation of this emotional pain started the moment you were born. This is why the idea of taking a personal inventory can bring up feelings of resistance. Knowing how to manage feelings of resistance and overwhelm will help you manage triggers so you can stay steady once you begin unpacking boxes of emotional crimes. The secret to managing resistance is simply to begin. Again, you do not need to unpack all the boxes in a single day. Move at your own pace. I invite you to get up from the comfortable couch to face the boxes marked with yellow crime scene tape labeled with warnings. These boxes hold the anger and frustration you were punished for feeling and expressing. They've been tightly sealed to prevent any emotional leakage. You likely learned to suppress and tightly seal your anger to keep it from pouring out. You may not even identify as feeling angry or frustrated, but these are emotions we naturally experience in response to mistreatment. Some suppress these emotions better than others. Most of us have learned to overuse sadness, fear, and anxiety in place of anger, frustration, or rage. Allow me to open your mind to the positive and healing aspects of anger. Anger is a necessary organic part of being human. Anger is the only emotion with enough power to push you to set boundaries and to signal that you need to change things. Anger is about justice. Getting in touch with justice. We will unpack your anger boxes first for two key reasons. One, you need to remove anger to access the sadness, despair, and grief your anger has been protecting. And two, anger is the one emotion your parents or family members never wanted you to express. The rights to anger and rage were reserved solely for them. You were expected to be seen, not heard. Expressed anger or rage earned you a label, the bad child, or the disrespectful child, perhaps. This begs the question, why do parents or family members dismiss, punish, and ignore the very anger they provoke? They do this because anger is the only emotion powerful enough to demand justice in the face of an injustice. The parents or family members who mistreat you do not want you to have justice. What they want is your unwavering compliance with doing things their way. This is why when you grew up, you were punished the most severely when you expressed your anger. Isn't it ironic that rage is the most misused emotion in parenting, and anger is the most punished emotion in children? The message here is that parents or family members can rage on their children, but children are not allowed to be angry about it. This is an injustice. Here's how anger serves you. Anger says no. Anger says enough is enough. Anger says I have rights. Anger says you're treating me poorly. Anger says this isn't fair. Anger says stop. When you aren't allowed to use or express anger, you are robbed of a key part of your humanity. You are denied the experience of your own power. As a child, you longed for acceptance, unconditional love, and attention from your parents or family members. But instead, you were forced into survival mode. This separation from your gut instincts came at a significant cost. Instead of feeling loved, powerful, or seen, you likely felt uncertain, shut down, and off balance. Sometimes parents or family members can make you feel as though your very presence brings them unhappiness, disappointment, or even resentment. This is because toxic parents or family members avoid introspection. Again, instead of looking at themselves, they project their own insecurities and grievances onto you. This is why it feels impossible to deal with them. They focus on punishment and retaliation rather than on healing or connection. For this reason, you may have grown up believing that you are a burden. You never had the necessary experience of feeling good enough. As a child, you had no choice but to absorb negative messaging from your parents or family members about how childish, stupid, or inconvenient you were simply for being a child. When criticisms like this were persistent, you had to internalize them, then box them up. The impact of this accumulated harm is profoundly painful. Enduring emotional picking apart, or even little to no effort from parents or other family members daily, is more damaging to the human spirit than a single major traumatic event. You likely learned in some form or another that everything and everyone else was more important to your parents or family members than you were. Their feelings mattered, yours did not. They taught you to believe that the strain in the relationship was your fault. You thought you needed to be a better child or family member for them to become what you needed. So you started over-functioning to gain their love. Yet no matter how hard you tried to change yourself to please them, it rarely, if ever, made any difference. You lived in the pain of having a deep desire for closeness and acceptance that was not reciprocated with any consistency. You likely desperately sought attention from your parents or family members. Maybe this meant acting out or disappearing completely in the hope that it would force them to notice you. The pain was unbearable during times of conflict when they had no problem ignoring you, leaving you in the abyss of uncertainty until you came back to them. Often you were apologizing even when you had done nothing wrong. This pattern of only speaking to you again if you initiated reconciliation placed you on the edge of your own emotional survival. You were expected to overlook their mistreatment. They expected you to fix the relationship, and that is exactly what continues to allow your parents or family members to avoid the self-reflection needed to take any meaningful accountability. Leaving their more vulnerable child feeling totally forsaken is selfish. Your homeowner's manual will guide you, not forsake you. It is time for you to be seen. Expelling your rightful anger. I'm about to share a powerful tool for reclaiming your voice and confirming the validity of your experiences. You will name the harm you have endured through making lists. By clearly identifying and acknowledging the ways you have been mistreated, you can more easily release feelings of self-blame or guilt. Please note the fine print. These lists are not about dwelling in anger. This exercise is about giving yourself permission to express and honor your pain as a step toward rebuilding your life. These lists are not about blame. They are about accountability. Even if your parents or family members will not acknowledge their mistreatment, it does not stop you from holding them accountable for what you know they have done to you. Releasing your anger through these lists will prove to be an essential part of your personal development journey for these reasons. Suppressed anger creates energetic blockages in the body, which can eventually manifest as physical illness. Emotionally cleansing yourself prevents stored anger from cementing itself into resentments or bitterness. Examining your anger with the intention of releasing it is a necessary and profound act of self-love and self-care. Rather than continuing to bury it to avoid condemnation, judgment, or conflict, releasing anger validates your right to feel and express your emotions. As uncomfortable as this may feel, it's crucial to acknowledge the cause and source of your anger, as a direct approach will facilitate genuine emotional release and healing. Addressing the source validates your experience, sending a powerful message to yourself that your feelings are real and deserve attention. This type of release clears your emotional space, allowing you to focus on healing your life. By releasing anger, you restore inner harmony to transform chaotic energy into a source of strength. By symbolically confronting the source of your anger through accountability lists, you are actively reclaiming your voice in a safe and constructive way. Before we dive in, let's talk about curse words. For this exercise, I'm inviting you to step out of the good behavior box that society deems appropriate just for a moment. The goal in this moment is to connect fully with the rawness of your trauma without judgment. Curse words make you human. View them as effective sentence enhancers. They help you express the intensity of what you feel in ways polite wording simply cannot. I do not need you to be good right now. I want you to be real. Give yourself permission to release your anger fully without holding back as you work through these lists. No one is ever going to see the lists unless you choose to share them with a trusted person. Your first option is to start each sentence with F you for. However, if you cannot get comfortable with curse words, I will offer an alternative. An alternative to the F you for is I resent you for. You can also use this, shame on you for. Use whatever feels right for you. When you are forced to repress anger, it turns into resentment. Resentment does not lead to healing, it leads to bitterness. Let's break that down. Examine the word resent. Pull the word apart and it becomes resent. All those unhealed resentments you harbor towards your parents or other family members that stay unaddressed get resent back to you, which is why bitterness takes root. Bitterness is non-productive. Bitterness doesn't change or cure anything. The goal here is to get better, not bitter. By releasing your justified anger and no longer keeping it bottled, boxed, and tightly sealed, you can start letting go of resentments to free yourself from the grip of unspoken hurt. If you choose to use shame on you for, view it in this way. You are effectively taking shame that was unfairly and inappropriately placed on you and psychologically placing it back onto its source. Now, let's tear open the boxes of anger, resentment, and shame that no longer serve you. Housework exercise, accountability lists. You know deep down that justice and a meaningful validation of your mistreatment will not come from the family members who caused it. Most of them will forever deny the truth of their abuse and neglect. It is truly heartbreaking. I'm certain that you have asked yourself many times, why is something so simple so hard for my family members to do? It is hard because acknowledging their actions would require levels of self-awareness, vulnerability, and accountability that they lack. Here is what I know for sure. The pain you have experienced at the hands of your parents or family members does not deserve any more time, energy, or reconciliation effort. Housework is about becoming deeply self-aware, gaining clarity, and speaking your truth with precision. This accountability list exercise will help you address the parents or other family members who have hurt, abandoned, neglected, or betrayed you the most. Take out your journal, breathe deeply, and prepare to release and accept your reality. This process is not about erasing, eliminating, forgetting, or holding on to the past. It is about facing and understanding what you endured so you can manage your anger more effectively when it arises. Step 1. Address each family member who has harmed you, one at a time. Start by printing their name at the top of each page and begin each sentence with F you for, I resent you for, or shame on you for. For instance, if your mother was emotionally abusive, print her name and write down your earliest memory. For example, I resent you for neglecting me and making me feel unimportant. F you for putting me in the middle of your divorce and making me responsible for your problems. Shame on you for not protecting me. F you for constantly criticizing me and making me feel like I'm never good enough. I resent you for treating me like I am a burden. This exercise acknowledges the pain, your pain, long buried. Through the act of writing it down, its hold over you begins to release. During my own healing journey, I noticed that once I started this process, my pen could barely keep up as memories flooded in. I had to force myself to slow down. Some people struggle to begin, maybe because it feels too overwhelming. Memories feel blocked, or they feel that writing these lists is wrong, immoral, or something they should feel bad about. You may have been conditioned to keep the family secrets, so it is completely understandable that you have these reactions. There was no right way to go through this exercise. Simply do it. Your pain is real. You did not imagine these memories, and nor did you exaggerate or make them up. Looking over your collective pain documented in these accountability lists will prove this to you. It will validate the reality of what you have lived through, including all the experiences your parents or family members have refused to acknowledge. Step 2. Once your accountability lists are written, I want you to read your lists aloud as if you were sitting in front of me in my office. Hearing yourself verbalize the reality of your mistreatment is profoundly awakening. Read all the evidence of the emotional crimes aloud to yourself, in front of yourself, and with yourself as you witness the truth of what really happened. Many of my clients find this deeply healing. It illuminates the pain, despair, and sadness underneath the anger. The list put the mistreatment acted out on you in black and white terms. Nearly every client who has gone through this process says the following: "This was harder than I thought. I felt more emotional than I thought I would be. I don't know why I'm so emotional." Let's unpack this. The reason you get emotional when conquering the list is because it suddenly represents the volume, depth, and scope of your collective pain. This is not an experience you have faced before in such a direct, black and white manner. As you are surviving childhood traumas, there was no time for recovery. You did not have time to process each one, confront each one, or right each wrong. This is how survival had to work for you. Keep in mind that acknowledging your anger is often the hardest step. Think of your anger as a security guard, whose job is to shield you from deeper pain. When you are angry, it is because at the core you are hurt. Sadness does not have the same momentum as anger. It is slower, more profound, and requires time. Time you did not have while you were being ignored or mistreated. Sadness is a passive emotion. It fawns, making space for more bullying, where anger is active and will stand with power. When sadness was not an option, anger stepped in. You may notice that your unprocessed or unexpressed anger now recreates patterns from childhood in your life as an adult. For example, instead of others punishing or bullying you, now you just use the same anger to criticize and judge yourself, just as your family once did. The goal here is not to get stuck in anger, but to accept it as healthy, then shed it so you can access the more vulnerable emotions connected to your core wounds. Step 3. Once each accountability list is complete, print the words "not my responsibility" in big, bold letters at the top. You will not take ownership of the emotional crimes committed against you by your parents or other family members. This was not your fault. You should never have been made responsible for regulating an emotionally dysregulated parent or other family member. Now, pause for a moment. Take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale all the fears, stress, and tension through your mouth. Allow the work you have been doing, one memory, one box of anger, one family member at a time, to settle for just a minute. Then, with your journal in hand, reflect on how it felt to write these lists. Write down those feelings and explore the reasons behind them. Step 4, optional. If you feel inclined, I welcome you to also write an "I love you for" list, as some may feel guilty for looking at the anger and pain parents and family members have caused. This may or may not feel necessary. Let's rebuild. It's no small task to face your pain head on, but it is equally as freeing to cleanse yourself of the emotional garbage that has been dumped into your subconscious. I am incredibly proud of your courage. Remember, You should never have been seen or used as your parents' or family members' emotional dumping ground, slave, trash can, or janitor. You do not owe them anything for the life they gave you. You owe it to yourself to reclaim full ownership of your home and your property with only your name on the title. It is critical to understand that opposing things can be true at once. You can love your parents or family members and not want them closely tied to your life. Now, let's restore your emotional foundation so that it supports who you are with strength and integrity. Chapter 5: Restoring Your Wounded Foundation. Now that you have examined your anger boxes, sorted through them, and labeled each with the name of the family member tied to the painful memory, there is light shining on the emotional crimes committed against you. This is a monumental step in your journey. Now it's time to shift your focus to an even deeper layer of injury and damage. To ensure you are prepared and feeling safe, we are going to explore the core wounds that your anger has been hiding. Having core wounds is like having structural damage to the foundation of your house. They are the deep emotional injuries that form as a direct result of the mistreatment you endured. These wounds impact your sense of worth, identity, and your ability to form healthy relationships. Left unhealed, core wounds have a way of influencing your life in powerful ways, ongoing. They cause you to repeat patterns of emotional injury, abandonment, and neglect in your adult relationships and towards yourself within yourself. We are not going to focus on how these core wounds trigger you. That will come later. For now, we are simply identifying and naming your core wounds to recognize how your foundational emotional injuries have shaped your life to this point. This step is crucial because once you know where the cracks in your foundation are, you can begin repairing them. What was done to you, you cannot change that it happened. So your core wounds are left with you from what was done to you. You will need to acknowledge your core wounds, take responsibility for tending them, and know where in your foundation they are to better understand and manage their underlying reactive nature. Recovering your core wounds. In this next step, we are going to build upon the accountability list exercise from the previous chapter. You have removed the contents from your anger boxes and begun sorting them. The boxes are no longer stacked up along your foundation walls, hiding the core wounds and emotional injuries you live with. These wounds are the deep emotional scars tied to the abuse, neglect, or mistreatment you endured. Each foundational wound is a vulnerability, and sometimes a liability, because it can cause your whole house to settle and sink. I'm going to identify the most common core wounds. Consider the ones that you experienced. When you name something, you bring it to life. So let's gently name your deepest pain. Common core wounds include abandonment wounds result from experiences of neglect or emotionally unavailable parents and family members, which lead you to fear rejection and being alone. Betrayal wounds develop when trust is broken by parents and family members who are supposed to protect, support, or nurture. This can result in difficulties trusting others or the fear of getting hurt again. Worthless wounds develop from repeated criticism, emotional invalidation, or favoritism within the family. It creates a sense of being inadequate and undeserving of love and success. Shame wounds arise when you are made to feel deeply flawed or wrong, often through humiliation, blame, sarcasm, or guilt-inducing treatment by your toxic parents and family members. It creates a sense of feeling small and causes deep self-doubt. Unseen wounds arise when you are made to feel non-existent, not important, invisible, ignored, neglected, and treated as if you are not a meaningful member of your family. It creates a sense of being unwanted and unloved, which leads to low self-worth. Housework exercise. Taking responsibility for your own feelings. To acknowledge your core wounds, look at the accountability lists with "Not my responsibility" printed at the top. Turn to a separate piece of paper and write the words, my responsibility at the top. For each memory of mistreatment that emerged from your boxes, write down the emotion or feeling you experienced the moment it was inflicted. For example, say one of your memories is, I resent you for punching me in the face and giving me a bloody nose because I accidentally kicked you while you were pinning me down and tickling me. The emotion felt at that time? Terrified. Here are common feelings you may see on your list: a burden, alone, angry, blamed, confused, crazy, disgusting, embarrassed, frustrated, hated, humiliated, insignificant, invalidated, invisible, left out, lonely, manipulated, overwhelmed, neglected, not believed, not good enough, pushed aside, wretched, sad, scared, shamed, small, stupid, trash, unimportant, unloved, unsafe, unwanted, used, violated, waste of time, energy, effort. This list is not exhaustive, but rather a good starting point. Please use any words you come up with that aren't on this list. As you document the emotion tied to each memory, the emotions and feelings you write down should be repetitive. For example, your list may sound like this: sad, 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 angry, unworthy, 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 sad, upset, abandoned, 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 a burden, invisible, unimportant, unimportant, sad, shame, shame, overlooked. Go back through your list of emotions and identify the emotions you listed most frequently. These recurring emotions are your primary core wounds. These emotions are yours to repair. These are the scars that remain on your foundation. In the coming chapters, we will get to know these wounds intimately and explore how they become monsters that torment you and others in your life. You will learn to see them, understand them, befriend them, love them, and most importantly, listen to them so you can learn from them. Let's rebuild. Good job. Now that there's a light shining on the foundation of your house, you get to move those anger and resentment boxes full of emotional crimes committed against you out of your house. Place them on the sidewalk to be taken to the dump, releasing their hold on you. We are not looking for revenge, so we will not return these boxes to your parents or family members with a return to sender label. Instead, we are aiming for redemption, which comes through your healing process. There's profound power in knowing your core wounds and articulating them clearly. The accountability lists have helped you connect the dots between your experiences of mistreatment and how your core wounds developed. Now it all makes sense. You know how and why your wounds exist. You have endured significant unjust emotional harm. These experiences were real, and by documenting them, you have validated your own truth, the real truth, with black and white clarity. When you look back at your accountability lists and see the emotional injuries tied to each memory, you can confirm what you may have always known deep down. Your emotionally abusive parents or family members acted without care or remorse. This journey is not about fairness. It is about taking personal responsibility for healing your wounds and managing the basement monsters you will meet next. This renovation journey is about reclaiming control over your life and its direction. The power to heal is in your hands, and that is where your strength begins. Part 1. The Basement. Chapter 6. Monsters in the Basement. Now that you can label and identify your core wounds, it is time to dive deeper into examining how these wounds impact your daily life, often causing you to get in your own way. This work happens in the basement because it is underground, deep in your psyche, the deepest part of your house. There are no windows in basements because the work you do in this emotional location is not about looking outside yourself, but inside yourself. The basement is the keeper of your pain and your unrealized dreams. Without a light on in the basement, it is pitch black. You have likely lived much of your life with your inner light turned off. Maybe not even knowing you had a light to turn on. I assure you that you do. In this dark space, your core wounds and emotional triggers have been acting out unattended. No doubt it can be scary in a basement. If you had a basement in childhood, you'll recall that no one wanted to go down there alone. It was haunted with unseen secrets, spooky ghosts, spiders, and scary shadows in every corner. All the same, I'm inviting you to enter your basement because this is where your inner child lives, hurts, and hides. All children naturally and instinctively fear perceived predators. No prompting is required. Children are vulnerable because of their age, developing brains, and limited understanding and skill sets to care for themselves. Countless children's books are written about fear, aiming to help children navigate this overpowering feeling. You likely remember being afraid of the dark, wondering what might be hiding under your bed or lurking in your closet. By day, you may have feared the unpredictability of your parents or family members and people in general, as you also worried about school, not being liked, or having a friend get mad at you. All children, even those raised in the healthiest family environments, experience fear. It is a normal part of development, and it is the job of parents or family members to ensure you feel safe, loved, seen, heard, and protected. Now imagine what happens when the monsters you fear aren't imaginary, when the monsters are real, and worse yet, when they are the very people meant to protect and care for you. What does life look like when the very source of your deepest fear and heartbreak is your own parents or family members? This is a painful reality we are about to explore further. Let us first define these real-life monsters. Here are some common traits of real-life monsters, your parents or family members. They tend to have a strong need to control your life, force you to do things you don't enjoy or that are not your passion, which deprives you of your childhood, treat you like a thing or a transaction, neglect you altogether, creating unsafe environments and keeping you in them, expecting you to fend for yourself and essentially raise yourself, overindulge in their own needs while not providing for your needs, make you care for them and their needs, thereby parentifying you, create a pecking order of importance to secure their power, operate from hypocrisy, creating intolerable levels of frustration in you, but then they punish you unfairly for naming the hypocrisy, use money for power and punishment as their method of teaching you a lesson, inflict verbal, sexual, emotional, and physical violence, create in-groups and out-groups within the family to pit family members against each other, especially siblings, set up no-win situations that you cannot successfully navigate, abuse you with religion or spiritual themes, demand such a high bar that what is demanded is unattainable, never allow you to be who you are or even to discover who you are, place you in horribly embarrassing situations that could have been easily avoided, use you as a tool for abuse in divorce or other conflict situations where sides must be taken to stay connected, constantly criticize and act dishonestly so that nothing is as it seems, use passive-aggressive jabs to bait you into negative reactions, break promises, not show up, follow through, or put any effort into having a relationship with you. These common traits of your parents or family members live on within you, even if you avoid or cut ties with the people who enacted them. You developed wounded responses to these traits that linger in your basement and cause you to continue reacting to life in hurt or protective ways. These reactions become your basement monsters. Getting to know your basement monsters. Inner wounded monsters develop to help us cope. They protect us from real threats and instability in the home environment. The core wounds you developed through the course of your childhood are not just passive experiences. They are deeply ingrained emotional injuries that manifest in your daily life as insecurity, neediness, reactivity, avoidance, self-protection, and more. When left unexamined in adulthood, their reactivity takes over in ways that do not serve you. Monsters create patterns of behavior that sabotage your growth, relationships, and overall well-being. It is crucial that you do the work to see them. But first, you must experience being seen. In healthy family systems, being seen makes you feel safe and emotionally held. But your parents or family members never truly saw you, nor cared to recognize the negative impact of their mistreatment. You may feel like the good within you was overlooked. I assure you, you were seen, just not in the ways you deserved. Being noticed with negativity, or totally unnoticed and ignored, made being seen an unsafe experience. It taught you that visibility doesn't bring love. Instead, you felt exposed in ways that fuel deep insecurity. You may have tried to reverse this by trying even harder to gain approval. Or you stopped trying to be seen to avoid further mistreatment. Your parents or family members likely got angry at you for atrocities that they themselves perpetrated against you. You cannot feel safe in a relationship with someone who does this. It is a type of manipulation that guarantees you are the one to look bad. This dynamic undermines trust and creates a cycle of blame that leaves no room for safety and emotional security. You fear because you cannot trust. Your parents or family members avoided emotions to escape accountability for their inability to regulate their own emotional reactions. Instead of facing their own issues, it was easier for them to get angry at you for reacting negatively to their mistreatment of you. They then convinced you that your negative reactions to their mistreatment were the problem. This is reverse manipulation. They view your natural reaction to their abuse as an abuse of them, and there is no way that can make sense. Understand that people who avoid looking at and seeing their own emotions will neglect yours. The work we are going to do in this section is designed to help you see your monsters and to pull each wounded monster out of the dark. When core wounds remain unhealed, they continue to get triggered by life events. Then they show up as destructive reactions to these triggers. These are the reactions you wish you didn't have. These are the moments you tend to regret, when you have become unkind or overly defensive, when in order to protect yourself from emotional harm, you become too vulnerable and pleasing. These wounds have a direct impact on how you see the world and project it onto the upper floors of your house. This is life-changing work. We cannot change what was done to you, but we can change how you handle it. Housework exercises, your wounded reactions. Turn to your list of the most commonly felt emotions arising from your painful memories that you wrote down in the last chapter. They include feelings like these: betrayed, abandoned, shamed, scared, unworthy, unloved, and so on. Now consider the following questions and write responses in your journal. This process will help you understand how your wounds shape your reactions. Gaining this knowledge is how you will heal from the inside out. Analyzing your wounds. As you start to examine the scars on your foundation and relate with your core wounds, on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being lowest and 5 being highest, how deep do these wounds feel to you? Run your fingers along the fissures. How does your wounding influence the way you see yourself? For example, maybe you doubt your perspective, do not trust yourself, or do not feel like you're good enough, smart enough, good-looking enough, lucky enough. Describe how these core wounds in your foundational structure put you into situations where you are unknowingly replicating your trauma. Notice how familiar things feel. What patterns do you keep finding in the rest of your life? Repairing your wounds. With these core wounds, what care, attention, or boundaries can fill the cracks? What core needs can you meet in creative ways? Write them down. Consider how these wounds cause you to react to triggers. What do you do or say or feel in your body? What other ways can you understand and identify when the wounds have been triggered? Make a list of the specific feelings, thoughts, or physical sensations that let you know the wounds have been triggered. Now, step back to look at the foundation that supports your whole life, even with all the wounds. What lessons in self-acceptance can you gain from knowing your wounding? How can you give yourself some love and grace? How can you embrace your wounds as meaningful parts of your personality and life experience, rather than as something shameful, something to avoid? Write down the ways your wounds have added to the person you are today. Let's rebuild. Take a moment to just breathe. Seeing your core wounds and their monsters is heavy, demanding work. It will trigger all your hurts as you acknowledge and examine them, especially since they have been living underground for so long. Re-experiencing traumatic memories and the emotional injuries tied to them might feel like going backward. This can feel scary. Let me assure you, you are not going backward. You are going inward. You may worry you will get stuck in the basement with your monsters, never to return to happiness. This is part of the healing journey. Each step inward will eventually bring a deeper understanding and peace within yourself. We will address your fears of going backward in the next chapter. Let's keep going. Chapter 7. Basement Ghosts and Shadows. As you continue working through what's in your basement, reliving your deepest emotional injuries, you're not losing progress, nor will you stay stuck in this pain. You are working through this pain to release it. The emotional labor in this book is tearing down a damaged and fragile framework to rebuild it. You will become even stronger. Some walls need to come down during your renovations, and this is a great thing when the current walls are too weak to support you. Other support walls will go up and be reinforced with steel. For now, you need to examine your basement to ensure everything you will rebuild or build anew has a solid foundation. By examining and identifying your core wounds, you are creating a stronger, healthier emotional structure that will fully support you as you move forward with a greater understanding of your needs and rights. This home renovation is taking you inward, toward your lost sense of self. You sorted through the crime scene boxes that hold the evidence of your emotional injuries. You are learning that core wounds are not fleeting. They are deep-rooted and long-lasting, which is why they reside in your basement. These wounds are embedded into your foundational psyche and are powerful enough to shape the views you hold of yourself and the world around you. The emotional injuries you have endured weaken your foundation, so you feel as though, at any moment, the bottom might fall out of anything good in your life. One of the most paralyzing aspects of core wounding is how fragile it makes your self-worth. The less aware you are of your core wounds, the more they manifest as deeply held beliefs that you are unlovable, not good enough, unwanted, undeserving, or destined to be alone. While you are not perfect, you are not fatally flawed or doomed. Because of the power your core wounds hold over you, it can be difficult to set healthy boundaries. You may struggle with boundaries by becoming overly compliant, overly defensive, or a mix of both. Recognizing this is part of rebuilding your structure to be stronger. In the basement, you come face to face with old memories that linger like ghosts, haunting you with unresolved pain and reminders of the past. These memories carry the weight of the experiences that created your beliefs, fears, and insecurities. Alongside these ghosts are the shadows, the hidden aspects of yourself you may have buried. Shadow work invites you to explore these hidden parts of yourself with empathy, transforming your shadows into sources of strength and self-awareness. In this basement chapter, you will process the ghosts of old memories and the shadows of your psyche to bring light to the darkest corners of your basement. This is done by acknowledging monsters and locating your lost inner child. Committing to this work allows you to release the grip your past holds over you, so you can reinforce the strength of your home's foundation, which is your identity. How ghosts, shadows, and monsters operate. The ghosts of your childhood memories and the shadows, parts of you that are in hiding, linger in the basement with your core wounds. They lurk there in the depths of your subconscious, unseen but deeply felt. They are the aspects of your dark side, which you need to illuminate as part of your renovation work. The challenge is that monsters protect them all. Monsters are reactions that, when triggered, can feel overwhelming, terrifying, rebellious, reckless, or out of control. These monsters feed off your avoidance and terror. As a result, your core wounds also grow stronger and more influential because they are left unaddressed. Monsters thrive in the darkness, making it easy to believe they are bigger and more powerful than they are. When something in the present moment triggers one of your core wounds, it wakes up a monster. Then you react in ways that seem disproportionate to the actual situation. In truth, your current reactions are tied to deep-rooted pain from your childhood. But both monsters and core wounds lose their power when recognized and examined. Monsters are the suits your core wounds wear. Their reactivity can help you identify your deepest pains. These monsters puff up in the form of reactions to seem stronger than they really are for self-protection. When you shine a light on these basement monsters, you begin to realize they are not as unconquerable as they seem. Over time and on the upper floors, you will learn how to manage and soothe your monsters, transforming your basement from a place to fear to a place to heal. Basement monsters operate in two ways. They can be activated or triggered. These are the two sides of your childlike self. Activated core wounds arise from your inner child, whose wounding stems from experiences of fear, abandonment, rejection, and unmet needs. When these wounds are activated, they can leave you feeling small, afraid, and stuck in patterns of pleasing, fawning, or hiding to avoid further harm and conflict. The inner child with activated core wounds seeks safety and validation, but often doesn't know how to achieve these things in healthy ways. This leads to feeling abandoned and unseen. This part of you carries the raw pain and vulnerability of your early experiences. But those feelings have been trapped in your basement boxes, leaving you stuck in cycles of fear and self-doubt. Your outer child's triggered core wounds, on the other hand, are expressions of your more aggressive emotions. The outer child is the part of you that lashes out, overreacts, is impulsive, gets defensive, and seeks immediate gratification, all as ways of coping with discomfort. These triggered wounds may cause you to pick fights, make poor decisions, or engage in self-destructive behaviors that reinforce the cycles of your pain. Understanding the interaction between the inner child and the outer child can help you break free from these patterns. When activated, the more passive inner child's needs include a yearning for your nurturance, understanding, and protection. When triggered, your outer child calls loudly for your guidance and boundary setting to prevent their reactive behaviors from causing damage. Through engaging them both directly, you will integrate these fragmented parts of yourself and transform your fears and reactivity into personal strength and increased self-awareness. Activated core wounds of your inner child. You may have done inner child work, or perhaps not. I take a simple, direct approach to it because from my experience, our child self is at the heart of our monsters. Our child self is who was wounded to the core. If you find it difficult to connect with this part of yourself, perhaps it is because you have learned to block your emotions for survival. The goal of the following exercise is to shine light on your wounding, to become as conscious of these scars or open sores as possible. Doing so will protect you from the automatic reactions of your outer child that do not serve you. You will also protect your vulnerable inner child from those who cause this tender aspect of you harm, whether intentionally or not. Housework exercise, connecting with your core. For this exercise, consider using childhood photographs to connect more deeply with your child self part. In your journal, record responses to these questions and also anything arising that you wish to document. Step 1. Look into the inner child box. Close your eyes. Take a long, deep breath. Imagine opening a box that says, Inner Child. Proceed with love and care. As you sit with this childlike version of yourself, what do you feel? How does your inner child feel? Maybe they feel scared, shy, mad, frozen, eager to please, needy, restless, cold, nervous, or more. As you sift through this box, can you sense if your inner child trusts you? Why or why not? How have you treated your inner child over the years? Have you been kind, dismissive, neglectful? Write in as much detail as possible what encountering your inner child is like. For example, my inner child is wearing 3 sweaters. They feel so cold. I just want to give them soup and a wool blanket. Or, they are just like me when I was 7 years old, down to the braided hair and jelly shoes. But I know the sense of betrayal beneath all that cuteness. Or, they are too busy ramming trucks around to notice me. I know that means someone just raged at them. Or, my child self would rather sit there in the corner pouting than talk to me. Maybe they just need to know I'm not going to leave. Allow the specifics of your feelings to pour out as you unpack them. Step 2. Write a letter from your inner child to the adult you are today. Giving your inner child a voice is incredibly powerful. They are the innermost part of your humanity. This is why we go to the basement, to be as inward as possible and find hope underneath the pain. Imagine your inner child sitting next to you. Ask them, what would you say to the adult person I am today? Do you want to write me a letter? In your journal, write this letter now. After you read the letter your child self wrote, reflect on what you learned. What wisdom can you take with you to better serve and nurture your inner child going forward? Step 3. Take a minute to envision. Please close your eyes and take a big, deep breath. Allow yourself to feel the connection with your inner child self and let all that you have learned marinate for a minute. Acknowledge the emotions that surfaced. Allow yourself to feel these feelings fully. It's okay to feel them because it's between you and this child self, the part of you who was never considered, never cared for, and never cared about. When you go through any grieving process surrounding trauma, not only do you have to grieve the parents and other family members who abused or neglected you, but you grieve the loss and abandonment that your inner child experienced. Let's acknowledge this side of you. Step 4. Write your child self a letter from the adult you are today. This inner and outer child is the piece of you that becomes activated and triggered when harmful events occur. This child self holds all the projection, trauma, and repressed emotions. This part of you holds the truth. This is who has never and will never lie to you. Your inner and outer child will pester and sabotage you until you wake up and finally listen. You will learn how crucial it is to handle them with the utmost love and care. When you connect with your child self, you connect to your core. When you are connected to your core, you become rooted to solid ground, something you were never able to experience in your dysfunctional family. Your child self holds your gut instincts, and your gut instincts tell you everything. These instincts tell you what you need to know about someone. You don't need to know every detail, just the overall sense of the energy exchange between yourself and another. On this deep level, you have always, from your earliest memory, known that your energy does not align with the energy of your abusive parents or family. You were always on the outside looking in. Being on the outside when all you wanted, craved, and needed to feel as a child and as a human being, regardless of age, was a sense of belonging. Write your letter to your child self now. Dear little, and then write your name. Triggered core wounds of your outer child. You have the right to be angry. You want justice because you have been treated unfairly. Again, anger or reactivity are not causes for being ashamed of yourself. These feelings are worth listening to, learning from, and making use of for good. When anger shows up, it often manifests as defensiveness, overreaction, and self-sabotage. The outer child can also create patterns of avoidance or blame to shield and protect your vulnerabilities from being addressed or exposed. The outer child is likely programmed to protect you at all costs, which is a signal that something significant in your life needs to change. Housework exercise. Connecting with your reactivity. Your journal is your domain, so for this exercise, you can write in huge letters, scrawl curse words and Sharpies across the page, or even tear sheets out so you can rip them to shreds. In other words, while reflective work tends to be quiet and contemplative, let your authentic reactivity engage with this exercise. Get to know your outer child this way. Unpacking and naming triggers. Make a list of the most common situations: gossip, ganging up, passive aggression, gaslighting, yelling, being ignored, criticized, controlled, not getting heard, and so on, that bait you into being triggered and reactive. Unpacking heightened nervous system responses. How does your body react when anger is triggered? Write down the physical sensations like tension, heat, rage, nausea, or restlessness that you notice when your outer child becomes engaged. How quickly do your reactions escalate and hijack your ability to regulate yourself? Perhaps your ruminations build over time for days even. Maybe it's more like something hits you between the eyes and you're instantly reacting. Describe your experiences. Document what your typical reaction is when your anger gets triggered. Do you yell, lash out, throw things, slam doors, leave the situation, cry from frustration, or shut down? How have these reactions affected your relationships and your sense of self? Unpacking needs for control. When you feel out of control, do you use anger to get back in control if you are feeling triggered? Are you really looking for control, or are you fighting to be heard? Write about whether there is a difference. Let's rebuild. Working through and understanding both the activated and triggered personalities of your child self sets you on a course to having a much deeper understanding of how your mind and emotions work when you have been hurt. When you are connected to your inner child and outer child, you can start to relate to the ghosts of memories and bring the light of awareness to the shadows. Whether you felt triggered or activated, you were emotionally abandoned and mistreated by your toxic parents or family members. Anger is not something to eliminate. It's something to accept and channel into justice and setting healthy boundaries on the ground floor. Before that, you must come to understand the workings of the almighty abandonment monster and why this particular monster tends to be the most powerful of them all. Let's listen on and keep doing basement work. Chapter 8. The Almighty Abandonment Monster. Now that you are shining light on your core wounds, you are likely to encounter an almighty one that holds a lot of power over you. Abandonment is a core wound for nearly every survivor. For this reason, I will help you understand, recognize, name, and accept feelings of abandonment. This core wound is so intense that it can develop into a syndrome. What I call abandonment syndrome is a perpetual emotional state of feeling undesired, left behind, insecure, and easily discarded. This experience draws attention to the immense power your early attachments have to set the stage your life unfolds on. From the moment you came into the world, you have been forming attachments to parents, caregivers, and family, including siblings, grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles, and more. These attachments are crucial to your emotional, physical, and psychological development. As an infant, you needed gentle, patient, responsive human beings to provide nurturing. This was essential for you to grow into a stable, healthy adult. When infants are appropriately cared for, from the beginning of life, they are set to develop a positive sense of self-worth. Their solid foundation makes them feel secure in the world around them. Perhaps most importantly, the strength of early attachments equips children with the strong framework or emotional bones necessary for building healthy relationships later in life. However, because attachments to your parents or family members broke you down, you likely experienced emotional abandonment or neglect trauma. You learned to trade your authenticity for approval and attachment. When you sense you are being rejected or just aren't important to your parents or family, you unconsciously change yourself to be more of what you think they want you to be, all in an attempt to secure their love. You try harder and harder to win their love. When your family is unhealthy, you learn over the course of many decades that no shift in your personality or lifestyle will ever satisfy them. The more you seek their approval, you are left feeling more abandoned. In my personal journey of trying to understand myself, my insecurities, and my complete lack of trust in the stability of life and people, no existing term could describe the anxiety in a way that reflected my experience. So in my book, Adult Survivors of Toxic Family Members, I described this as foundational anxiety. Yes, the term aligns perfectly with our house metaphor here. Foundational anxiety. Think of your emotional foundation as the base of your house. When the foundation is unstable, cracked, and built by emotionally selfish and unregulated family members, it cannot support the inner structure or safety necessary to make you secure. An unstable foundation means there is no trust, predictability, stability, or safety. The unsettledness of the environment forces you to consistently brace for instability. When family becomes something to survive rather than something that nurtures you, this is emotional abandonment. While everyone is unique and experiences trauma differently, certain symptoms you'll find in the following list may indicate you are living with the foundational fear of abandonment. You may experience a fear of being left behind or abandoned, an inability to form trustworthy and stable relationships in the teenage or adult years, low self-esteem and sense of self-worth, anxiety and insecurity, depression, feelings of helplessness, inadequacy, and not being enough, checking out of relationships or friendships because you feel unattached or emotionally unavailable to connect, holding on to a relationship, even if it is unhealthy or abusive, to avoid any feelings of abandonment or loneliness, episodes of self-harming behaviors, conflict aversion within a relationship, avoidance of relationships or friendships, an excessive and pronounced need for control, whether it be control over environment, other people, or situations, self-judgment, setting unrealistic expectations, perfectionism, emotional dysregulation as you react to situations with one extreme or the other. For example, reacting too much or not at all to difficult situations. Emotional flashbacks that lead to feelings of panic or intense emotional distress. How abandonment trauma impacts your development. Abandonment trauma leaves you feeling unsure of how your needs are going to be met. This can leave a negative imprint on your psychological well-being into adulthood, increasing the likelihood of developing substance use disorders, eating disorders, relationship difficulties, and mental health disorders. Let's unpack the various nuances of abandonment. When parents or family members physically hurt you as a child and show no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Choose addiction over responsible love and show no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Verbally abuse you as a child and show no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Neglect and dismiss the very existence of a child, showing no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Sexually violate you as a child and show no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Over-control a child and place you into servitude and fear, showing no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Emotionally bully, mercilessly manipulate, ostracize, and criticize a child, and show no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Prioritize their own life, needs, and desires, such as marrying, divorcing, and having affairs, even repeating the cycle multiple times throughout the time they are raising a child, showing no regard for your well-being, this is abandonment. Give financially to weaponize money and induce guilt and fear in a child, they show no regard for your well-being, and this is abandonment. The list goes on. Your earliest attachments teach you how to recognize danger, bond with new people, identify your own needs, and be loved by another person. You deserved stable, healthy adults and other family members as you were being raised. Not having had this likely leads you to attract all kinds of romantic relationships, work dynamics, and friendships that are unstable because you were never given the experience of healthy attachments. You do not know what to look for. As you have been learning, abandonment syndrome most often occurs during the developmental years of childhood and early adulthood. But it is critical to understand this. Situations that trigger abandonment syndrome can happen at any time in life. When they occur, you will probably plunge into your basement, where the core wound has reopened and where you will feel heartbroken. In my life, when someone close to me does not follow through on the things they know are important to me, and I have to poke, prod, and remind them to do it, the monsters in my basement are triggered. I feel deeply let down that this person is not following through. I feel sad and frustrated that I must beg for these things. Whenever something exciting, necessary, and positive about me is being overlooked, it triggers the wound that says, I am not important. The overall combination of these triggers is the feeling of abandonment. Why? Because often my shining moments were ignored throughout my childhood and the remainder of my life. They were not interesting enough to my parents or other family members, even as I would witness them fawning over the achievements of their own kids or the achievements of other more favored children. There are so many, too many memories of this that wake up my monsters. Today, I am most triggered by important people in my life not making my essential needs a priority. When my monsters are activated, I feel sad about this and tend to say nothing. When they are triggered, I feel reactive, sometimes reacting so strongly that my triggered monsters start internally destroying my basement, creating cracks in my ground floor and causing me to feel as though I am not under my own control. In upcoming chapters, I will share what I have learned about managing these monsters. Healing abandonment syndrome. I want to remind you that all abuse is emotional. When you are physically abused, you hurt emotionally far past the time that the physical wounds took to heal. When you are verbally abused, you feel shame far past the moment that the verbal abuse took place. When you are molested, you feel the betrayal far past the time that your sexual abuse took place. When you are financially abused, your sense of worthiness hurts far past the time when financial threats for your compliance took place. When you are emotionally neglected, you feel abandoned far past the time that you grew old enough to tend to your own needs. When you are abused in any form, you hurt, and you hurt deeply. You hurt emotionally, and you hurt for the remainder of your life at the mercy of those memories. These accumulated hurts leave you with deep feelings of abandonment and fragility. It's time to pull your journal out to work through and with the abandonment boxes in your basement. They have crime scene tape labeling them fragile. Housework exercise: the fragility of self-worth and current relationships. Write about how being and feeling emotionally abandoned by your parent or family members has caused your self-worth to feel fragile and fleeting. Make a list of the negative messages about your value that are contained in your boxes of emotional crimes. Examples include, you're not smart, you're not good enough, you are too shy, you are too loud. How truthful do you think these negative messages are? Consider whether they were told to you as a way to control you. Write down any specific fears around abandonment that still haunt you today. For example, I fear no one will be there for me when I need them. I have no one to advocate for me. Or, what if I can't make it? What will happen to me? Document how your fears of abandonment influence your current relationships. For example, do your fears of abandonment cause you to be needy, clingy, fearful, untrusting, defensive, threatened, jealous, distant, or insecure? In what ways do your fears of abandonment potentially put too much pressure on your current relationships? Does this make you feel even more fragile and fearful? List the reasons you believe you were emotionally abandoned by your toxic parents or family members. Do these beliefs still hold power over you? How would your understanding of yourself change if you viewed your abandonment as not being your fault? Let's rebuild. Each time you were abandoned, a part of you disappeared inside. A child marked by mistreatment creates a slow emotional erosion that is counterintuitively fueled by hope. Hope in a toxic family situation keeps you stuck in cycles of abandonment, waiting for the love and security you deserve. As you unpack boxes holding the emotional injustices inflicted upon you, give yourself some grace for all that you endured and for the loss of the love, safety, and security that healthy family dynamics should have provided. Remember that in each difficult moment you have faced in the past, you have come through it. Whatever challenges you are facing, trust that these are likely obstacles you are now more prepared and equipped to handle. You have proven that you possess the resilience and inner strength to push forward. Sadness, anger, despair, and grief are profound parts of the journey. But why face them? Because on the other side of grieving, the reality of the collective pain you have endured lies a stillness, a freedom, and the promise of liberation. Let's turn toward your grief next. Chapter 9. Renovating Wounds of Grief. Why does grief tend to hide in the basement away from the seen world? As a child, you were likely not allowed to express grief without it being shamed, ignored, or diminished. Also, in toxic family systems, grief is forced into secrecy. You were likely told to go to your room when you were upset because your emotional reactions were too much for your parents or family members. They only valued a cheerful, good attitude, even when being cheerful was a forced performance. The most important lesson they taught you was to do what you are told, because you might embarrass or burden them with your naturally occurring emotions. You were made to feel bad about how you felt, so you likely now struggle with deep feelings of guilt and shame. This makes your grief more complicated as they forcibly suppressed so much of what you needed. Your accountability lists are useful tools for removing guilt and shame. They help you see in black and white terms that the abuse and neglect you experienced were not caused by you, but were done to you. By identifying your core wounds, you are organizing the grief from your abandonment and making it more manageable. Your grief process will be easier to approach once you have created the proper space for it. Have you ever noticed that it feels like everyone is always focused on the abuser? They ask, what help do they need? How can the relationship be repaired based on what the abuser wants? No one seems to think about the person who has been traumatized and what healing that person needs. No one talks about the help the victim needs to escape, the support that will get them out, and the comfort they require to feel whole. Meanwhile, abusers get plenty of support. It's so upsetting, and it hurts just as much as the abuse itself. This is the painful reality you likely face. It is true that the focus is too often on understanding and rehabilitating your parents or family members, while the needs of the person who was harmed, you, are totally overlooked. It is important that as a society, we shift this conversation to center on the survivor's healing, support, and well-being, because we also deserve the attention, care, and resources required to heal and move forward. This is what this book is designed for, to give you the attention, comfort, support, and resources you need. The accountability lists help you shift the power of the outside world and its need to protect what I call the sanctity of the fantasy family, and to move that power back to you. I wrote about this cultural fantasy in depth in Adult Survivors of Emotionally Abusive Parents. Essentially, there is a societal bias that wants to preserve and protect the sacred family unit above all else. Often doing this comes at a great emotional cost for survivors, and the personal suffering that results is profound. But as a result, the pressure from the world to get over it and move on in ways that keep the family together can feel like a vice on your head. It can be shocking when you fully grasp how horribly you were treated. It is therefore crucial to recognize that you should be proud of the decisions you have made or are in the process of making when it comes to setting protective walls with parents or family members who have deeply damaged your mental health and well-being. No matter what challenges you face going forward with your family, or the judgment that will come from ill-informed others, it is important to honor yourself for these decisions. The healing journey you are on is what puts you in charge of your own life. To reach this place, you must first allow yourself to grieve. Grieving will allow you to move forward. Through the grief process, you can reclaim your sense of self and begin to truly honor your needs. Unpack grief boxes labeled "Handle with Care." The realization that your abusive parents or family members never prioritized your emotional safety, your value, or your feelings of peace in your relationship with them is heartbreaking. But it is the truth. Their lack of care has struck the core of your being, leaving behind a wound that demands acknowledgement and healing. It is a truth you will grieve with deep sorrow for the love, validation, and belonging that should have formed the foundation for your life. But those qualities were never there. This grief is not just about the abuses that happened. It is also about the love that was absent. These grieving emotions run deep, often lingering as shadows in your basement. You experience them as self-doubt and questions about your worth. You may find yourself wondering, was it really that bad? And am I overreacting? These questions are a normal part of the process, but they also reflect how deep your wounds cut. Your abusive family members taught you to minimize the validity and reality of your own pain, second-guess your own experiences, and carry their mistreatment of you in silence. It is time to challenge those doubts. By facing your truth, you reclaim your narrative. I invite you to visualize the boxes in your basement with yellow crime scene tape wrapped around them that are labeled "Handle with Care." These are grief boxes filled with all the delicate yet powerful emotions you have carried for decades. Look inside. They may contain sadness, anger, longing, fleeting hope that relationships might be repaired, or remorse that things could have been different. These emotions demand to be seen, felt, and processed. Unpacking these boxes is not a quick task. It is a tender act of self-compassion and self-respect. By unpacking these grief boxes, you are not just acknowledging your grief. You are actively creating a future where your truth is honored, your emotions are validated, and your sense of self-worth is reclaimed. With each box you open and every feeling or memory you process, you lighten the load you've been carrying for far too long. This is how you transform your basement from a storage space for sorrow into a foundation of strength. Let's dive in. Housework exercise: facing your painful truths. Allow yourself to write through the pain, anger, and sadness contained in each box. Every word written is a step forward in your healing. Turn to a fresh page in your journal. See a group of boxes on a top shelf in your basement that are labeled "Handle with Care." Please take down the boxes. You will now see that the crime scene tape is labeled two ways: blame and shame, and deep insecurity. Go ahead and open them. Blame and shame boxes. Take a moment to consider who you believe is at fault for the destruction of the relationships within your family. If you believe that the loss of family is your fault, what hard evidence do you have that leads you to this conclusion? Write it down. I'm almost certain you have no evidence that this is true. Unpack and examine the contents inside this blame and shame box. What do you find? Start by labeling each emotion as it comes up. Then see what happens and write about it. Are you now willing to see family dynamics from a different view, one that is more aligned with the truth of your abuse? Maybe in reality you have been scapegoated and blamed for problems you had no hand in creating. What would that new view look like? Write it down. Deep insecurity boxes. Warning. When you reach into the boxes of deep insecurity, please be gentle, as the contents are delicate. Deep insecurity hurts. Go through the boxes, documenting the deep insecurities they contain. Start by considering what you say to yourself that makes you crumble in defeat. Maybe you say things like, "You are so stupid," "You're not worth all this trouble," "You're a loser," or even "I hate you." Make this list. Now, pick up each phrase of negative self-talk as if it were an object you took out of the box. Describe it in detail in your journal. What does it look like? Who first said this to you? How does it make you feel? Devote a page to each phrase. Compare the list of phrases to the list of core wounds that you created in Chapter 4. How are they similar? Maybe you found more core wounds in these boxes of deep insecurity. Add them to your list. Grief is challenging because it isn't selective. Grief brings up all your pain. Grief's purpose is to move your pain through your nervous system so you can begin to let it go. Grieving is serious business. This is why you must dig deeply into your boxes of pain and recognize, witness, identify, acknowledge, and cleanse the wounds that need your time, love, and attention. Let's rebuild. As you unpack your boxes of grief, remember that each layer of pain, fear, or sadness you uncover is not a sign of weakness, but a marker of your bravery. Your pain is something to handle with care. These appropriately labeled boxes may have dust all over them. They may have been sealed for years. They may be tightly packed with memories and emotions that were once too heavy to carry. But now, by consciously and carefully unpacking them, you are giving yourself room to heal and rebuild. Unpacking grief boxes is about understanding, releasing, and making space for new and improved renovations still to come. Each box you unpack doesn't just contain the sorrow of your most delicate emotions. It also holds the strength you have developed and the love you deserve to experience. The unpacking process allows you to recover and remember who you really are. You are powerful enough to continue moving forward box by box. Now that we have the top shelf of your grief boxes unpacked, let's go a little deeper and unpack the grief boxes on the shelves below. They are labeled private, heartbreak enclosed. For the next chapter, you will need to schedule a time and find a place where you can be alone and undisturbed. Once you have done that, listen on. Chapter 10. Do Not Disturb, Grief in Progress. Before proceeding with your boxes of deep heartbreak, please take a moment to walk to the entrance of your basement. Hang a sign on the outside of the basement door that reads, "Do Not Disturb, Grief in Progress." This part of your grief process must be protected from interruption. When the people who should have loved you the most hurt you the worst, this is demoralizing. Some parts of the grief process can leave you feeling directionless. It's as if you are not making progress and instead are just going in circles. It is easy to feel stuck in the clutter, unable to make sense of your mistreatment and the emotional scars you grapple with. You may fear that by opening and examining the tenderness of these heartbreak wounds, you will never get out of the basement. Allow me to assure you that staying stuck is not a choice you are making. Staying stuck is not aligned with the directions you are following in this book. By choosing to unpack these boxes of heartbreak, you are actively working through your deeper layers of grief. Grieving is a form of emotional alchemy, like turning lead to gold. Grief burns away the old, making space for something new to take its place. Healing, like renovating, is both exhausting and exciting. It is like building a house while you are living in it at the same time. Grief involves conscious personal growth, tremendous emotional energy, and a restructuring of your mental and emotional framework. On one hand, you are building a new, stronger, more beautiful house for yourself. On the other hand, the work of tearing down walls and other forms of demolition take time, patience, and emotional labor. Let's talk about both sides of the process, the exhaustion and the excitement. The exhaustion of grieving. I refer to grieving as emotional hard labor. As you go through your boxes, it becomes clear that you have deeply ingrained habits and beliefs to unlearn. Unlearning ingrained habits and beliefs can be mentally exhausting because it requires constant effort towards self-reflection, self-awareness, perspective-taking, and behavioral change. The exhaustion of grieving can manifest physical symptoms such as low energy, body aches, loss or gain in appetite, changes in sleep patterns, among other bodily responses. This is due to the close connection between your mind and body. The truth about healing is that it is an ongoing process. It is not something that ends. It waxes and wanes in importance depending on what is or is not triggered or emotionally activated in your daily life. These ups and downs of rebuilding your life require work and patience, and it can feel draining. That is normal. It is part of the healing process. The excitement of grieving. The most exciting thing about grieving your deepest heartbreaks is the growth and self-knowledge it brings. As you heal, you uncover and develop new perspectives about who you are and your significance in this life. This process of self-discovery can feel empowering as it creates fresh excitement for your future. It also brings relief from emotional pain and suffering, allowing you to feel things like peace, calm, joy, and clarity. All these emotions bring a sense of possibility and inspiration to mind. After a season of darkness, the light does return. In a cave-like basement, light does shine under the door. This feeling of possibility can be powerful enough to motivate your explorations of opportunities you would not have dreamed of before. This leads to a renewed sense of purpose and excitement about your life. Realizations about loss and yearning. Before we continue unpacking the rest of your grief boxes, let's acknowledge something. The grief you feel has always been there, in the deep loss and yearning you sense. Loss for the family that was not emotionally available for any type of deep, unconditional love or attachment. Yearning for the parents or family you needed. These feelings are always present. Your accountability lists have shed light on the mistreatment you endured. They are helping you make sense of your grief and how it has become self-protective and sometimes destructive behaviors in your adult relationships. Here are some realizations that have likely emerged from your accountability lists. You have spent years, even decades, grieving the absence of unconditional love, deeply aware of the love and acceptance you were not receiving. You mourned the support and concern that was rightfully yours but was withheld. You grieved the happy, nurturing family life you longed for because you knew it was out of reach. You were forced to suppress these losses because doing so was the only choice you were given to survive them. Openly grieving in the presence of your parents or family was never an option, so you carried the weight of your pain all alone. Therefore, your grief was never validated. When abuse is neglectful, the relationship between yourself and your toxic parents or family members is filled with the recognition of the stark absence of something. The something that was missing in those necessary relationships was available love. Love that could be seen, felt, experienced, and cherished. You yearned for it. So let's look at how the process of grieving can lead you to love. The metamorphosis of grieving. Perhaps the most healing aspect of grief is that it is a profound metamorphosis. The process of grief transforms you in ways you cannot anticipate. Like a caterpillar in a cocoon, you are in your basement. You enter a season of intense darkness and isolation. In this basement, your old identity, routines, and perceptions begin to vanish, which can feel overwhelming and chaotic. You may experience feelings and thoughts that feel unrecognizable, as though your sense of self is disintegrating regardless of your efforts to hang on to what is familiar. I want you to look at your grief as an essential part of your reconstruction. This period of mourning forces you to let go of who you were and the life you once knew, clearing space to create a much-needed and upgraded new normal. Grief does not mean erasing your past. It means allowing yourself to evolve. When you emerge from grief, like a butterfly, you are changed. Your values, relationships, and outlooks shift in ways that reflect the lessons you have gained from your most painful losses. Though the process is painful and messy, it has the power to expand your capacity for empathy, resilience, and appreciation. It reveals a strength within you that you may not have known was possible. Grief's purpose isn't to annihilate you. It is designed to revive you. Unpack boxes labeled caution, unresolved pain. Grieving the abuses of toxic parents or family is a unique and complex process. This type of grief is not just about mourning a loss. Processing your grief involves mourning the idealized family you wish you had, as well as feeling hopeless when you realize that repair is likely impossible. However, with acceptance acting as a pillar of strength, you slowly move forward toward a healthier life, beyond your family dynamics. To get to that healthier life, I want to show you a group of boxes labeled caution, unresolved pain. Housework exercise. Opening Pandora's box to find hope. It is time to start unpacking boxes that contain the criticisms, the deafening silences, the fears, all the loneliness, the poisonous guilt, and the deep sense of betrayal. While this can feel like releasing the evils of your experience into the world, like Pandora did in the Greek myth, I assure you that hope will also remain with you. Start by opening your journal and picking up your pen. Boxes of criticism. Go over to the boxes with crime scene tape labeled criticism. Take a deep breath before opening this box. It's likely going to be triggering. Examine all the unnecessary criticisms cast your way that echo inside your psyche as your inner critic. What emerges from the box? Make a list of the most common criticisms you received growing up, such as you're lazy, stupid, difficult, and so on. Try to write it all down, even with a shaky hand. Next, document how each criticism has impacted your self-esteem. How do you feel about yourself as a result? Boxes of silence. Move to the boxes with crime scene tape labeled silence. Notice these boxes have extra tape on them to seal them so tight you can barely open them. These are the boxes that contain the family secrets you were forced to keep hidden deep inside you. Get sharp scissors, a chainsaw, or even an axe, whatever it takes to open these boxes and look inside. Please make a list of the family secrets you were forced to keep for your parents or other family members. For example, keeping adulterous affairs secret, money secrets, sexual abuse secrets, physical abuse secrets, and so on. What thoughts, feelings, and experiences of daily grief were you forced to shove into these boxes because your parents or family members didn't want to deal with them? What secrets do you need to release for your own health? Are there any further memories you need to add to your accountability lists? If so, please add them now. Boxes of fear. Please let your hands shake. Let your heart rate increase. Let yourself sweat out your fears. Just feel the anxieties and even terrors of looking at how you were made to feel afraid. You need to see for yourself the things you were told were unsafe, so you can know their true nature. Open the boxes with crime scene tape labeled fearful things or unsafe. Name your fears. I'm scared of achievement because it made my brother furiously jealous. I'm terrified of my anger because whenever I yelled, my mother would slap my face. Dressing nicely is unsafe because my uncle used to say I looked nice before he touched me inappropriately. Speaking my truth is scary because my father would turn away and stonewall me until I gave in and agreed with him. Express what it feels like not to find feelings of comfort or safety in your family. What emotions arise? Perhaps betrayal, anger, sadness, or even resolve. How have these fears impacted your adult relationships, your ability to feel safe with others, or even feelings of safety when you are by yourself? Boxes of being exiled. Warning: this box is heavy. The memories in this box are excruciating. It does not feel good to feel unwanted or excluded from family because deep down you crave their love and want a sense of belonging with them. This box contains all the times you felt cast out, left out, unloved, unwanted, or abandoned by your toxic parents or family members. If you are the family outcast, what does that mean for you? Maybe you feel like they stranded you on a desert island, or like a princess locked away in the highest tower of the royal castle, or like a ghost of yourself because no one will talk to you unless you pretend to be what they want you to be. Who exiled you? How did that affect your other relationships in the family? How were you made to feel like you were on the outside looking in with no invitation to be included? Write about what it has been like to observe your family from the fringes. Boxes of poisoned messages. Be careful with this box as there is a black skull on it. The crime scene tape reads poisonous. Please take a moment to put a hazmat suit on as airborne toxins may leak out when you cut through the tape. This box is full of the guilt and shame that you were dosed with to erode your spirit. As you open this box, consider the poisonous messages or beliefs about yourself that it contains. What have you internalized? Write them down. How do these messages or beliefs make you feel? Identify an emotion beside each item on your list. Might these messages be paralyzing your ability to love yourself and trust others? Reflect on how this is happening in your journal. Boxes of betrayal. Betrayal trauma destroys trust. When there is no trust, you cannot safely love. As you unpack this box, write about the broken promises. Perhaps you weren't protected, you were lied to, or you were lied about, or more. How does this box of betrayal hidden deep in your basement still impact your trust in people today? How does it impact your ability to feel safe and share your vulnerability with others? Can you give yourself some grace by understanding that it is nearly impossible to maintain your sanity, let alone a realistic viewpoint of who you are when your family pressures you to suppress every horrible feeling, all to keep your parents or family members happy? Try writing about this grace in the face of such betrayal. Take a moment to breathe and digest all you have documented in your journal. You have unpacked the deepest boxes of grief in your basement, which is no small task. You have gone through, seen, and released the wreckage of what was so thoughtlessly and recklessly done to you. I am so proud of you, and you deserve to feel deeply proud of yourself. Now there is a light at the end of this part of the tunnel. You have done a great job looking, examining, accepting, and releasing the pain of your deepest wounding. Your pain is known and now nicely organized on your shelves. So when a monster gets triggered on your path, soothing it will be far easier to do. Let's rebuild. You have made so much progress renovating your basement into a space of learning and recovery. Your core wounds are seen and known. You are aware of your basement monsters and accept they will be with you as major players throughout the rest of your life. You have made your basement safe and comfortable. With the clutter cleared, trash taken out, and boxes of shelves nicely organized, there's nothing to trip on. You won't have piles of boxes to climb over when you need to tend to your core wounds going forward. You have done enough basement work for now. You have completed your past trauma inventory. Please take a moment to exhale deeply. Turn off the small lamp by your couch for the time being, and fold your soft blanket. Grab your journal, as it will be needed on the floors above. Now I want you to walk, wonderfully unobstructed, to the stairs. It is time to climb to the ground floor for the next part of your house renovation. Congratulations! Part 2. The Ground Floor. Chapter 11. Embracing Your Inner Nature. Welcome to the ground floor. Isn't it a relief to be out of the dark? This floor represents a place where you can live fully and more freely throughout your life. The ground floor has windows because on this floor it is essential to be aware of the world outside you. The ground floor is full of life and liveliness, decorated in ways that reflect the unique essence of who you are. With the heavy lifting of your basement work accomplished, you are equipped to navigate daily life with knowledge of your core wounds and what happens when they become activated or triggered. On the ground floor, you are more prepared to recognize when your core wounds are calling for attention. Here, the monsters who protect your core wounds and overwhelmed you in the basement have a different function. When you are on the ground floor of your house, these monsters become gut instincts that let you know something is off in the outside world, or even within yourself. They act as an alarm system. Here's how this works in our metaphor. In the basement, monsters are primal, reactive, and mostly out of control. We feel ashamed of them and have a hard time regulating them. When the alarm system goes off on the ground floor, monsters are alerting us that there is a need to set a boundary, whether on others or ourselves. We can be horribly mean to ourselves. When we listen to the monsters, we set better boundaries. The outside world of relationships triggers this alarm, making us aware of a boundary violation. Alerted this way, on the middle floor, we become aware of what monster is awake so we can better manage it. We must be our own good therapist, nurturing these monsters, hearing them and listening to what they need, which includes proper boundaries with the outside world. On the visionary top floor, we see how we share monsters in common with all humanity. When they call to us from down below in the basement, they are needing our time, love, and attention. They are always needy. Monsters are our main areas of growth in this lifetime. They show us the cracks where we still need healing. So here you are on the ground floor. What used to be overwhelming monsters are now experienced as gut instincts. Your gut instincts are the wires in your house alarm system. Triggers mostly come from something or someone in your everyday life that send you spiraling. When this happens, it is time to draw the shades on the outside world of relationships and head down to the basement where you can look inward. Your monsters are not a problem. They are protecting your activated inner child or triggered outer child. Their tantrums are not signs of regression. They are opportunities for your continued evolution. Your task on the ground floor is to foster and manage a feeling state of being grounded. To feel grounded is to feel solid on your emotional and mental feet. When you feel off balance, you will need to figure out who or what has triggered a monster in your basement, set off the alarms, and upset your sense of balance. The moment you feel unsettled, when the monster wakes up, can help you recognize a boundary that needs to be set in a relationship. Boundaries are how we will start to clean out the patterns of generational abuse from your life. Breaking generational patterns. When you are inside the house, you are engaged in inner work. When you step outside the front door, your relationship life intersects with your inner life. This impacts how grounded you feel. On the ground floor, you identify when and why you are feeling triggered and by whom. Here, at the threshold between your inner world and the world outside of your front door, you can start the work of breaking generational patterns of abuse. They are so ingrained that you don't realize how they affect your daily life and force your hand when it comes to making decisions. This makes it essential to be brave on the ground floor and patient with the unpredictable twists and turns that life and love are guaranteed to bring. Your self-punishing behaviors, whether the result of trauma, generational patterns, or harmful coping, had you hiding in the basement. Now, a commitment to leaving them behind will help you function more effectively on the ground floor. This is where you must be brave enough to make unpopular choices at times, choices that go against societal expectations about family and what society means by emotionally healthy when it comes to relationships with dysfunctional parents or family. You likely lived emotionally unhealthy for decades, sacrificing your authenticity and larger purpose to please unpleasable people. You may still live the roles assigned to you if doing so was the only way you could protect yourself. From all you learned in the basement, you now understand that you have the right to resist mistreatment. You understand that no is a complete sentence, and that your needs for psychological safety are your responsibility to enforce. The unhealthiest thing you can do is fail to push back. You must reinforce the weight-bearing walls of your own emotional structure and ban the destruction of the beautifully significant objects in your own home. It is sickening that you should be expected to silently endure the mistreatment of your parents or family, to accept it and pay the emotional price for years, decades, sometimes a lifetime, in the form of fear and anxiety, an overactive nervous system, and the sad realization that you have never truly lived a fulfilling or happy life. But here you are. Your house might be run down, but it's not derelict or abandoned. You live here. It's time to explore ways you can spruce things up. The work you have done and will continue to do in the basement is important. The life events and relationships that trigger the monsters are necessary. You are learning to ensure that your pain eventually leads to increased personal growth. It is not true that another shoe is waiting to drop. It is true that personal growth and self-fulfillment require pain, sorrow, necessary losses, and turmoil. By embracing this struggle, you accept one of life's greatest responsibilities. Setting boundaries is one effective way to take responsibility for your well-being. I think it's likely the most effective of all. Boundaries keep you grounded. Boundaries on your ground floor keep the good in and get the bad out. By setting boundaries, you are actively rejecting ingrained patterns of mistreatment. You are learning that you will no longer accept harm or a lack of meaningful effort as normal parts of a relationship. Boundaries protect your sense of self and resist the manipulations of your parents or family who try and keep you stuck in old patterns. Boundaries protect your property and your sanity. Boundaries keep those basement triggers from overwhelming your nervous system until you give up, give in, and sink into a hole. With boundaries, your journey becomes about mastering interactions with the outside world just beyond your front door. This crossroad is where you will learn to navigate life with healthy boundaries in place. The healthier your boundaries are, the more grounded you feel. Knowing when boundaries need to be set. A lot of people ask me, how do you know when you need to set boundaries? I always answer, you know by how you feel inside. You will know when to set boundaries because your alarm system will tell you. Your basement monsters know what it feels like to be mistreated, ignored, taken advantage of, bullied, betrayed, and pushed past your limits. Therefore, your inner child is highly sensitive to any situation that might make you feel that way again. When monsters get triggered by the world outside, they send signals to you. The messages might come from deep within, sometimes arising as a sudden and intense wave of nervousness or discomfort, or a strong urge to protect yourself might arise and you will feel consumed by inner heat. Or your heart could sprout gazelle legs to run in retreat. While these feelings can be intense, if used correctly, they are valuable instincts that nudge you to recognize and confront situations that threaten your peace. For instance, if one of your family members disrespects or ignores your needs, a monster will react by bringing up a feeling of anger, hurt, or unease. Rather than ignoring this reaction, you can see it as a sign that something is not right, that a boundary is being crossed. Picture it like this. When a boundary is crossed in the outside world, a monster wakes up and pulls the alarm. This is your inner warning signal. The alarm tells you something does not feel right, and it is your job to figure out what is happening. Is this a false alarm based on a misunderstanding, or is it a real boundary violation that needs to be addressed? Or is it an existing boundary being tested so that you realize it needs to be reinforced? This process helps settle your monster and restore a sense of calm and safety within. When you pay attention to these reactions, you can detect when someone's behavior feels off. This allows you to make emotionally healthy choices about where you need boundaries. When a basement monster starts tantruming, instead of reacting impulsively, try tuning into your ground floor alarm system. Ask the monster what it is protecting and what needs to be done to turn the alarm off. This reflective pause allows you to take the warning seriously without being overwhelmed by it. You can use these feelings as cues to assess your needs, reinforce old boundaries, set new boundaries, and ensure your inner world stays safe and grounded. Housework exercise: setting a healthy alarm system. Before moving forward, take a moment to embrace the power of all the self-reflection you have been engaging in so far in this book. The internal reactions of your basement monsters help keep your house safe by acting as the house alarm system on your ground floor. None of this is random. These are signals. When you pause to reflect, rather than react, you have the chance to understand what is really going on beneath the surface. This awareness helps you make intentional choices, set boundaries, and protect your emotional well-being. The following exercises can help you tune in, ask deeper questions, and respond to yourself and others with increased clarity and compassion. Get out your journal, get ready, and write. Boundary testing. Your toxic parents or family members love to test boundaries. They like to test how far they can push you. Write down a specific situation where you felt taken advantage of by your toxic parents or family members. How did that situation make you feel? What did you do about it? Did you try to set boundaries, or did you let it go to avoid further conflict? If you let it go, what did you do with the feelings of resentment you did not feel you could confront your family members with? How has keeping your resentments inside impacted you? Naming and defining feelings. When your boundaries are constantly being disrespected, you will feel it deeply. Write down what you feel when this happens. For example, you may feel overlooked, enraged, disrespected, or more. Do you store your feelings in the basement? Do you try to set boundaries, but your family raises such a stink that you end up resenting and blaming your boundary? Or a little bit of both? Explain why and how this happens. Take note of your nervous system. Look at the emotions you just listed again. Now, take a moment to connect with your body. Where do you feel it when others test your boundaries in your physical body? Some examples: nervous stomach, body heat, exhaustion, pounding heart, or headache. Consider whether certain emotions show up in specific parts of your body. Try linking each emotion with a body part. How might these sensations signal to you that a boundary needs to be set with one of your family members? Can you use this body awareness as an early warning system? Reactions to boundary violations. Write down how you typically respond when you feel mistreated. Do you speak up, stay silent, yell, shut down, or react in another way? How have these reactions worked or not worked when it comes to protecting your emotional well-being? The need for boundaries. How often have you wished you had set boundaries but did not follow through? Write about a time when this happened. How did you feel afterward? Did you feel that you let yourself down? Did you feel that you let someone get away with treating you poorly? Now, write down a situation where you did successfully set a boundary. Was this boundary set verbally or silently? How did setting that boundary make you feel? What changed in that relationship or situation afterward? What changed within you as you successfully set that boundary? Fears of setting boundaries. What fears come up when you think about setting boundaries? Are you afraid of retaliation, conflict, or rejection? Are you afraid of being perceived as difficult? Write down any specific fears you have. How have past experiences shaped your current fears? Do you spiral into imagined outcomes that make you worry your boundaries will not be well received? Are you worried others will respond with anger, rage, belittlement, or silent treatment? How likely do you think these outcomes are? Let's ground. Rest assured, it is normal for your basement monsters to react strongly when you think of setting boundaries. It is normal to feel deep fears of loss and igniting increased conflict at the thought of standing your solid ground. This fear is reasonable, especially when you have been raised by toxic parents and other family members who view boundaries as signs of disrespect. To avoid conflict, you likely replaced boundary setting with people-pleasing. It was the only way to gain any semblance of peace, though it never truly satisfied your parents or family members. Even worse, it disconnected you from your true self. Instead, people-pleasing only softened the blow of their neglect and bullying in the moments that your mistreatment occurred. Give yourself some grace. People-pleasing is a form of survival. You learned it as a strategy of sacrificing your emotional needs to try and appease your family. Over time, this habit of self-sacrifice helps create the very lack of peace you feel deep inside. Instead of learning healthy boundaries, you internalize that your worth came from acquiescing to others. It's a belief that likely continues to cause turmoil in your adult relationships today. The goal is to replace people-pleasing with boundary setting. To do this, you must leave the safety and comfort of being inside your home, where you have been processing and better understanding the need for boundaries. To move from thinking to doing, you must open your front door and step out onto your porch. You are ready. Chapter 12. Boundaries under construction. In our house metaphor, relationships in the outside world are represented by the porch, high-contact alliances, the yard, low-contact connections, the fence, cordial contact associations, and the barricades, no-contact estrangements. This framework will help you visualize how boundaries work. These next 2 chapters offer a boot camp in setting boundaries, during which you will establish where the people in your life belong and construct the right perimeters to protect your property. Like all construction projects, this will happen in phases. The first phase in this chapter covers emotional locations within your property lines, the porch and the yard. Think of the first phase as the demo phase, where you tear down old, ineffective behaviors that keep you from maintaining healthy boundaries. This is where you recognize the relationship patterns between yourself and your toxic parents or family members that no longer work. The demo phase is where you practice setting the necessary boundaries and analyzing if the boundaries you set are proving effective. The second phase in the next chapter covers the emotional locations of the fence on your property lines and the barricades outside your property altogether. This is the rebuilding phase. If you must remove toxic family members from your property to keep yourself safe, you will be installing stronger, clearer boundaries to make your property lines impenetrable. Each phase of boundary setting boot camp is essential. The first clears out what no longer serves you. The second establishes sturdy, long-lasting, strong boundaries. Boundaries can often feel confusing and difficult to set. Instead of seeing them as barriers to love, I want you to view them as locations where people earn their place in your life based on how they treat you. Rather than a lens of conflict, use a lens of self-care. You can set boundaries in ways that help organize and strengthen your internal world. As a child, you lacked this organized psychological safety because you were not allowed to set personal boundaries. Your relationships and your psychological health are interconnected. The purpose of boundaries. Many people mistakenly think of boundaries as kicking people out of their lives, but that couldn't be further from the truth. When you set boundaries, the goal is to be seen and understood at the level of your emotional pain and to have your boundaries respected. The intention behind setting boundaries is to give your parents or family members the opportunity to remain in your life. To stay in your life, they must choose not to cross the boundaries you set. When boundaries are respected, you feel heard and valued. This leads to an increase in trust and emotional closeness. Setting boundaries is about wanting more love and respect, not less. You are looking for a love that feels safe, reliable, and authentic. When relationships are built around healthy boundaries, they are based in honesty, transparency, and common ground. In turn, you feel more grounded both internally through the relationship you have with yourself and externally with the people in your life. It is deeply destabilizing when parents or family members respond to your boundaries by being offended and demonstrating a stubborn refusal to respect them. It reveals how little they truly value your emotional well-being. For them to acknowledge their harmful actions, it would require levels of self-awareness, accountability, and vulnerability they lack. Admitting fault would mean facing parts of themselves they have avoided looking at. Instead of taking an honest look at themselves, they replace self-examination with the development of a rigid self-image that frames them as the good and the righteous person in the relationship. If they were to acknowledge their harmful behavior, it would destroy their false self-image. By refusing to validate your experience, they protect this faultless version of themselves, using denial as a shield against personal accountability. Yet, without proper accountability, there can be no repair. Validation and accountability deeply challenge your toxic parents and family because they see any admission of wrongdoing as a loss of power. They commonly view family relationships as hierarchies, where their position at the top demands your loyalty and complicity. Admitting wrong would not only reveal that they make mistakes, but also empower you in ways that feel threatening to their position. So, they brush off their behavior as normal, minimizing your pain, showing you no empathy or compassion. This is why you set boundaries. Boundaries as emotional locations. I want you to be as certain as possible why, when, and how you set boundaries. The house metaphor offers a less frightening or threatening way to view boundaries that will help you better communicate them. Boundaries are about emotional location. When you set a boundary, you are not decreasing the love you have for your parents or family members. You are simply moving them to a more distant location in your life. The more disrespectfully your parents and family members respond to your boundaries, the further away from you they become, not by your own doing, but because they refuse to take the opportunity for a close relationship with you. Your boundaries offer them ways to stay in your life. On the ground floor, you are becoming clear about the levels or amount of contact, even when that means no contact, that you can healthfully share with your parents and other family members. Let's get started. The porch. Empathy. High contact. The porch is the closest location to your heart, soul, personality, and the sanctity of your inner world. The porch embodies the energy of pure empathy. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person by putting yourself in their shoes, recognizing their emotions, and responding to them with care and concern. Empathy is the emotion responsible for unconditional love. On the porch, you believe the very best about life and relationships you share with your parents or family members. You trust them wholeheartedly. On the porch, you understand family as fundamental to your stability. Family should serve as your steady base, your solid rock, your safety shield, and your well of love and identity. When you first entered the world, those closest to you, the people who brought you into this world and your other family members, initially resided on your porch. This was not by your personal choice, but by circumstance. You were born or adopted or raised by these people and were completely dependent upon them. When the parents or other family members on your porch are toxic, you desperately want to keep them in this location because they are all you know. They came included as co-signers on the title of your house. Initially, you learned that family is everything. You wouldn't have survived without them. What we learn over time with toxic parents or family members is that we are not allowed to take over as the sole owners of the title for our property as we mature and grow. As you well know, the rules for your property are set. Your parents or family members hold the rigid belief that they gave you this property and believe you owe them unlimited access and control. Because they view you as a property they own, they believe they can treat you however they choose. They hold the naive belief that if they own you, they cannot lose you. In the beginning, this is true. They are family, and you have no choice because you cannot provide life's necessities for yourself yet. It is confusing and painful when your most treasured love relationships start destroying the peace and safety of your porch. You see the mess their disrespect leaves behind, and you do not understand how they could treat you this way. Internal resentments start accumulating. To cope, you ignore how these resentments make you feel by shoving them unexamined into your basement. Initially, you clean up the mess your parents or family members leave on your porch for them, sacrificing your happiness for theirs. When taking responsibility for cleaning up their mess does not create any meaningful change in their behavior, your ground floor alarm system sounds. To quiet the alarms going off, you try setting boundaries from a place of empathy. You tell your parents or other family members, "When you make a mess on my porch, by doing, fill in the blank, it really upsets me." When your parents or family members are toxic, they will blatantly ignore your boundary and continue making a mess of your porch. You are left in shock and disbelief at their lack of concern and their audacity not to take the proper accountability for their actions. You try again by enforcing and restating the consequences of them not respecting your boundaries. You tell them that if they take the proper accountability and clean up the mess they made on your porch, they can stay as close to you as possible. When they refuse and act offended by your persistence and make no changes in their disrespectful ways, they leave you very little choice but to lose closeness to you. Their lack of accountability and their refusal to clean up after themselves drains you of the empathy necessary to keep them on your porch. This is the signal that you need to move your parents or family members from the porch to the yard. effectively distancing them from the closest access to your heart and the most intimate details of your life. Porch work, creating distance for self-preservation. Creating distance from your parents or family members is a powerful step toward reclaiming your peace and balance on the ground floor. When you take small steps back, you create space for healing, reflection, and growth. Choosing self-preservation is not selfish. It is an act of courage and self-love that creates room for you to function in healthier, more empowered, and grounded ways. Here is the formula to use when you create distance for self-preservation. You will move your toxic parents or family members from one emotional location to another in the following ways. Create distance gradually. Use neutral, non-combative language. Spend less time with them. Respond with minimal information. Rely on a neighborhood watch, trusted people who can act as buffers. Practice consistency with your boundaries. Housework exercise, porch safety. Before engaging in these exercises, check your porch, which reflects your front-facing self where impressions are made. This space is the closest anyone in the outside world will get to your internal world. If your porch is left unchecked, this is where your family members may knock, linger for too long, or try to enter your house without permission. For this reason, your porch needs to be sturdy, well lit, and clearly marked with who, what, and how people are allowed in this space. These housework exercises will help you assess how safe and solid your porch really is. You will examine the boundaries needed at the door and decide how you will respond when someone oversteps or leaves a mess. This work is about making sure you do not leave your emotional door wide open to family members who have lost their right to linger and connect on your porch, let alone come into your house. Think of your porch as a place of empathy, trust, and unconditional love. Did your family initially make you feel safe there? Write about when you first started noticing the mess being left by your parents and family. What emotions came up for you as you tried to clean up their mess and set appropriate logical boundaries, only to have those boundaries ignored? If you felt stuck between wanting to believe the best about your toxic parents or family members and the reality of their mistreatment, write about these conflicting feelings. List the specific behaviors that made you realize you had no other choice but to remove them from your porch and send them into the yard. Did you have any fears of backlash or retaliation? As you set the necessary boundaries and create more distance between yourself and your family members, how do you feel? Can you continue to have empathy for yourself on your own porch as you sympathize for your more distant family members, now in the yard? Having to move your toxic parents or family members from the porch to the yard is a painful decision. The deep and trusted closeness you craved to share with them was nothing more than a craving, one that could not be satisfied. This move in location from the porch to the yard is necessary to keep you grounded in your own sense of sanity. The yard, sympathy, low contact. When you run out of empathy on the porch, you move to the emotion of sympathy in the yard. Sympathy is the feeling of care and concern you feel for your parents or family members, often accompanied by a desire to include them, help them, or offer support. Unlike empathy, sympathy does not necessarily involve sharing the other person's emotions. It is in the yard that, from a place of sympathy, you see that your parents and other family members have issues. Those issues were too disruptive to porch life. To keep your porch clean and protected, you moved them further away to see if having relationships with more distance could be healthier. You love them the same as you did on your porch and still want to be closely connected. In the yard, you try to sympathize with their poor treatment of you by choosing to believe this: they must not know any better. In the yard, the time they spend with you is reduced, low contact. However, they are more than welcome to come to your get-togethers, cookouts, and other fun events you host in your yard. You make sure to make conversations and topics you share about yourself more superficial by keeping things light and lovely. You accept them as being emotionally immature, but maybe not abusive. Emotional immaturity is the tendency for a person to express emotions in an excessive or unrestrained way with little insight into the ways what is being expressed is offensive. There are many parents and other family members who are this way and nothing more. They can be difficult and annoying, but you understand they are missing the self-reflection chip. Often you can find the humor in their self-centeredness, which makes them more tolerable. You know exactly what to expect, and managing those expectations makes the relationship work. The messes they leave in the yard aren't big or destructive, so you are fine to clean them up yourself to keep things peaceful. They can stay in the yard. You accept their immaturity because you know they love you while still keeping your boundaries in place around your porch. However, if you come to realize that your toxic parents or family members' behaviors in the yard cannot be explained simply as emotional immaturity, things will need to change. If or when you see them intentionally trying to destroy your yard and the events you host by creating complete chaos with no regard for consequences, you must set another firm boundary. You must tell your parents or family members that when they destroy your yard by doing X, Y, or Z, it deeply hurts you. Abusive parents and other family members will respond by vehemently denying that they have ever done anything to destroy your yard. This leaves you once again feeling unseen and in complete disbelief that they are denying what is obvious. This denial makes it clear they will never fix anything they have destroyed in your yard. You will have to do that labor yourself because as your parents or family members quip, it's your yard and therefore not ours to clean up, even when it's their mess. Once again, you feel you must push your pain down to the basement when your alarm system goes off. Only then can you try to figure out next steps to stay in some type of relationship with them through yard work. Yard work, hoping distance brings peace. In the yard, when the relationships with your parents or family members do not improve with boundaries, it can feel even more devastating than porch work. This is because yard work often begins with a sense of renewed hope. In the yard, you hope that creating clear boundaries and more distance might lead to a healthier, more functional relationship. You envision a dynamic in which your parents or family members can respect those boundaries, being kind and thoughtful guests at the events and get-togethers you invite them to. You may hope that with less pressure and greater space, everyone would approach the relationship with more appreciation, kindness, and joy. You hope it is a fresh start where you all look forward to seeing each other and showing up as your best selves. When this hope is not actualized and the same patterns of toxicity and disrespect persist despite your efforts, the disappointment can feel utterly devastating. It is frustrating to see that even with all your intentional work to create healthier dynamics, the relationship remains unchanged. This moment can be painful, but it is an important realization in your healing process. Housework exercise, yard safety. Yard work begins with hope. Here, you believe that distance and clear boundaries might lead to a healthier, more respectful relationship. You may have imagined a future where your parents or other family members can meet you with kindness and show up as better versions of themselves, interacting more peacefully and lovingly. But when that hope is dashed, and the same hurtful patterns continue, despite how hard you've been trying, the disappointment cuts deep. These exercises will help you clean up your yard, grieve what hasn't changed, and realign your expectations and boundaries yet again. Having peace in your yard isn't dependent on the growth of your parents or other family members. How has reducing contact with them and keeping conversations light helped you protect your emotional well-being? How does this distance between you and them allow you to maintain a relationship while still enforcing your most important boundaries? Consider what you have learned in your yard about emotional immaturity. If your parents and family members are emotionally immature, how does understanding their lack of self-awareness or insight help you tolerate their presence in the yard? Write down a memory of a time when your parents or families created a toxic mess in your yard, effectively ruining events, celebrations, or interactions going on. How did their denial or refusal to take responsibility for their abusive and disruptive behaviors make you feel? What strategies did you use to clean up the emotional mess they left behind? Document the repeated destructive behavior on your porch and in your yard. Then consider the actions that made you realize having sympathy for them in your yard was no longer enough distance to keep your property safe. If they cannot respect your yard, how does it feel to consider moving them completely off your property? At this point, their blunt and cruel denials of wrongdoing make your sympathy run out. No amount of help, support, love, inclusion, or acceptance you have offered has made any difference in your relationship with them. When you run out of sympathy, you will set your parents or family members at an even greater distance from you. They need to be completely off your property lines. You move them from your yard out to your fence, where you hold compassion for them. Let's recalibrate. It can be a startlingly painful realization when your toxic parents or family members push you to a point where you have no sympathy left to give them. You had never seen yourself as a person who could run dry of loving emotions for the people you wanted to love most. Your parents or family members have, once again, driven their relationship with you to a new, devastating low, prompting a scary but honest thought. You feel better when they are not in your life. This is a difficult truth to face. You may still be unsure if it is the right path, which is why you will likely decide to offer one more opportunity for them to act kindly and respectfully on your terms. It is time to take a moment to breathe and recalibrate before moving into the next phase. Take a moment to look at all you have done in the first phase of boundary setting boot camp. Be proud that you are a person who gave so many chances to your parents or family members so they could stay in a close and connected relationship with you. You tried. They did not. Because they did not try, we will draw on your right as a property owner to keep them at bay. Chapter 13. Building Impenetrable Boundaries. Now that it has become clear you cannot maintain a healthy or peaceful dynamic with your toxic parents or family members anywhere on your property, it is time to move them to a new location. They belong just beyond your property lines at your fence. This represents an entirely different kind of relationship, one that is intentionally distant and can even be nearly non-existent. You learned the hard way, with much effort thrown at giving chances, that allowing your parents or family members any type of close access to you is no longer safe or viable. In this second building phase, you will remove toxic family members off your property to keep yourself safe and install stronger, clearer perimeter fencing to make your property lines impenetrable. The fence provides a buffer zone, allowing you the emotional distance you need to feel secure and grounded in your own environment. The fence. Compassion. Cordial contact. The fence is where you place your toxic parents or other family members when you realize that having them on your property, even in the yard, causes too much anguish. At the fence, the homeowners association can clean up their toxic mess, not you. When you put them outside the fence, you still have compassion for them, but nothing more. You are deeply aware that they are toxic, and although you may have a strong desire to help them stop being that way, you are aware that the best way for you to put an end to toxic behavior is to set proper boundaries. You can hope that they will one day see the opportunities your boundaries are offering to change their abusive patterns. To date, they have shown they will not make these changes. At the fence, you learn two opposing things can be true at once. You can love your parents and family and not like or respect them. It also becomes clear that it is much more important to genuinely like and respect someone than it is to love them. Your fence is a boundary that allows for limited, controlled interactions when you feel emotionally resilient enough to engage. Visiting the fence involves participating in polite conversations, what I call cordial contact. This maintains a superficial relationship without fully engaging in it. You no longer engage in regular conversations or intimate exchanges. Instead, your interactions are minimal, often limited to formalities or necessary logistics like handling shared family matters. When they try to push the boundaries, cordial contact is best managed through gray rocking, a strategy that makes you as uninteresting as possible. With gray rocking, you can keep your responses neutral, light, and bland. This reduces the likelihood of conflict and manipulation by mirroring their energy back at them without offering any emotional depth or vulnerability. The goal of gray rocking is not to harm or provoke, but to protect yourself. It encourages them to lose interest in their attempts to influence you. This distant stance may feel like an enormous change, because it is. You are restructuring the way you relate to your parents or family members to protect your peace while acknowledging that complete severance might not be your choice or even possible in certain circumstances. Sticking to your boundaries requires consistency. If you allow them to move closer to your house without a legitimate reason or change in their behavior, it undermines the clarity you have worked so hard to establish. Have a clear plan for how you will handle their boundary testing tactics. This might mean politely but firmly reiterating your limits or choosing not to engage them when their behavior is blatant or disrespectful. Remember that relocating your toxic parents or family members to the fence is a powerful move that speaks volumes about your commitment to self-preservation and emotional safety. It's not about shutting them out of your life entirely, unless that is a choice you are ultimately forced to make. It is about ensuring they no longer have unfettered access to your emotional and physical space. In doing so, you protect the peace you have created inside your sanctuary while still acknowledging that their presence exists, but only from a distance that no longer drains you. Ultimately, placing them behind your property lines is a testament to your growth, evolving boundaries, and desire to feel grounded. It recognizes that a nearly non-existent relationship can sometimes be the healthiest option when respect, trust, and empathy are not reciprocated. Warning: very few of your toxic family members will stay at the fence for long. The more manipulative and controlling they are, the more quickly they take notice of your gray rocking strategy. When they cannot control you, they will return to their disruptive patterns. Many toxic parents or family members start demanding access to your yard with a sense of entitlement. Some family members will be bold enough to jump your fence. These grotesque boundary violations and attempted or successful break-ins eventually exhaust your compassion. You will try one last time to tell your family members that when they jump the fence and become destructive to your property by doing X, Y, or Z, that it deeply impacts you. This is when you will be met by their vehement defense of their abuse. They tell you that you deserve everything they dish out and that you just quit when things get hard. This is when you realize you must let go. No more compassion. All you are left with is feelings of pity toward them. This is when your parents or family members move themselves into the barricades in your neighborhood. The lesson at the fence is there is no way to reason with parents or family members who respond to boundaries with increased mistreatment. Fence work, testing their ability to respect your boundaries. The fence represents the final effort to maintain any semblance of contact with your parents or family members while also protecting yourself. It is a place of controlled interaction where you have very few expectations, limited vulnerability, and a much greater distance to preserve what little relationship remains. The hope that distance and boundaries might foster a healthier, more respectful connection is replaced by the painful understanding that the relationship as it stands will never be safe or fulfilling. It is a sad but clarifying moment that often pushes you toward making deeper decisions about your healing, including moving them into the no-contact zone behind the barricades. Housework exercises. Fence safety. Fence work is your final attempt to stay in a cautious, distant connection, offering limited access while still protecting your emotional safety. The relationship is held a firm distance away with minimal expectations and guarded interactions. The fence exists to test whether your parents or family members can honor even the most basic boundaries with respect. These housework exercises will help you process with clarity, confront the pain of lost hope, and support you in accepting the reality of what you cannot change. When you moved your toxic parents or family members to the fence, how did it feel to have them completely off your property? In the times you did engage with your parents or family members at the fence, how did the interactions feel? What strategies did you use to keep things at a surface level? How did you avoid getting sucked back into their patterns of drama? Have you experienced them breaking your fence boundaries by jumping the fence and demanding more access to you? How did these violations impact you? What steps did you take to reinforce your boundaries? What was the breaking point moment you realized that no matter how much compassion you offered your toxic parents or family members, they would unfortunately need to be locked out of your life? How did it feel when you saw them respond to this boundary with even more abuse? When toxic parents or families show they can't and won't honor your perimeter, it becomes heartbreakingly clear that even controlled contact is not safe. This realization can feel like your last hope has been stripped away. But in a strange way, it is deeply clarifying. When fence boundaries are violated, any remaining hope for a meaningful connection is lost. When even minimal boundaries are ignored, whether through disrespect, manipulation, or further attempts to control, you are left with the undeniable realization that your parents or family members are unwilling to honor even the most basic forms of human decency. It is a strange emotional space to occupy when you recognize that moving your parents or family members behind your fence did nothing to awaken them to anything about themselves or the way they treat you. When you witness their mistreatment only getting worse at the fence, it is time to prepare for no contact. Barricades, pity, no contact. Outside your house, you may find your entitled, revenge-consumed parents or family members setting up camp in your neighborhood to start a smear campaign. They will tell everyone and anyone who will listen, "I have no idea why my own child or other family member suddenly will not speak to me. I wish I knew the reasons." Your family conveniently disregarded the many chances they were given on the porch, the many chances in the yard, and all the chances at your fence. Your decision was anything but sudden. This was an arduous and painstakingly well-thought-out decision that happened in phases of increased distance. No contact was a decision they themselves forced you to make. As hard and as painful as this is, let your family be dishonest about the suddenness of being removed from your life. See their false narrative for how truly pitiful it is. Smearing you is a desperate move toward increased cruelty and deception. You must not allow yourself to give too much energy to it because there's nothing you can do to stop them. When they move themselves to the barricades, your parents or other family members have drained you of compassion, reducing your feelings for them to pity. When you feel pity for your parents or family members, you feel sorrow for their feigned suffering. They are positioning themselves as the innocent victim to avoid being seen for who they really are. When you feel pity for them, you no longer have any desire to actively help them. There are no more boundaries to set. Now, your relationship is about practicing detachment and working toward feeling indifference. At the barricades, you recognize their toxicity for what it is, a cruel, calculated pattern of mistreatment they will not change. Preparing for no contact. In the context of our house metaphor, think of no contact as setting definitive boundaries that defend and protect your emotional property. When your parents or family leave no other option than no contact, you are not just pulling down the shades on your windows or closing the door. You are calling in the city to install impenetrable barricades that they cannot cross. Let's unpack some myths around what no contact is and is not. What no contact is not. No contact is not an act of cruelty or a sign of poor character. You are not kicking family out of your house or your life without reason. It is not about punishment or scolding. This boundary is not a reflection of weakness or an inability to forgive. Rather, it is the recognition that you deserve to feel safe and grounded inside your emotional home. You've tried everything, inviting them to stay on the porch, giving them access to the events held in your yard, offering chances for reconnection at the fence. But they consistently showed a brazen disregard for what you need. No contact is not about throwing them out of your life. It is about preserving the peace and stability inside your home so you can live with your feet on solid ground. What no contact is. No contact is the ultimate act of self-care and self-preservation. It is like installing a sign on your property that says, "Do not trespass." Or better, your barricades are neon orange, reflective, and send an unmistakable message. They are even set up by the police, not you. Their presence means you will no longer allow harmful behavior to cross the boundary into your life. By drawing a final line in the sand, you accept that the relationship with your parents or family members cannot improve. Unless they take accountability for the horrible and manipulative behaviors and change them, they will remain behind the barricades. Not because you don't care, but because they refuse to care. Remember this: no contact does not heal your past. It protects your future. You will need to hold on to this simple truth as you prepare for picket line work. Barricades work. Reinforced protection. Establishing no contact is not something to feel guilt or shame about. Establishing barricades is about recognizing that you are the owner of your home and have the right to protect your mental health. You are not having barricades installed out of malice. Rather, you are ensuring that your emotional sanctuary remains a safe place. By accepting that no contact is your only viable option, you are not closing the world off. You are protecting your property from those family members who continue to bring destruction and chaos into your relationship with them. This is a powerful declaration of your worth and a critical step in reclaiming your life from the toxic influence of your parents or family members, and any others who join in the emotional war waged against you from afar. Housework exercise. Preparing for barricade retaliation. Barricade work marks the point where you have decided that protecting yourself will require full closure. Sometimes establishing no contact is a clear, necessary boundary when all other options have been exhausted. It acknowledges that your emotional home deserves to be free from chaos, manipulation, and hurt. You are not shutting the world out. You are keeping danger out. These exercises will help you process the gravity of that decision, honor the grief that accompanies it, and stand firmly in the truth that removing yourself from mistreatment is an act of courage, not cruelty. How can you practice detachment to help you cope? What practices or boundaries have helped you maintain this detachment so far? Write down how shifting to the emotion of feeling pity for your toxic parents or family members has allowed you to let go of the emotional hold they once had over you. How can you maintain your peace amidst their ongoing abuse and retaliatory tactics? Did your parents or family members move themselves into your cul-de-sac? Maybe they began applying mob tactics to slander you. What emotions did you initially feel? How did it affect you to see them framing themselves as victims while you knew the truth of their abuses? Let's rebuild. As you move through the journey of renovating yourself in your life, remember that every step you take, whether from the porch of empathy, the yard of sympathy, to the fence of compassion, or ultimately to the barricades of pity, is a powerful act to reclaim your life. Each boundary you set reflects the deep love and respect you are choosing to give yourself by no longer cleaning up messes that are not yours or allowing others to disrupt the safe haven you are building. With the phases of boundary setting, you have distanced yourself from the toxicity, but you will never stop growing, healing, and expanding your own emotional resilience and insight. The beauty of boundary setting boot camp lies in recognizing that you do not have to love your parents or family less when you create distance. You simply love yourself more. You honor your worth by protecting your heart, your personal space, and your mind. Rebuilding yourself is about reinforcing your basic property lines, keeping those who respect your boundaries close, and letting go of those who refuse. As you continue this journey, trust that every boundary acts as a reinforced beam, making your home more solidly able to hold you up when things are storming outside. You're going to need it. It is stormy up ahead. Chapter 14. Handling the Smear Campaign. When you have endured enough abuse and choose to stop engaging with your parents or family members, keeping them at the barricades, their despotic need for control will not take well to the boundaries or their new location. Most of them will stay in the neighborhood, close enough to abuse you post-estrangement. They gather in the cul-de-sac where everyone knows you and start their public smear campaign. You will see them marching out there with their signs, slandering your name. They will be yelling into megaphones, attempting to destroy your character with anyone who will listen. When you see this happening, your natural instinct will be to board up the windows on your house to shield yourself from their hate storm of retaliation. Just like preparing for a hurricane, this retaliation storm is equally terrifying. It is as though everyone you know has turned on you. You feel abandoned, and you fear that your truth will never be heard. Unfortunately, much of what you fear may in fact come to pass. It is deeply humiliating to witness how loud and persistent the lies of your parents or family members can be, and how easily their fake news is absorbed by others without fact-checking. Let us be clear on something. Family conflict does not start when the relationship ends. It started long before. When parents or other family members start smear campaigns, it is a reaction driven by needs for control, for self-aggrandization, and to avoid accountability. Ever since you set firm boundaries, their loss of control has been threatening their sense of authority. In response, they lash out by attacking your character to regain power over the situation. Instead of reflecting on their role in the breakdown of the relationship, they deflect by shifting blame onto you. Their smear campaign allows them to avoid culpability and project their image as the good, innocent parent or family member. The thought of others seeing them in a negative light is intolerable, so they manipulate the narrative to make themselves appear to be the victim as you appear as the ungrateful, problematic person. They want to protect their self-image far more deeply than the relationship they could have had with you. These campaigns are a form of emotional manipulation, aiming to isolate you further by provoking your feelings of guilt, shame, or fear of social rejection. Like any well-organized neighborhood watch, you must be vigilant to stay safe. A retaliation storm has power and momentum. Toxic parents or family members cast themselves as victims to keep the retaliation storm brewing. In their delusion, they present themselves as the righteous and caring while making you out to be cruel, irrational, and unstable. This twisted version of reality helps them protect their pride as they convince themselves and others that you deserve the treatment you received. Just like someone throwing stones at your house while claiming you are the one doing the damage, your parents and family will likely highlight your reactions to their mistreatment as if that is where the story began. They paint themselves as being misunderstood, which fools others into feeling compassion for them, while they continue tearing down your credibility. By presenting only selective pieces of the story, they avoid accountability and twist your efforts to stand up for yourself into acts of aggression. By controlling the flow of information, your parents or family members ensure they are the only ones telling the story, keeping the narrative in their hands. This allows them to maintain the illusion that they are a solid, united family while you are the mentally unwell problem. The people they get involved in smearing you are used to reinforce their lies that nothing is wrong within the family, to allow them to continue living in the dysfunction, to prevent anyone from holding them accountable. By working together, they protect themselves from facing the truth, all the while working hard to demolish your sense of stability and security. Handling the horrors of the smear campaign. Being the victim of a smear campaign is deeply traumatizing because it is an attack on your very identity. When someone, especially your parent or close family member, publicly distorts reality, it undermines your sense of self. You are left feeling unprotected, vulnerable, and powerless. This assault on your character disrupts your emotional balance and shakes the foundation of your house, making it incredibly hard to stay grounded. You start doubting your worth, your experience, and even your sanity, as the lies others believe about who you are become louder than your truth. The smear campaign awakens the monsters in your basement, who trigger your alarm system. Your wounds, such as feeling unworthy, afraid, abandoned, unseen, or unlovable, get triggered as memories of past bullying, shame, neglect, betrayal, and more are brought up to the ground floor. The lies that are being spread mirror the abuse and manipulation you experienced growing up, forcing you to confront old, unresolved pain. It stirs up long-buried grief, anger, and hurt, disrupting the groundedness and peace you have worked so hard to achieve. You will be shown no mercy. A smear campaign can take on a mob mentality. Mobs are unruly crowds whose collective behavior is disorderly and violent. They lack organization, make irrational decisions, and do not take responsibility as individuals. This leads a group to impulsive and potentially destructive actions. When you find yourself the target of a mob's smear campaign, it can feel like you are trapped inside your house, boarded up without power or any support. Your parents or other family members have taken control of the neighborhood. The reason no one helps you is because the people your family pull into their smear campaign also fear your parents or family members' influence. Just as people avoid a neighbor who stirs up constant drama and chaos, others avoid siding with you because they do not want to risk becoming targets themselves. Your parents or family have such authority in the neighborhood that others would rather follow along with their story than stand against it. In toxic family systems, people sacrifice their own beliefs, opinions, and individuality to fit in, much like neighbors might sacrifice their peace to avoid conflict with a disruptive homeowner. If a mob has formed against you, their rejection will stir up deep feelings of betrayal and desertion within you. It forces you to confront that you are not just facing your parents' or another family member's abuse, but the complicity of many others who choose silence over support. Yet, as the campaign continues, it becomes clear that your parents, family members, and friends who join in are weak themselves. They seek strength in numbers, finding safety in the mob. For them, there is no time for mercy or logic. They must go along with the false narrative. In this way, the family dynamic becomes a toxic triangle of abuse and manipulation, with everyone losing in the end. Although your house may stand alone during the storm, recognizing the weakness of those involved can help you stay grounded and continue to rebuild from within. Attempts to block your freedom. Toxic parents or family members see your freedom as a direct affront to their authority. They do not respect your independence because it dismantles the unspoken contract made on the porch before you had even entered into this world. They held the erroneous belief that ownership and control over you came as a guarantee for bringing you or adopting you into their world. Your freedom threatens to tear down the carefully constructed facade of control they have spent their lives building. They do not want to lose their position as the most dominant figures in your life. This tells you their influence was never about love or support, but about power and control. Respecting your independence would require them to face their own insecurities, perhaps their failures as parents or family members, and the fact that they no longer have power over how your property is handled. They want to make your life so hard by mobbing you and smearing you that you will crumble, seeing the life you had in the family as a better, safer alternative. They don't want to love you back into their lives by taking accountability. They prefer to bully you into coming back under their power. The mob's swelling smear campaign may shake the walls you have built, but these walls are now strong. They have been reinforced and anchored in the work you have done on your self-worth. Your walls will withstand their bitterness and revenge attacks. Neighborhood watch work, surviving the smear campaign. You have spent many years maintaining outer peace by trying to meet the impossible expectations your parents or family members place on you, sacrificing your authenticity to keep things calm. Your house may have looked peaceful on the outside, but inside it was a mess of conflict and emotional turmoil. As soon as you stopped sacrificing yourself, they declared war. After surviving years of emotional abuse and learning to wrangle your basement monsters, you come to the realization that it is time to stop living in chaos. This aha moment is like opening all the windows in your home, letting fresh air in, and recognizing that the craziness must end. You understand that to be happy, you need more than just a peaceful porch, a tidy yard, and a freshly painted fence. You needed to clean house from the inside out, removing every trace of toxic energy that has festered too long. To do this internal work, you will need to activate your neighborhood watch. Here's how to do that. Installing cameras. While the mob's campaign to smear your character rages outside, it is your right to activate your neighborhood watch. There are two types of cameras you will need to install. You will need physical cameras that are able to record the goings-on outside your house, alerting you to any potential unauthorized break-ins. Installing these physical cameras will provide you with any evidence you may need to protect yourself going forward. The second type of cameras you will need are the eyes and ears of trusted friends, allies, therapists, and other sources who can keep you updated. You need to know of any important developments in the mob's smear campaign, so that while they are keeping watch, you can focus on cleaning up your house without distraction. Installing bolts and locks. Before you start your housework exercises, please install the following bolts and locks to preserve the safe space you are creating in your house. The more efficiently and consistently you install these necessary protections, the stronger and safer your house becomes, regardless of the antics others attempt and the projections coming from outside. I recommend that you lock in your acceptance of the reality of this smear campaign. It is happening. This smear campaign is not about you. It is about your toxic family's need to control their image. Your cameras will provide the evidence you need to know that nothing has changed. Bolt in the expectation that enduring this smear campaign will likely cause you to feel deeply uncomfortable. The feelings you have of hurt and betrayal are real. To stay grounded, remind yourself of who you are and what you value. Lock in the power to refrain from defending yourself repeatedly. Your energy is precious. If you find yourself over-explaining, set a boundary like, I have shared my side. I hope you can understand my need to move forward from this. Bolt your supporters in a neighborhood watch to the understanding that you need respect and confidentiality. Ask the people you trust to avoid discussing this smear campaign with you for the sake of gossip. Ask that it only be discussed if there is a personal safety issue you must address. Lock in your future by letting those who love you know that you would like to stay focused on your future, not the drama from the past. Bolt in the commitment to taking a social media break to avoid subjecting yourself to further unnecessary harm. Lock in a focus on your truth by practicing self-compassion. Bolt into surrounding yourself with positive, trusting relationships in which you feel valued and respected. These relationships act as antidotes to the negativity of the mob's smear campaign, reinforcing your worth and truth. This type of housework goes beyond just keeping a clean space. It is about strengthening your emotional grounding and securing your boundaries against the chaos outside. No longer do you need to sacrifice your well-being for the illusion of family. The inner peace you are cultivating or striving to cultivate is real. It is yours to protect and keep. Housework exercises. Protective actions while under siege. When your name is being dragged through the mud by those closest to you, it can feel like your emotional home is under siege. Smear campaigns, especially from family, leave behind far more than just hurt feelings. They create fear, anger, confusion, and self-doubt that can clog your clarity and sense of self. These exercises can help you assess the damage that has been done, both externally and internally, and begin the slow and steady process of clearing it. You will take stock of the relationships impacted and the boundaries that now need reinforcement. Most importantly, this is a space to reconnect with your truth and rebuild from the inside out. Assessing and repairing damage. How does it feel to see people in your neighborhood, parents, family, friends, and more, gathered in the cul-de-sac, participating in your abuse? Who are you most surprised to see there and why? Just as stones cast by mob can pile up and block your doors, the lies and slander of a smear campaign can make it hard to stay emotionally open and grounded. What are some practical ways you can clear this emotional debris? Write down any activities, affirmations, or self-care practices that help you maintain your clarity and peace of mind. When the mob is gathering outside your house, it is easy to feel the pull to explain or justify yourself. What strategies can you use to resist the urge to engage with the crowd or get drawn into their narrative? How can you stay focused on maintaining your emotional stability inside your house rather than getting pulled outside? What core wounds or old fears have been stirred up in your basement by this smear campaign? How can you work through these fears without letting the presence of the mob overwhelm you? Smear campaigns pass or largely quiet down, but your house remains. What are your long-term goals for emotional healing and maintaining boundaries, even after the mob quiets down and dissipates? How can you stay focused on rebuilding and fortifying your house rather than dwelling on the destruction caused by the smear campaign? Let's repair. I want to remind you that your house, your inner world, is stronger than the mob's retaliation war waged against you in the smear campaign. Not only do you have boundaries firmly set, but now you have installed cameras, locks, and bolts to enforce those boundaries whenever necessary. Every time you choose to stay inside, to reinforce your boundaries and clear the debris, you are proving you cannot be destroyed by outside forces. Keep going, even when it feels exhausting. Every act of repair on your house, no matter how small, reinforces the strength of the foundation you are repairing for a life built on truth, strength, and authenticity. The debris and trash can only pile up if you let it. Choose to clear it, day by day, until your house stands tall and strong again. Know that the storm may rage outside, but inside you are safe and grounded, fully capable of surviving this. Your house will continue to stand, and with time, the mob will quiet down. You are not defined by the lies of the mob. You are defined by your courage to outlast it. Now, it is time to level up to the middle floor of your house. Congratulations. Part 3. The Middle Floor. Chapter 15. Meet your mindful house manager. Now that you have done so much work, it is time to move up in your growth to the middle floor of your house. Welcome. This floor is a beautiful, open, roomy, peaceful place of self-development. The energy of the middle floor is about remodeling the way you manage the emotional climate of your house. This remodeling process involves identifying areas where boundaries need to be stronger, learning to sit with uncomfortable emotions, and practicing strategies like mindfulness to release and reorganize your emotional experiences. The middle floor is where your higher mind meets the intensity of your real life, creating an intentional place for responding to what is happening around you. On the middle floor, you are in the middle of all the action. On the middle floor, you are greeted by your mindful house manager, that calm, wise, no-nonsense part of you that knows how to hold structure, offer compassion, and make sound decisions. Imagine this as your own inner Nanny McPhee, Mary Poppins, or Mrs. Doubtfire, whoever best represents the steady presence you need when life gets messy. This part of you does not panic or overreact. Instead, they show up with clarity and grounded authority. As Nanny McPhee says, "When you need me, but do not want me, then I must stay. When you want me, but no longer need me, then I have to go." Your mindful house manager steps in just when you need them most to guide, redirect, teach, and restore order until you have grown strong enough to lead yourself. You come to the middle floor to pause, reflect, and align. On this floor, you call upon inner wisdom and discernment to decide who or what is worth your energy and who or what is not. Look at this floor as an opportunity to consult with your own mindful house manager, who wisely, watchfully, and protectively encourages you to set clear boundaries and break free from old patterns. They keep you in control and present, making it possible to manage your day-to-day challenges without losing sight of your bigger journey. When you are in the middle, it can feel messy. Over time, and with continued experience, the middle floor becomes a solid, functional, rational space where your emotions feel manageable. It is here that you gain the confidence to respond to challenges from a place of stability. Rising above background noise. On the middle floor, you are acutely aware that just because you have established clear boundaries of distance with your parents or family members does not mean these people disappear from your life. You will likely still feel their influence like a haunting presence in the background. They may no longer physically be in your life, but their past words and actions will still echo in your mind as background noise. This is why leveling up to the middle floor is crucial. On this floor, you will learn the vital skill of emotional regulation. Emotional regulation is the ability to manage and respond to your emotions in healthy, constructive ways. When you have been raised by emotionally dysregulated parents or family members, it can leave you feeling just as dysregulated, if not more. Their erratic emotions often become your responsibility, leaving you vulnerable and reactive. This emotional chaos can make you feel that it is impossible to manage your emotions intelligently and gracefully. Yet this is exactly what you crave. You crave to be in control of your responses rather than reacting to your family's baits. The truth is, your family members do not really know the real you on an emotional level. They have turned a blind eye to your emotional growth and your efforts to evolve. What they do know, however, are your triggers. They are acutely aware of the buttons they can push to stir up pain with the intent of thwarting your independence. They created the pain you feel inside, your monsters, making your toxic family members the most masterful in provoking it. This is their superpower, and they use it to maintain control by baiting you into reacting in ways that keep you feeling small and defeated. On the middle floor, your task is to grow in your ability to regulate your emotions in the face of those triggers. You will learn to recognize the monsters in the basement when they set off your internal alarm system. Instead of reacting automatically, you will learn to pause, assess, and choose a response that keeps you aligned with your character. This not only weakens the hold your family has on you, but also builds your emotional maturity, making you stronger and more peaceful in your everyday life. The more you build this emotional regulation, the more unshakable it becomes in the face of old triggers. When a monster trips the house alarm. When someone in your family triggers you, it will feel that they have destabilized the structural base of your house, causing the monsters in the basement to wake up. As you have experienced, these monsters can act in destructive and chaotic ways if unrecognized and not managed properly. When basement monsters wake up, they tend to hijack your emotional state, separating you from your rational mind, placing you in a fight or flight state of reactivity. Imagine the monsters running up from the basement, smashing through the walls of the house, putting cracks in the ground floor, tearing down your sense of stability, and making it impossible to think clearly. This can lead to impulsive defensive behaviors and decisions that disrupt the balance you have worked hard to maintain. To avoid this, you will learn to navigate intersections between floors. Navigating intersections between floors. This is one of the most important skills you will develop in your healing journey. When we have not healed enough to manage, recognize, or understand our basement monsters, we can make mistakes. One of the biggest mistakes is to project the totality of the emotional pain of the monster onto the person on the ground floor who has woken it up. This is precisely why I refer to them as monsters. They are reactive and filled with the forever feelings of unresolved hurt and fear. When they wake up, they do not just stir, they often erupt in one way or another, whether through attack or withdrawal. Then they consume your emotional landscape with active, loud, alarming stress responses. When someone in your outside world, such as a friend, partner, or colleague, makes a mistake and they let you down, it is easy to lose perspective. The triggered monster misinterprets this disappointment as a reflection of the past pain that it has been carrying for decades. As a result, in this triggered moment, you may see this person you love as entirely bad. You likely react to them with all the upset, hurt, and fear that belongs to an older and more ancient wound. When triggered, it is easy to forget that this monster developed long before the current challenge you are facing. If you cannot contain your monstrous emotional reactions, the emotional chaos inside your house can lead to confusion, misunderstandings, and conflict in your most significant relationships. This is where you can learn to pause and navigate intersections between the floors of your house. When a monster wakes up, instead of immediately reacting, take a moment to recognize that the intensity of the emotion you are feeling is rooted in a basement trigger. The trigger is real. You are reacting to something that hurt you, but the depth and breadth of your reaction comes from a much older place. By becoming more present in response to your emotions, making use of your mindful house manager, you can more easily stop yourself from projecting your monster's pain onto those who have not earned the full weight of that monster's hurt. To do this, you must activate the idea of being mindful of your thoughts and emotions on the middle floor to soothe the monsters in the basement. Learning to regulate emotions. Many people misunderstand the concept of emotional regulation. They think it means you must suppress or control how intensely you feel your emotions. Often, survivors believe they should aim to minimize or eliminate their emotions to effectively manage them. However, emotional regulation is not about shutting down how you feel. Emotional regulation is more about pacing. When a monster from the basement pulls the house alarm, the full force of that emotion will come to the surface, whether you want it to or not. You will not be able to stop feeling the intensity of the emotion, and that's okay. We will therefore not focus on controlling the emotion itself, but rather on the pace, tone, and timing of how you express the emotion. When you overreact or even react appropriately and are told to calm down or relax, this can be incredibly triggering. It is important to understand why. Rage is the most misused emotion in parenting, and anger is the most punished emotion in children. In toxic families, parents and other family members are free to rage on you, whether verbally or through the silent treatment. But you are punished and shamed when you express your own anger or withdrawal. What happens when you are forced to stuff your anger and hurt down? Does it magically go away? No, it gets pushed into the basement where it festers. Then it eventually turns into the monsters of anger or resentment. Emotional regulation does not mean silencing your monsters. Instead, it is about becoming mindful of your reactive emotions, especially rage or anger, by paying attention to them in the present moment without judgment. Remember, the goal is not to eliminate any part of your humanity. The goal is to accept, understand, and grow from every aspect of it. Mindfulness allows you to notice when a monster has tripped the house alarm, identify what truths it needs to express, select the boundaries that need to be set, and perceive how this monster is impacting you without immediately reacting. You can observe your emotional state with curiosity and acceptance if you give yourself the space to adjust to how you respond. Doing so improves emotional regulation and also enhances decision-making as well as overall well-being. When you are mindful of your emotions, you become more self-aware. You notice when a monster is stirring and can accurately label its emotion: anger, fear, sadness, or feeling unwanted, humiliated, unloved, unheard, abandoned. This helps you respond with intention rather than with impulsivity. The monster does not take over and destroy everything in its path. In this way, emotional regulation becomes about staying in control of how you express the emotion, not how intensely you feel it. We'll work with the emotional balance of your house by replacing emotional recklessness with emotional mindfulness. Here is what it means to be mindful of your emotions. Mindfulness encourages observing your emotions without labeling them as good or bad. This non-judgmental stance prevents you from getting caught up in self-criticism or denial. Instead of resisting or trying to change your emotions, mindfulness teaches you to accept what you are feeling. This acceptance does not mean you enjoy the emotion. Rather, it means that you acknowledge its presence. Mindfulness helps create a mental space between the emotion and the self. You learn to see emotions as temporary experiences rather than defining characteristics, which reduces the power they have over you. Being mindful allows you to reflect on the origins and triggers of your emotions. This deeper understanding helps you understand your reactive patterns. Let's look at how this works. In construction, a level ensures that walls, floors, and beams are straight and balanced, preventing future instability or collapse. Similarly, mindfulness keeps your emotions, thoughts, and actions in harmony, allowing you to stay grounded and steady as you navigate life's challenges. Mindfulness acts like a level because it helps you maintain balance and alignment in your internal world, just as a level ensures precision and stability when building structures. Without leveling, a structure might look fine at first glance, but later reveal weaknesses or imbalances. Without mindfulness, you may not notice the subtle misalignment in your emotions or reactions, which can lead to stress, miscommunication, or emotional overwhelm. Mindfulness allows you to check in with yourself regularly, ensuring that the emotions in your house are aligned and secure. Here are the core ways it can help you. Mindfulness improves your decision-making as you take a pause between feeling an emotion and acting on it. The pause allows your rational brain to engage, leading to more thoughtful and effective self-care decisions. Mindfulness helps you break the cycle of overthinking and excessive worry that comes along with the intense feelings of your fear-based monsters. By staying present, you are less likely to get lost in catastrophic thinking or stress about the future. Being mindful of your emotions can also put you more in touch with the emotions of others. This heightened emotional intelligence fosters perspective. It is the ability to know when you need to give empathy and when you need to reserve it in order to better protect yourself. Mindfulness builds resiliency by helping you stay grounded in the face of conflict or uncertainty. It allows you to experience hard-to-control monsters without being taken down by them, making it easier to bounce back from challenges. Regular mindfulness practices increase your self-awareness, allowing you to understand your monster's core wounds and patterns. This awareness is empowering because it gives you greater control over your emotional life. Mindfulness can also prevent minor infractions from escalating into major emotional outbursts. By recognizing and addressing emotions early on, you can diffuse tension before it spirals out of control. Mindfulness also promotes mental health by reducing feelings of helplessness, sadness, and anxiety. By cultivating a mindful approach to your emotions, you are a much better manager of your inner and outer worlds. Let us now do our middle floor work. Middle floor work. Train your mindful house manager. The work you will be doing on the middle floor is a bit different than the work you've been doing so far. The middle floor is less about survival and more about transformation. As you remodel, you will furnish your house with new habits, enhance your self-development, and foster healthier relationship patterns that reflect the true, authentic you. Middle floor work is redesigning yourself to be a person who is more than willing to change when life's challenges call upon you to do so. You get to embrace the fact that you are now fully in charge as the owner of this property. The main task in this remodel is to give yourself permission to allow your triggered emotions to surface, make space for them, and hear their messages while also learning to more effectively manage their reactive and potentially destructive nature. Let us briefly revisit how your brain works. When you experience emotional reactivity, your brain undergoes a series of changes that can significantly impair your ability to think rationally. This happens because of the interaction between two parts of the brain, the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex. If you remember from basement work, The amygdala is the part of the brain responsible for processing emotions, especially those related to survival like fear and anger. When you perceive a threat, the amygdala activates, putting you into fight or flight reactions. In the context of our metaphor, your basement monsters represent the amygdala. When these monsters are triggered, they take over, causing a surge of intense emotions. At the same time, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that governs higher-level thinking, reasoning, decision-making, and impulse control, your mindful house manager, essentially goes offline. This is a survival mechanism that prioritizes the amygdala's response to ensure you react quickly in dangerous situations. The problem is that when the prefrontal cortex, or mindful house manager for our purposes, goes offline, your ability to think clearly and make rational decisions is greatly diminished. You lose the ability to weigh consequences, reflect on your actions, and consider more thoughtful responses. Instead, you become reactive rather than reflective, with your emotions being driven more by instinct than by reasoning. This is why we often say or do things when feeling intensely emotional that we later regret. Once the prefrontal cortex regains control and the storm of emotions calms. Understanding this process highlights the importance of creating room for your emotions. You can manage them effectively by taking a moment to pause and breathe before responding. Housework exercises. Calming the monsters. When your basement monsters are threatening a takedown because your amygdala has taken over, it is easy to make decisions based on pure emotion. This often leads to poor outcomes. Recognizing this biological process allows you to be more compassionate and forgiving when you react from anger or hurt, while also giving you the tools to step back and let your middle floor reasoning skills come back online. By practicing mindfulness and learning to pause, you give your mindful house manager time to regain control, allowing you to respond thoughtfully instead of reactively. This balance between emotional awareness and objectivity is key to navigating your life with emotional intelligence and maintaining healthy relationships. Identifying emotional reactivity. What physical signs do you notice in your body when you start to feel angry or reactive, like increased heart rate, feeling hot, muscle tension? How do these physical reactions affect your ability to think clearly? What types of thoughts typically run through your mind when you're angry or reactive? What are some specific examples of actions or words you have regretted after calming down? How has your emotional reactivity, including fawning or pleasing, impacted your relationships and your perception of yourself? Constructing emotional regulation. What early warning signs can you identify that indicate you are becoming angry or reactive? How can you recognize these signs early on to help you manage your reactions better? What coping strategies have you tried in order to manage your reactive emotions, like deep breathing, taking a time out, journaling? What daily habits or practices could help you stay calm and centered even in challenging situations? How can you re-engage your thinking brain? How can you remind yourself to pause before reacting when you're in an emotionally charged situation? Reflect on a time when you managed to stay calm in a situation that usually makes you angry. What did you do differently? How can you apply the lessons from that experience to future situations? Architecting future planning. What intentions can you set for yourself to handle anger and reactivity in a healthier way moving forward? How will you measure your progress toward managing anger and staying calm under pressure? Who can you turn to for support when you're struggling with reactivity? How can you communicate your needs to them effectively when you're feeling overwhelmed? Let's get level. As we close this chapter on emotional regulation, remember that each moment of mindfulness, each pause before reacting, and each step toward understanding your emotions strengthens the internal structure of your most authentic self. Just as a house cannot be constructed overnight, neither can emotional mastery be achieved instantly. But every time you call upon your mindful house manager to regulate your emotions and direct the timing, pace, and tone of your responses, you are strengthening the foundation and alignment of your emotional and mental maturity. This process of remodeling and growing your character is filled with hope. Every time you soothe and calm a basement monster, you reclaim a fraction of your inner peace. Your monsters tell you where your boundaries need to be. As you continue working on leveling your emotions, you are becoming the healthy parent or family member you have always needed. The journey is one of healing, growth, and becoming whole again. Let's keep building. Chapter 16. Reparenting Basement Monsters. A significant part of the healing you will accomplish on the middle floor is learning to be your own confidant and best friend. On the middle floor, you become a better manager of your basement monsters. You will learn to soothe them as well as reparent your inner child with the unconditional love you never received but longed for. When you begin remodeling on the middle floor, you step into the role of the mindful house manager, who is the loving parent your inner child never had. On your middle floor, where emotional maturity and reasoning rule, you start redesigning the way you respond to your emotions. You creatively open a safe and nurturing space to address the wounds of your inner child. Here, instead of ignoring, dismissing, or trying to stuff pain back into crime scene boxes, you learn to listen, validate, and soothe them on a new level. Doing this offers the care, protection, and advice they crave. It is not enough to simply keep your monsters at bay. You must actively heal your inner child. Again, your inner child needs the same things from you they once needed from your parents or family. They need your time, your love, and your attention. They need to feel heard, seen, and understood. When the monsters threaten a takedown, it is not because they want to cause harm, destruction, or worry. It's because they are still in pain. They are still waiting for someone to notice and tend to your inner child's needs. In the moments when your basement monsters holler, ready to act out in defensiveness or fear, just take a minute to observe. This brief moment of observation isn't just to stop a reaction from happening. It is an opportunity to soothe. Ask yourself, what does this part of me really need? Is it love? Is it the feeling of being understood? Is it advice? Is it safety? Is it my time? When you can identify the need, you can take action to meet that need, which causes the intensity of your unhealthy reaction to decrease. Now you are no longer battling the monsters, you are transforming them into a functional, helpful alarm system. Let's go a little deeper. When you feel seen, you experience a sense of recognition that brings peace to chaos. When you feel loved, you are less reactive and feel more grounded. When you are given time, you feel valued. When you are given attention, you feel a sense of your own existence. When you feel heard, you feel complete. These are the exact things your inner child needs from you. In that moment of observing, when you are on the brink of reacting, take the opportunity to offer these gifts to yourself. Instead of suppressing or controlling the monsters, you can soothe them by advocating for and believing in their truths. This process of reparenting yourself is not easy, but it is deeply transformative. Each time you pause and tend to your inner child, you strengthen your foundation and your subconscious thoughts find a more positive direction. You're not just keeping the monsters in the basement all alone. You are going into the darkness as their protector, guide, and supporter. You walk alongside them in their darkness and offer them the safety of your steady presence. Over time, as you give your monsters what they need, those wounded monsters lose their power. They no longer feel the need to act out or act in because they can count on you to be present for them. For example, when your monsters are hollering and you need to take a mindful moment to observe, tell the person who triggered you that it is best for you to table the conversation temporarily until you fully process what you are feeling. The gift of not talking is clear when you start seeing and hearing. Seeing clearly and hearing effectively offer you a more objective view of the situation at hand, making you better equipped to advocate for what you need. When you feel ready to return to the conversation, tell the person who set off your alarm system that you have resolved things and feel clear enough about the problem to resume the conversation. Reparenting is not about erasing wounds. It is about nurturing your wounds. Each time you give the monsters and your inner child love, you are stabilizing the alignment of your emotional home with reinforced beams of compassion, patience, and understanding. You are redirecting your wounded monsters into allies, helping direct your life toward increased stability. Your wounded monsters need to be seen, felt, then redirected. They tell you exactly where your places of growth are. The more you grow, the more solid you feel, which makes your life less of a burden and easier to carry. Middle floor work, reparenting and managing wounds. Middle floor work begins with recognizing the unmet needs that trigger your monsters and drive their reactive natures. Identifying which monster is awake and alarming is crucial. Are you feeling sad, angry, abandoned, unwanted, not loved, scared, humiliated, ignored? Once you know what you are dealing with, the next step is to take action. Just as a house needs constant care to remain clean and secure, your emotional self needs regular nurturing. This could involve soothing affirmations of compassionate self-talk. You might remind yourself that you are safe, that you are worthy, and that things will be okay. You start shifting your behavior from forcing good things to happen to allowing good things to happen. In this way, you are rebuilding an emotional refuge within yourself. The next piece of middle floor work involves using the boundary setting skills you gained in your ground floor work. Boundaries protect your property. The walls of your house protect the interior, your emotional health. By framing the walls, you create an infrastructure that keeps your house standing. Without strong framing, everything crumbles under the rot of past pain and the weight of ongoing mistreatment. If words won't work with the family members who continue to trigger your wounds, causing emotional dysregulation, reinforce your boundaries like you learned to do on the porch. You have the right to demote your parents or family members to a far more distant location in your life if they cannot be good house guests. Exterior walls are essential to your emotional safety. They are statements of self-respect, and respecting yourself is important when reparenting. You are telling your inner child, I will protect you now, even if no one did back then. To reparent yourself effectively, you must have empathy for what you have been through and pride in your ability to stand on your own. Each exterior wall you erect or fortify is a sign that you value yourself enough to stop letting others repeatedly harm you. Reparenting teaches you the essential truth that what happened to you as a child was not your fault. Housework exercises, healing your inner child. The goal of these exercises is to connect to your monsters from your higher mind on the middle floor. These questions can open a dialogue between yourself and your inner child. You will gain a deeper understanding of the workings of who you are and how you react to life's challenges. As you work through these questions, it is important to approach your inner child with patience and kindness, allowing space for pertinent memories and emotions to arise. Picture your inner child sitting in front of you and ask these questions. What unmet needs have you been shouldering? The answer might be feeling safe, loved, valued, seen, or understood. What exterior walls do I need to erect or fix to protect your emotional health? Maybe your inner child wants you to state your needs, distancing yourself from a toxic situation, or just say no to someone. What boundaries do I need to set to help you feel safe? Perhaps you need to have a conversation on the porch, limit contact, and meet them at the fence or erect barriers and go no contact. If words won't work with a particular person, what action steps can I take to reinforce the exterior walls? My mantra is, shut your mouth and use your feet. Because if your words won't work, you can use your feet to get yourself away from the situation or person. Write down the ways that your inner child is healing on this journey. Keep a list of proud wins you have obtained to set your inner child free. How have these wins strengthened your belief in yourself? Write down the following statement in your journal. What happened to me is not my fault. How does accepting this truth change the way you view your inner child, the monsters, and your overall renovation process? Let's redesign. This is where the real housework of healing begins, redesigning from the inside out, one beam, one wall, one lock, one camera, and one boundary at a time, with love and compassion as your foundation. The middle floor work shifts you from clearing old pain to constructing a space that is reflective of who you are becoming. Through reparenting yourself, you discover that you deserve more protection, care, and respect. If you find yourself unsure how to handle a reactive situation, hit pause on the interaction. Step back, level yourself, and return to the basement wound, calling on your mindful house manager for observation and perspective. Then you can redesign how you show up in your relationships. On the middle floor, you are not just surviving life's emotional reactions. You are learning how to not engage them. Life on this floor is about steadiness. You will need this as you start facing a new level of grief on the middle floor. Hold tight. Chapter 17. Grieving the Living Dead. You will need to grieve parents or other family members who are still alive, but with whom you have established limited or no contact. It can feel like living with the ghost of a relationship that could never be what you needed. In our house metaphor, this type of grieving occurs on the middle floor. Remember, the middle floor is about remodeling. The purpose here is to create the necessary emotional space to remodel your perspective on love, family, and relationships to be healthier. When it comes to grieving on the middle floor, you recognize that you have moved to a new part of your house, but echoes of your toxic parents or family remain. They are like old furniture you once loved but can no longer use. On the middle floor, grieving the living dead is about accepting the reality that your parents or family members are still alive, yet the relationship you needed with them ultimately never existed. When you grieve the living dead, your loss of the attuned and unconditionally loving relationship that never was is painfully real. This is not about their physical absence. It's about letting go of the emotional expectation that they will one day become that loving, supportive parent or family members you have always hoped for. They have chosen pride over each opportunity you gave them to stay in your life. From your ground floor boundary setting, it became clear that your parents or family members would rather hold on to their resentments than take the simple step to honor your boundaries. Peering out of the second-story window, you can see them circling in the cul-de-sac, more invested in retaliation than they were ever invested in love. It is a sobering truth to face. Allow yourself the space and grace to grieve. Grief has a magical way of creating emotional distance between your present self and your past pain. This emotional distance, based on truth and the evidence you have gathered, helps you navigate your grief with less guilt, shame, or feelings of obligation. It will help you move beyond the relationships that once held you prisoner to mistreatment so you can replace their deeply negative influence over you with the love and respect you have for yourself. By approaching the process of grieving the living dead with curiosity, you allow it to be productive as you release your emotional pain and create new growth. There will certainly be a hole in your life. You will need to fill it with new relationships and ventures. But while you are grieving, that hole left in your life can make you feel very alone and lonely. The loneliness cure. When you are grieving the living dead, know that there is a difference between being alone and feeling lonely. When you were in the family system, you were physically present with them in that your body shared the same physical space. So you were not alone, but you were lonely in the sense that you lacked any meaningful emotional connection with them. Loneliness is not about who you share space with. Loneliness comes from feeling the absence of love. After going no contact, you may experience being physically alone and emotionally lonely at once. The loneliness after cutting ties can feel even more intense as you grapple with the weight of their physical absence, sobered by the fact that genuine love was never and still is not part of the equation. They are not doing the things that would need to be done to repair the relationship. Instead, they put the onus on you because you are the child, or you are the person at fault because you will no longer tolerate their mistreatment. Grieving the living dead is complicated. Unlike the quiet of an actual death, your parents or family members rarely go peacefully. Their focus on you intensifies, driven by revenge rather than any desire for repair. They taunt you from the cul-de-sac, spreading lies and misinformation, manipulating others, ensuring you feel their presence in the most harmful ways possible, even when that presence is the intensity of their absence. Or they leave the fence, happy never to return. Either way, their retaliation tactics are often loud, much like the damage they caused while you were in contact with them. You can come to accept this and experience grief that your family or parents do not care how they hurt you, only that they hurt you. Their need for control and revenge will likely always outweigh any hope of repair, leaving you to traverse your grief alone as they continue their campaign of harm. Adding radical acceptance to grief. Radical acceptance begins with acknowledging the reality that your parents or family members, as they are, will not change. Accepting this does not mean you condone their behavior. It means that you stop resisting the truth of who they are and how they cannot occupy a closely connected place in your life. Incorporating radical acceptance into your grieving process is like pouring a fresh batch of cement onto your foundation. You will use this cement to bind together the fractured layers of your wounds, especially feeling alone and lonely, creating a stable, mentally resilient base. From this base, you can continue to grow and build for a healthier future. Radical acceptance, like cement, fills in the gaps of your identity on your middle floor. These are the gaps where you feel exhausted, lack self-trust in your new skill sets, and feel unsure whether you can manage your circumstances with the maturity you want to embody. Radical acceptance ensures your life is being restored with lasting stability, clarity, and perspective. When you fully accept yourself and your family trauma for what it is, life changes for the better. There is a decrease in stress, fewer internal battles with guilt, and more freedom. By accepting that they cannot be the parents or family members you need them to be, you can work to let go of false hope and redirect your energy toward reinventing your own life. A critical part of acceptance is releasing expectations. This is not easy because it involves letting go of the hope that your parents or family members will apologize, change, or offer validation for the damage they have caused. Closure will likely never come from them. It will come when you decide the relationship is closed. To regain feelings of being grounded, You must shift your focus from what you cannot control, their actions and choices, to what you can control, your responses and choices. This shift in focus is a powerful step toward reclaiming your emotional well-being. Finally, letting go of guilt and obligation is essential. Radical acceptance brings clarity, helping you recognize feelings of guilt, shame, or obligation as they arise. Noticing these emotions allows you to gently release them. Remember, you are not responsible for maintaining a relationship with parents or family members who are harmful to you. Middle floor work. What to expect as you grieve. Life is drastically different after setting boundaries of greater distance or having cut ties with your toxic parents or family members, even if outwardly everything seems the same. It is confusing and unsettling as your mind tries to grapple with the awareness that everything has changed. You are living in ways that are no longer familiar. It is important to expect some internal whiplash. As you grieve, it is normal to feel that your mind and emotions are at odds. You logically understand that your parents or family members can no longer physically be in your life, but your internal emotional relationship with them remains on some level. Your brain, though extraordinary, can still make grief feel overwhelming. You may experience both sadness over their loss and relief from their absence at the same time. It is one thing to intellectually recognize that someone vital to your life was emotionally harmful, but accepting the deep personal impact of this truth can be profoundly painful. Setting boundaries also thrusts you into a world of judgment from others who will offer their unsolicited, often well-meaning but ill-informed advice. Many will place the burden of repair and reconciliation on you, the victim, rather than acknowledging the bravery of the boundaries you have set. This ignorance adds another layer of complexity to your grief, often doubling the dose of pain and frustration you already feel. Grieving someone who is still alive but absent in the most meaningful ways is an emotional wrecking ball. You may swing from moments of hope, imagining reconciliation, to suddenly crushing realities when you are reminded of the cruelty of their hurtful behavior. It's okay to question yourself. You may grapple with questions such as, could I have done something differently? Did I cause this? Should I try and repair with them again? Will life get easier the longer I'm not with them? These are important questions you get from your inner child who understands being good as acquiescing to the demands of your toxic parents or family members. This is when you call on the wisdom of your mindful house manager. You can take your mindful house manager to the basement to sit with these wounds and give yourself some grace. You can reassure your inner child that this decision is healthy and that life will go on. Life will continue, and with time, increased growth will come, as will understanding and happiness. This perspective is part of the healing process. It validates everything you've been going through in your toxic family system and empowers you to stand firm in your boundaries. The following housework exercises can help consolidate your emotional experience of grieving the living dead. Housework exercises. Facing major life changes. Write down how your life has changed since cutting ties with your toxic family members. In what ways is it better, and in what ways, if any, is your life harder? If you have gone no contact, what types of internal battles have you been experiencing, if any? For example, you may be thinking, am I wrong for cutting ties? Am I abandoning them? What will I do if they get sick or pass away? Have you found yourself focusing on the reasons you left? Do you need to revisit your accountability lists to keep you from going back to old patterns of dysfunction? What discomforts do you predict you might face from others regarding your decision to cut ties? Examples of discomforts include thinking these things. I will lose relationships with everyone who knows my family. I will be negatively judged. All of these people will be cruel to me. How do others' judgments and unsolicited advice make you feel? What is one boundary you could set with them? Write how you would say that boundary aloud so you have a script to practice. How do you feel about these external pressures to reconcile? How do you feel about the boundaries you have set? Is the pull toward one option stronger than the other? Others may not understand your decision to go no contact. Write down how you have coped or how you can start coping with negative judgments from others. Let's cement. Grieving the living dead is a complex and deeply painful emotional process. It is not just about mourning the relationship that was, but also grieving the fantasy of what those relationships could have and should have been for you. There's all the love, acceptance, and support you never received. This grief is about accepting that your parents or family members will likely not change, that they will live out the rest of their lives refusing to take accountability. They're choosing this over having a close and connected relationship with you. As you remodel on the middle floor and add the cement needed to strengthen the stability of your foundation, you will create emotional distance from your pain and loss. This remodeling isn't just about surviving the loss. It is about creating a life you are truly happy living, a life where you feel seen, valued, and loved, even if that means you must provide these things for yourself. You can absolutely do it. Caring for yourself on these deep levels requires taking full responsibility for creating the life you've been working so hard to heal. A life of healing turns into an inspired life. It is now time to level up once again and move yourself to the top floor of your house. There, you will work on expanding the spaciousness of your life experience. No more shrinking to make others comfortable. Congratulations! You have made it to the top. Part 4. The Top Floor. Chapter 18. The Magical Floor of Manifesting. Welcome to the top floor of your house. It is so nice to see you here. You have done such incredible work. You've done the emotional work that most people in this thing called life never start. I am so proud of you. Let's explore life at the top. The top floor is the floor of your good days, peaceful times, quiet reflections, effortless miracles, and feelings of being existentially aligned. This floor is the most imaginative, creative, mystical, and moldable of all because you can make your life and your future into anything you desire. Spend a moment taking in your new surroundings. You will see that here there is glass from floor to ceiling, symbolizing transparency, vision, clarity, and limitless potential. This floor embodies your true self today and the future self you are growing yourself to become. Soon, you will live in the fullness of your own power. From this elevated place, you see far beyond the limitations of your past. You are no longer bound by the wounds that defined your life on the floors below. You are aware that you will continue spending time on the floors below to work through reactions when triggered, which we will talk about coming up, but now you have a homeowner's manual to guide you through. The top floor is a place of freedom, where you intentionally manifest the completeness of the life you have always dreamed of living. The energy of this floor is one of expansion and spaciousness. On this floor, you can deeply breathe. Just like expansion in construction allows for more space and possibilities within your house, emotional expansion on the top floor allows for growing your mindset, creativity, and dreams. As any good architect would, you created a blueprint before construction began. Now you will design and plan the person you are becoming and the life you want to live. On this floor, future pacing becomes an essential tool. Future pacing is about mentally walking through the life you desire as if it already exists. From this elevated perspective, you connect with your values, set intentions toward those values, and create actionable steps to bring your visions into reality. You imagine your day-to-day experiences, the relationships you want to put love into, and ideas and goals you want to pursue. This practice allows you to align your present actions with your future desires, ensuring your choices today support the spacious life you are building on the top floor. I want you to view this floor of expansion as a rebirth. We have gone through the gestation part of your healing journey on the floors below. Now it is time to give birth to a reimagined and repurposed self. An incredibly healing thing I do each year is to celebrate my no-contact date. This is when I took my life back from my toxic parents and other family members. It is my rebirth day. I have a cake with candles indicating how many years I have been free. On this day, I celebrate my strength, independence, and freedom to take up my rightful space in this world. Ironically for me, no contact was initiated by my family on my 42nd birthday because I publicly shared my story. As soon as I started telling my truth and taking responsibility for my life and my choices, I no longer fit into their dysfunction. The same is likely true for you. However, I believe it is better to be the responsible party than the blaming party. There is no room for blame on the top floor. You must take full responsibility for the self-respecting choices you have made to protect your life and keep yourself safe. It is absolutely something to be proud of and to celebrate. This is your house and your life. It's time to self-actualize. The goal of self-actualization. Self-actualization represents stepping into the idea of your full potential. It is on this top floor that you see with complete clarity. Just as glass provides a clear view, one of the first steps to manifesting is gaining clarity about what you truly want in life, now that you are free and have reclaimed the title of your house. This is now your place in the world. When I speak of wholeness, I'm not defining this as a perpetual state of well-being. Wholeness means holding a deep, loving appreciation for all you are as a unique human being. In this light, wholeness includes all the pain and all the fear alongside the daily challenges. It is about embracing possibilities. When you take responsibility for your life, possibilities are endless. Responsibility is a superpower. You become the person in charge, which allows you to break free from old stories and patterns that once held you back. In the basement, you unpack your truth. On the top floor, you live your truth. Imagine that the floor-to-ceiling glass surrounding you is not just for looking out, but also for looking within. The windows offer a reflection of your future self. Look. This future version of you is calm, whole, radiant, composed, and empowered. To grow this reflection and mold your future self into its forever evolving form, you must be intentional in your growth. Life without intention is a life without direction. Manifesting can be defined as intentional thought. It is the process of bringing into your life what you desire by aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions toward a chosen aspiration. This is where mindfulness, what you learned on the middle floor, comes into play. Every thought you hold and every action you take either brings you closer to or further from the life you want. On the top floor, you are the chooser. Since you are now the chooser, be mindful of your choices by visualizing what you want to create, whether it is deep love, abundant success, or reflective inner peace. Then make decisions that align with those intentions. What might you intend? Options include setting boundaries, prioritizing health and wellness, nurturing healthy relationships, making room for new relationships and opportunities, honoring commitments, continually choosing to grow, advocating for yourself and others, and so much more. On the top floor, life is abundant. You are not bound by a scarcity mindset, guilt, or fear. Instead, you feel certain you can act from a place of knowing there is always enough love, enough success, enough joy, enough time, and enough space for you. Manifesting means trusting that something higher is supporting and guiding your growth. Everything you need will come to you in the perfect and right timing. Getting to this place in your life is something to be proud of. To be at the top is a huge accomplishment. It is the one floor that represents the totality of your healing, growth, and readiness to create a life beyond a life lived primarily in survival. On the top floor, you get to recover your dreams. Dream work. Unpacking boxes of unrealized dreams. In the depths of the basement, along with your core wounds and painful memories, you have boxes filled with your hidden dreams. These boxes hold the aspirations, hopes, dreams, and visions that your inner child once had before life's difficulties stashed these boxes away, unrealized, in the darkest corners of your basement. They have been pushed into the darkest corners because there is no room for dreaming in the basement. When survival takes center stage, these dreams had to be ignored and left inactive among the clutter. Each box of dreams is a small glimpse into the person you are meant to become. It is filled with ideas, ambitions, and the unique essence of your potential. During your hard work as you climbed up all the stairs in your house, you did the heavy lifting of bringing these boxes to the top floor. They are now in the light, now possibilities. On the top floor, surrounded by openness and transparency, these dreams can be opened, nurtured, expanded, repurposed, and reimagined. The boxes of your dreams have no crime scene tape. The tape on these boxes is clear, because hope and love are always clear. These boxes were taped shut with the magic of hope. Opening these boxes on the top floor allows you to reconnect with your most treasured thoughts for your future. It is time to bring your dreams out of the dark into the light. By bringing life to your dreams, you are affirming that you are ready to live your life fully expressed. Let's dive in. Teamwork makes the dream work. Housework exercises. Manifesting your dreams for your future. There are several powerful ways to manifest the life and love relationships of your dreams. Each offers a unique personal path to connect with your future self and align your actions with your desires. Here's an overview of what you can do. Dare to imagine. Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing in the all-glass room of the top floor. You can see far and wide. In this open space, create a vision of your ideal life. What do you see in your future self? What kind of lifestyle, relationships, career, and personal growth do you see for yourself? Write down your vision in detail. What does your future self look like? What is your environment like? Who is with you? What emotions do you feel as you live this dream life? Get clear. To manifest effectively, you must be clear about what you want. Make a list of the top 5 to 10 things you want to manifest in your life. Write down why these particular things are important to you, how manifesting them will improve your life, and in what ways. Be intentional. Write down meaningful intentions that align with your future vision. Use clear statements like, I intend to, or I am committed to, or I get to, and fill in the blank. Document how you will make these intentions part of your daily life. For example, I will write them down and read them aloud 3 times in the morning and 3 times before bed. Rewrite history. It is common for old, triggering beliefs to prevent you from manifesting your desires. Consider what, if any, limiting beliefs you are holding that might be getting in the way of manifesting your dreams. These might include, I'm not good enough, good things don't happen to me, I have bad luck. Write down how you can challenge and rewrite these beliefs into empowering affirmations. Visualization. Visualizing your desired life is a powerful manifestation tool. Spend a few minutes each day visualizing yourself living the life you desire. Then document what your vision is and the steps you need to take to make this vision a reality. Gratitude. Gratitude helps you focus on the abundance in your life, bringing you into alignment with what you want to manifest. Write down 3 things you are grateful for in your current life. Now, write down 3 things you are grateful for in your future life, as if they have already happened. For example, I am so grateful for my fulfilling career. I'm so thankful for the love and support I feel in my relationships. Vision board. Go to your local bookstore or retailer online where you can purchase clip art specifically designed for vision boards. Pick the images that are most aligned with your desires, dreams, and goals. How does seeing these visual reminders every day make you feel? What energy does it inspire? Take action. Write down what small, consistent steps you can take to align with your aspirations. Take at least 1 step per day in the direction of your dreams. What actionable steps can you take each day to continue moving toward your ideal self? For example, take supplements, get enough sleep, eat healthy, write in your journal, move your body, and more. Let's expand. The top floor is where the magic of your future self resides. On this floor, you are surrounded by endless possibilities. Here, you form a vision for the life you dream of living. You are the creator and designer. The old belief that you must suffer to achieve the things you desire dissolves as you start believing that miracles are natural, effortless, and always available to you. This is where you take full creative ownership of your future, moving forward with faith, releasing doubt, and trusting that intentional thoughts and feelings of hope are co-creating with you. Co-creating with the universe means being actively participating in directing your life, while trusting that you are also part of something bigger. It is not about forcing anything. Rather, it's about the power of being open. It is a partnership between your intention and life's unfolding. On this floor, you are free, empowered, and ready to design a life that aligns with your deepest desires from the basement, supported by faith in what is possible. It is also important to understand that the top floor is not a place of permanent residency. In the next chapter, you will learn about life's express elevator and the stairs you must use to transcend your way back to the top. Chapter 19. Crashing down and climbing back up. Life's express elevator on the top floor represents those moments when, despite feeling on top of the world, something suddenly triggers you. Without warning, you are transported straight down to the basement to spend time with your core wounds. This is an express elevator because it only travels in one direction, straight down, taking you deep into seasons of old pain, fear, or unresolved emotional injuries. Once you crash land in the basement, you are reminded of the hurt, injured, and abandoned basement monsters. Let us talk about life's express elevator because we all have one. Regardless of how much healing we have done on ourselves, we all carry triggers and wounds that can pull us down fast. One moment we are feeling grounded, calm, and in our element on the top floor. The next moment we are rapidly descending, straight to the basement, where the elevator doors open and we find ourselves face to face with our wounded, emotionally activated monsters. No one is immune to this drop, yet not all drops are the same. The first is what I call the trauma transport. This is a sudden, involuntary plunge, taking you expressly downward. Something triggers you, and in an instant, you are yanked from peace and thrust into panic. It is a dizzying sense of emotional whiplash. A second ago, you were doing just fine. In fact, better than ever. And now you are instantly back in survival mode. The trauma transport may feel overwhelming, but it serves an important purpose. It reveals what wounds still need your attention and healing. It reveals what is still unresolved, what still hurts, and what needs your presence, nurturing, and reassurance. These trauma transport moments are invitations to heal at your very core, your inner child. You cannot fix what you cannot see. The trauma transport makes what is still invisible visible. The second drop is what I call the intentional inner house call. This happens when you notice you have been triggered, but instead of spiraling, you catch yourself and pause. You get in the elevator by intent, often inviting your mindful house manager to ride with you. You choose to go down to the basement because you sense there is deeper work waiting. You are not crashing as much as exploring and examining. The inner house call is powerful because it puts you in the driver's seat as your own emotional transition steward. Instead of being hijacked by your emotions, you are choosing to face them with the awareness and the support of your mindful house manager. This is how meaningful transformations happen, by walking into your basement with your eyes wide open. To get back to the top floor, there are no shortcuts. The only way out is up by climbing the stairs. This climb represents the conscious, deliberate work it takes to feel grounded once again. This journey upward requires self-reflection, growth, consistency, and commitment. You must climb step by step, revisiting and revising boundaries, reparenting your inner child, and reestablishing emotional balance until you make it back to the top floor where possibility awaits. It is a continuous process, being called back down, doing the necessary work, and climbing back up. The goal isn't to avoid life's express elevator, but to learn how to navigate your way back to the top with increased self-awareness and understanding each time life pulls you inward. Manifesting the increased expansion of a new life while grappling with life's express elevator pulling you back to the basement can feel discouraging. You may find yourself frustrated, wondering why it is so hard to stay on the top floor where endless possibilities lie. Why should you end up in the basement so frequently? The answer lies in the foundation of your house, your basement. At the base, you are dominated by fear. You are far more familiar with this place than any other place in the house. You have likely spent the least amount of time on the top floor. The fears in the basement are familiar in ways that can keep you stuck in cycles of self-doubt, making it difficult to rise and remain on the top floor. The top floor, however, is where your future self lives. This space is rooted in faith, not fear. To expand into the life of your dreams, it is essential to have faith that you are worthy and capable of creating magic in your life, even when the express elevator pulls you downward to go inward. Faith is the antidote to fear. It is about trusting the process, believing in your ability to grow, and knowing that setbacks are a part of this journey, not signs of failure. Persistence is a huge part of keeping a faith in your own expansive possibilities alive. When you find yourself crash landing in the basement, It is important not to resist or berate yourself for being there. Instead, approach your basement work with compassion, understanding that it is necessary to address the old fears inside your monsters so they do not hinder, but instead elevate your progress. Let go of the need for everything to happen quickly or perfectly. Expanding your life is not about instant gratification. It is about steady, aligned action, coupled with trust, patience, and inventiveness. It is about seeing your past pain and mistreatment as something that has gifted you the richness of emotional depth. Part of that depth is trusting that you have a unique individual purpose in this life. Cultivating patience allows you to release control over the when and how of your dreams as they come to fruition. The key to expansion is to continue returning to faith after fear. Faith in your vision, faith in your actions, and faith that what you are building will come together, floor by floor. To cultivate this faith, we must remove any blocks you may unconsciously have to manifesting the life you desire. Blocks to manifesting your desired expansion. For survivors of toxic family abuse, believing in something higher, whether that be the universe, inner wisdom, God, or any universal guiding force, can feel incredibly difficult. The very foundation of trust and safety within you was never developed or was deeply shattered in the relationships you had with your parents or family members. When the people who are supposed to protect, guide, and nurture you were the ones who hurt or neglected you, it leaves deep wounds. The idea of trusting unseen forces to protect, guide, support, and provide for you can feel impossible, even triggering. It can send you down to the basement because it taps into the same vulnerabilities and fears your parents and family once exploited. You likely survived your trauma alone. You were forced to develop a heightened sense of hypervigilance or self-reliance to protect yourself from further harm, being let down, and dashed hopes. If you could not trust your parents or family who were physically present and able to provide love, security, and care, how can you trust something invisible, abstract, internal, unseen, and intangible? You may wonder, if the people who created me did not have my back, why would anyone or anything else? This makes the process of manifesting feel fragile and risky, as it requires a level of trust, belief, and surrender that can feel unsafe. The idea of letting go, trusting the process, and believing that good things can come to you may be constantly interrupted by fears of abandonment, betrayal, or disappointment. Learning to trust the process after toxic family abuse starts on the middle floor. There, you learn to reparent your inner child by teaching them that while the past was filled with the pain of suffering to get anything good, the future holds new possibilities. Healing takes diligence and repetition. If you feel a negative or critical thought surfacing, do not allow yourself to finish that thought. Immediately replace it with a thought that is aligned with the positive feelings you desire to feel. When you gain access to having some choice over your thoughts, you live with feelings of greater safety, which help you mitigate fears of the bottom falling out. We will talk about that next. Fears of the bottom falling out. On the top floor, one of the most challenging things to overcome is the fear that just when things start to go well, the bottom will fall out. This is a basement monster that will need your time, love, and attention. This fear comes from a lifetime of instability, when brief moments of safety or happiness were often followed by deep pain, betrayal, neglect, and chaos. It can feel impossible to fully trust the good, because the belief that something bad is always around the corner is deeply ingrained. This fear blocks the ability to manifest, as it keeps you in a state of paranoia. You're waiting for things to go wrong instead of allowing yourself to fully embrace and enjoy the life you are trying to create, a life where things are going right. To move past this, it is essential to recognize that this fear is rooted in past experiences, not your present reality. Releasing this fear means cultivating faith that you deserve to feel sustained happiness and peace. You no longer need to live in fight or flight. You can thrive and believe that the good in your life is here to stay. It is also crucially important not to mistake trips to the basement as evidence that the bottom is falling out. Healing and manifesting a new life do not make a straight line. Challenges, setbacks, and those moments that send you back to your basement monster's core wounds are part of the process. They are not proof that you are doomed to stay stuck in past fears that limit your expansive potential. These trips to the basement are opportunities to strengthen your foundation, to realign with your aspirations, and reaffirm your commitment to living in abundance on the top floor. You can be abundant physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, relationally, and financially. Each return to the basement is simply part of the journey upward, not a sign that everything is falling apart. To keep this journey moving forward, we need to eradicate any mindset you may hold that receiving cannot come without suffering. Eliminating a suffering mindset. When you have been horribly mistreated, it is common to develop the belief that for anything good to happen, you must suffer to earn it. Abusive conditions force you to associate pain with any form of reward, making it feel like joy, success, and peace must be earned through misery. This mindset likely became ingrained, and you may unconsciously seek or expect hardship before allowing yourself to receive anything positive in life. On the top floor, however, you are learning that wonderful opportunities can come naturally, effortlessly, and without suffering. You do not have to earn love, happiness, or success through pain. Remember, the top floor carries the energy of magic. It is on this floor that you start to believe in the realm of all possibility. Instead of viewing life through the lens of no pain, no gain, you start to see that miracles and blessings are part of the natural flow of life. Miracles and blessings do not require suffering as payment. In this space, you begin to trust that you inherently deserve good things simply because you exist. Miracles do not have to be fought for. Rather, they will unfold in perfect timing without struggle. Learning to accept that joy and abundance can come to you without suffering is a core part of manifesting the life of your dreams. It is about moving from a survival mindset, where everything feels like a battle, to a thriving mindset, where miracles are not rare concessions, but natural occurrences. To construct a thriving mindset, you must learn patience. Cultivating patience. Patience is important to the process of manifesting. Patience creates the necessary space for miracles to come into your life and for the magic of creation to happen. Patience allows you to release control, surrendering the need for immediate results, trusting that all things are working in your favor. It is learning to trust that what you want also wants you. It is allowing the cement you have poured to cure impersonal growth. Cement takes time to set, solidify, and build strength for a resilient foundation that withstands any change. When you are patient, you are not constantly interfering with the process or grasping for outcomes. Instead, you are holding space for the right opportunities to align and unfold naturally. Miracles often arrive when you least expect them, and patience ensures that you are open and ready to receive them without forcing or rushing the process. When you lack patience, you create a cycle of frustration that keeps you in a state of wanting rather than receiving. When you fixate on the absence of what you want, it only amplifies feelings of lack. This causes you to constrict rather than expand. By cultivating patience, you shift your energy from frustration and scarcity to trust and openness, creating room for what you want to flow naturally into your life. You must absolutely believe that what you want will come. This belief acts as the foundation for letting go and being patient. When you trust that your desires are on their way, you are no longer consumed by doubt or fear. This belief that your dreams are already manifesting creates peace within, making it easier to be patient. You know that everything will unfold in its own perfect timing. It is this deep trust that shifts you from chasing what you want to having what you want. It makes sense that for survivors of toxic family abuse, the idea of letting go and trusting the natural flow of life can feel counterintuitive. In the basement, you had to rely on control as a survival mechanism. In a chaotic and unsafe environment, you had to manage every aspect of your surroundings just to feel a sense of stability and security. This constant need to be in control of every aspect of your life became a form of protection, as your well-being was tied to your ability to anticipate, avoid, or navigate danger. Being in control, in the role of the giver or pleaser in a relationship, gives you the illusion of emotional safety. To manifest the life you desire, you must work through any discomfort you have around receiving. Dream work. Become comfortable with receiving. Surrendering to ideas such as trust the process goes against the deeply ingrained belief that you alone are responsible for your survival. Letting go in this manner can feel frighteningly vulnerable, as it can trigger fears of losing control, being hurt, disappointed, or letting something bad happen. Moving to the top floor, where life flows more effortlessly, can feel like a leap of faith. It requires you to embrace the unfamiliar concept that life can support you without constant vigilance. You likely have a fear of heights because you have never been this high up before. This shift is a profound part of your healing journey as you learn to trust again after decades of having to fend for yourself. For you, receiving anything, even some form of help, was likely weaponized. When your parents or family are dysfunctional, receiving comes with strings attached, whether explicit or implied. Your toxic parents or family made you feel you owed them, as though you had to pay them back through complying with their demands, sacrificing your independence, or enduring the never-ending gauntlet of guilt and shame. The message was clear. You didn't deserve what you received unless you surrendered your own needs or wants in return. This conditioning makes it hard to feel worthy of receiving anything, even when now it is you believing that if you receive something good, something bad is sure to happen. When you try to manifest, it makes sense that you may struggle to believe that you can freely and safely receive the things you desire without it coming at a cost. The act of simply being open to receiving without strings, guilt, and shame can feel like a trick. You have been taught that nothing comes without a price, making it hard to embrace the idea that you can manifest abundance, joy, and love without fear of retribution. But you can. This is what the top floor is all about. Housework exercises. Removing blocks to manifesting. Before you can manifest what you truly want, it is important to clear what is in the way. Emotional blocks such as fear, doubt, resentments, or outdated beliefs can quietly derail intentions, no matter how clear they may seem. These exercises will help you identify and release what is keeping you stuck so you can align more fully with what you're calling in. Manifesting is about more than just clearing space so you are open to receive. The up and down process of life. Write down the memory of a recent time when you felt you were on top of your world, feeling totally aligned with your dreams. Then suddenly you were triggered and found yourself crash landing in your basement. How did that feel? Now write down how you used or could start using your triggers to increase your commitment to climbing the stairs back to the top floor. Get out of your own way. Take a moment to look over your vision board or to scan the list of goals and dreams you have set. Write down any fears or doubts that could potentially block you from believing the things you desire are possible. Document internal negative stories that have been projected onto you from your toxic parents or family members that stunt your ability to believe wholeheartedly that what you desire is possible. Eliminate the suffering mindset. Take a moment to write about the belief that you must suffer to deserve good things. Identify that cause and the source of this belief. How does it impact your ability to take meaningful action toward expanding your life? Think of ways you can reframe the way you think into believing that miracles can come to you effortlessly. Now imagine how different your life would look if you did the work to change your mindset. Fears of the bottom falling out. What fears do you spiral on when things start going well for you? Please write down what your worst-case scenario of the bottom falling out looks like. How do those fears impact your functioning? Write down some steps you can take to tell the difference between a temporary setback and a complete and total failure in your progress. Write down all the times you can think of when you overcame challenges you never thought you would or could overcome. Practicing patience. Write down how it feels when your patience wears thin because things aren't happening as quickly as you had thought or hoped they would. For example, my dreams were too good to be true. Things never work out for me. I am not important enough to have luck go my way. List the basement fears that drive your impatience, such as a fear of failure, abandonment, self-doubt, and so on. How can you learn to create more time and space for miracles to bless your life? For example, by writing down positive affirmations and reading them aloud morning and night, doing a little ceremony or prayer, or seeing the things you desire being handled and taken care of by something higher. This allows you to let go and create the space for what you want to manifest. Believe in your goodness. What makes it hard for you to trust that what you want will come to you? How has your history shaped your poor relationship with trust? What is one daily practice you can start doing to build your trust that higher powers will guide and protect you? Be open to receive. When you think about receiving something good, what feelings or thoughts come up for you? Do you feel unworthy, guilty, uncomfortable? Describe how receiving was weaponized in your past. What is one thing you can do today to practice receiving with openness and gratitude, even if it is something small like a compliment or an opportunity? Let's expand. Expansion is the work of authentic healing. The process of personal expansion or self-actualization is both psychological and spiritual. It is about transcending the cruelty of those who mistreated you and rising to a perspective where you feel connected to a greater sense of purpose on the top floor. However, reaching the top floor after climbing the stairs is not just about being back on top. It is about experiencing the rewards of the newfound steadiness and alignment that have come from learning how to more effectively navigate the ups and downs in your life. The healing work you have done on the floors below have taught you so much. You know the way out and the way back up after a season of being down. This is a monumental accomplishment. It provides a balance between your inner and outer worlds. Healing will always be a continuous process, not an end date. A journey of deep personal growth takes you both inward and upward as you move between the various floors and lessons of your house. Each climb back up strengthens your identity as you integrate and assimilate what you continue learning on the floors below. The stronger your identity becomes, the surer you feel about yourself and your purpose in this life. Chapter 20: Architecting Your Future Self. The top floor is where your future self takes shape. In this section of your homeowner's manual, I will detail the specifics of this process. It is not just about dreaming of what you want to manifest. It is about using your imagination to architect the person you want to become. On this level, you learn to think beyond your current circumstances, embracing the endless possibilities for your transformation into higher levels of maturity, solidarity, and insight. You get to practice what you speak, choose how you hold yourself, decide the quality of the thoughts you think, and architect decisions for how to best serve your mental health and well-being. It is not about waiting for the perfect future to arrive. It is about practicing and becoming that future version of yourself now. Here, we will construct and heal your identity. Identity work. The top floor invites you to play with your identity. On this floor, you have the freedom to envision yourself as that elevated, graceful person, and then take practical steps to align with that vision, whether through self-care, setting boundaries, changing your behaviors, or expanding your mindset. This is your renovation. It is where your imagination meets structure, and you are redesigning your life from the bottom up and top down. You are constantly refining, remodeling, renovating, and redesigning yourself anew. Let your imagination inspire your personal evolution. This level of personal growth is creative, empowering, magical, and deeply transformative. The first step toward expanding into your future self is learning to choose authenticity over attachments to toxicity. It's sure to lead you toward a life filled with grace, humility, love, peace, reflection, confidence, quiet, and truth. Choosing authenticity over attachment. Identity work begins with imagining a version of yourself who grew up receiving unconditional love, where you were celebrated rather than criticized, and where you were supported and encouraged to become exactly who you were meant to be. Who would you be if the damaging narratives told to you by your parents or family members had never been embedded deeply into your psyche? Imagine who you would or could have been had you not been abused. Allows you to reclaim that innocence, build it out, and become even more than what you could have imagined with your trauma included. This works because being trauma-informed brings depth and creativity. Take a moment to envision that version of yourself. You would have been far more confident, secure, free to express your unique gifts and ideas, and you would have far more confidently known your personal value in this world. That person still exists within you, waiting to be exhumed from the basement and brought to life. On the top floor, you get to rewrite the story. Start by choosing authenticity over attachment. Reclaim your true self and release the false identities imposed on you by toxic parents or family members. Choosing authenticity over attachments to toxicity is what solidifies your place on the top floor. Your personal work shifts from sacrificing yourself mercilessly for others to exploring and adhering to your beliefs, values, desires, boundaries, and dreams without fear of retribution. On the top floor, you no longer settle for relationships that demand you diminish yourself. Instead, you choose relationships, opportunities, and paths aligned with your higher purpose. This process requires courage because choosing authenticity requires the continual process of letting go of attachments to situations, environments, and relationships that are not for you, that do not advocate for you. Getting to this place will involve facing the fear of rejection, loneliness, or judgment. But on the top floor, you are beginning to trust that being your true self will attract the right people, opportunities, and experiences that will support who you are as a person. This is a leap of faith that will bring you immense freedom. It's your time to step into a life built on what you value, rather than on the validation and approval of family members who refuse to support you, see your value, and genuinely love and care for you. The journey to embracing your authenticity is not about eliminating your past pain. Through acceptance commitment therapy on each floor and at every emotional location outside, you have come to accept the breadth of your trauma and its truths. And you have made a commitment to transform it. The conditioning you experienced likely gave you the negative belief that you were too much or never enough. But on the top floor, you unlearn those lies and begin the process of embodying the person you were always meant to become. Each day, you step more fully into the strength of your own identity. You no longer need to shrink yourself to fit into another's expectations or mold yourself to be more tolerable for others. Instead, you give yourself permission to expand into the fullest version of yourself. This is where you begin manifesting your dreams, not by conforming, but by fully embracing who you are. Becoming that person means stepping into your own power and trusting that the world needs your unique personality. You are perfect and precious, just as you are. Understandably, this may feel unfamiliar or even uncomfortable. Why? Because in survival mode, everything is black and white. It is rigid and limited, focused on just getting by. When you were in survival mode, the feeling of relief from intense pressure and stress was all you sought. Happiness, true, unadulterated happiness, wasn't an option when your primary goal was survival. You were left with few options, and often the safest option you had was to shrink yourself to comply with the demands and expectations of your parents or family members. Survival restricts your thinking. It requires you to focus on immediate needs and threats. There is no room or time for self-expression. Your toxic parents or family members needed you to be small, predictable, and cautious, anything but inventive or imaginative. It is time to take your control back. On this floor, you are long done with the days of pointing fingers. Your accountability lists helped you move that clutter out of your basement. On the top floor, responsibility is your greatest superpower. Responsibility means that you have control over how you heal and how you move forward. The moment you walked through the front door on your ground floor and descended into the basement is the moment you took responsibility for your healing. You reclaimed ownership of your home. You stopped allowing the actions of your toxic parents or family members to define and destroy you. In the basement, you learned that blame traps you. On the top floor, you understand that responsibility frees you. Responsibility is the key that opens the door to the top floor, the floor of taking your power back. It will likely feel strange at first, but it's how you break the toxic cycle of generational trauma. That cycle stops with you. Dream work. Becoming a cycle breaker. Taking responsibility for and breaking through self-limiting beliefs is a crucial part of stepping into your power as a cycle breaker. Self-limiting beliefs are the leftovers of toxic conditioning. As a cycle breaker, your journey is not just about removing yourself from toxic family dynamics. It is also about cleansing your spirit of the internalized negative narratives that have kept you stuck. It is about recognizing how these beliefs and stories have been used to both control and limit you, then courageously challenging them. Stop letting the shadows in the basement call the shots upstairs. Breaking through self-limiting beliefs means embracing the idea that you are capable, worthy, and deserving of the life you dream about. It requires discipline and taking risks. It requires moving beyond what feels familiar or comfortable and leaning into new possibilities. When you engage in the process of inventing and imagining your future self, you disrupt old patterns and replace them with empowering beliefs like, I am enough, I am free to create my life, and I trust myself. Right now, I would love for you to look at yourself in a mirror directly into your eyes and say to yourself out loud, I really, really love you, and I appreciate you for all that you are. You deserve the type of love you never received. You can now give this to yourself. Housework exercise, unlocking your creativity. Before the criticism, control, and shame, there was a version of you who was free to express without fears of retribution. These exercises are here to help you reconnect with your original spark, unlock your creativity, and explore who you still have the great potential to become had you been nurtured rather than silenced. Who you would have been without toxic conditioning. Think of who you might have been if you had grown up with unconditional love and acceptance. How would your personality, confidence, and life choices be different from who you are today? What does authenticity look like for you? What 4 qualities define your most authentic self? For example, worthy, magical, impactful, clear. In what ways and in what situations do you see that you still shrink yourself to make others comfortable? Are there situations or relationships where you're still suppressing parts of yourself to maintain peace or acceptance? How can you begin to show up more authentically in these specific areas? What patterns of mistreatment do you still need to unlearn? Write down the messages or negative conditioning you heard as a child that no longer serve you. Then write about how you can work to unlearn these negative messages so you can step into your most expansive power. For example, you can replace negative thinking about yourself with more positive alternatives. What new patterns of belief in yourself do you want to create? Write those down. Let's expand. As you start the process of stepping into the fullness of your authentic self and taking complete responsibility for your healing, you may notice a surprising undercurrent of pain, but also a sense of relief. There is no more needless suffering. This relief is not a feeling of freedom or happiness, because a feeling of relief is also tied to grief. Remember, grief is present on every floor of the house because as you heal, your grief changes. You've been working hard to release old, outdated identities and roles that were never really yours to take on in the first place. In the next chapter, we will explore a unique form of grief, understanding how relief and liberation can carry its own strange heaviness. Chapter 21. Relief as a form of grief. On the top floor, grief takes on a new form. It takes on the form of relief. Keep in mind that grief doesn't disappear. It evolves as you evolve. When you reach this level of clarity, it becomes easier to see that cutting ties or applying stricter boundaries with your toxic parents or family members feels more like a gain than a loss, and that's okay. There is no right or wrong way to grieve. You will have your own unique journey as you continue to heal. Feeling relief is a valid and natural part of the healing process. Guilt does not need to accompany it. The relief you feel from your grief on the top floor is hard-earned and a sign that the weight of your mistreatment has been lifted. You are released from the grieving you endured on the floors below. It's not as heavy and unmanageable as it once was. On the top floor, you have a wide view of your world that is free from the confinement of fearing further harm or betrayal by your toxic parents or family members. It is crucial that you not judge yourself negatively for feeling relief. Relief brings peace. There is no need to label yourself as unkind for feeling unburdened when something negative and destructive has ended. When retaliatory family members are no longer a part of your life, it is natural to feel relief for these reasons. You no longer must endure their mistreatment, nor must you undertake the exhausting pressure of managing the moods of your parents or family members. It's over. You are allowing them to be fully responsible for themselves, and you are taking full responsibility for yourself. Throughout this journey of rebuilding yourself from scratch, you have evolved enough to accept that grief isn't just one thing. It is a storm of emotions that can come in waves or surges. On each floor, you have grieved and felt the full range of emotions, from shock to sadness, to anxiety, to anger, to exhaustion, and now to relief. All these emotions and more are normal, because this is the emotional roller coaster you have always experienced in your family dynamics. The secret is to allow these feelings to surface, as resisting them only prolongs your pain. Emotional states are not permanent. No emotion will last forever. And by leaning into your emotions, you allow them the space they need to move through more easily. Feeling the emotion of relief when you have made self-affirming decisions to protect yourself from mistreatment is not something to be ashamed of. You have chosen self-preservation over continued mistreatment under the indoctrinated notion that family is everything. If you find guilt creeping in, remind yourself that prioritizing self-preservation is not wrong. Your toxic family members never felt guilt for the atrocities they inflicted on you. So why should you be burdened with guilt for choosing to save yourself? Left unchecked, this misplaced guilt can prevent you from fully embracing your freedom and living your best life. Keep in mind that calling out the truth of how your family mistreated you does not mean you are demonizing them. You are telling the truth about them. Why you might feel relief. Being subjected to ongoing mistreatment, neglect, betrayal, and manipulation that only seem to escalate over time can be maddening. Watching your parents or family members not only refuse to change, but also avoid all consequences can make you feel frustrated and extremely powerless. Relief comes when that cycle is finally broken. No more pleading for change, no more fruitless arguments, no more dealing with their immaturity, selfishness, cruelty, and other hateful behaviors. You have freed yourself from carrying the damage of their toxic behavior. It is important to recognize that your abusive family members rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. This is how they ended up gathering a mob in your cul-de-sac. They do not apologize, they do not reflect on how they have hurt you, and they certainly do not consider your perspective. They choose to smear you instead. Setting boundaries was and will remain your most essential tool to maintain peace inside your home. A higher perspective. From the top floor, you can see a larger, more expansive perspective. Removing your parents or family members from your life has allowed you to reclaim your emotional health and the strength of your identity. One of the greatest gifts of this freedom is not having to live every moment of your life fearing their reactions. The relief of not being constantly on edge, bracing yourself for their next manipulative game, is liberating. Although it remains true, there still may be moments when their distant abuse, such as a smear campaign, attempts to re-enter and disrupt your life. These times will still occur, but they are more manageable. Those moments of post-separation abuse may still sting on the ground floor, but they also serve as a powerful reminder on the top floor that you have made the right decisions. As time passes, the void they leave behind is no longer filled with pain and anxiety, but with peace, indifference, and the relief of being free from their control. While you might not have wanted them to be cut off from you, it is entirely human to feel relief when your suffering ends. Dream work. Relief as a form of grief. What you might be experiencing could be termed absent grief. This happens when there are few signs of distress about the end of a relationship with an abusive family member. You have evolved into this place. You have earnestly and deeply grieved on every floor of this house. On the top floor, the grief lifts. The boundaries you set on their mistreatment represent closure. Boundaries hold your toxic family members accountable for their actions, while also releasing you from further pain. Feeling relief in the wake of this decision is entirely logical. If feeling guilty for feeling relief persists, take a trip on life's express elevator, stop to pick up your mindful house manager on the middle floor, and head to the basement. Don't be afraid of the elevator. Instead, see downs as necessary. They are not a dangerous part of life. Even though you can go down fast and you may stumble and fall, you will not die emotionally. You will grow. Housework exercises. Transforming with the power of relief. While in the basement, do another review of your accountability lists of the abuses you endured. This is an effective way to bring yourself back to the reality of how much you gave, how hard, and for how long you tried, and how little your effort and love were reciprocated. This exercise will help validate why you feel a sense of relief when you no longer engage in that painful and non-productive dynamic. This relief is natural and a signal that you have reclaimed control over your life. You deserve to honor it. Write down how it feels to be at a place where you feel a sense of indifference and relief when you think about no longer having to engage your toxic family dynamics. Write down some pinnacle moments when you recall feeling this way. For example, I had no reaction to finding out a new negative narrative about me was being spread around. Now write how this indifference made you feel. For example, this felt so good because in this moment my family did not have the power to ruin my day. If you feel guilty for feeling relief, write about where you think that guilt is coming from. How can you work to rid yourself of this maladaptive guilt? Do societal pressures around family is everything contribute to your guilty feelings about being relieved at the loss of your relationship with your toxic parents or family? If so, how and why? Can you see your feelings of relief as a sign of healing rather than as wrong? How do feelings of relief help you more lovingly let go of needing your toxic parents or family members to be different than they are? Write down some creative ways you can celebrate the freedom that feelings of relief bring you from your pain. Let's expand. As you move forward, trust that relief is just as valid and necessary as any other emotion on this journey. It is your right to breathe easier, to reclaim your peace, and to live without fear of what comes next. Relief brings a new chapter to your homeowner's manual in which you no longer must fight to survive. Instead, you thrive in the life you are architecting for yourself today and most every day. The walls and ceiling are all glass, and your potential to heal is limitless. On the top floor, relief is not only accepted, but celebrated as a part of your journey toward wholeness. You have earned this freedom. Conclusion. Your house of healing. From the top floor, the view of your journey is rich in clarity. What was once a house of horrors, filled with pain, chaos, neglect, minimal effort, secrets, and more, has been transformed into your house of healing. Your house of healing is a standing testament to your courage and the tenacity of your spirit. Standing in the pristinely clear glass beauty of your top floor, you understand that families don't break apart because of the abuse itself. Families fracture because someone, like you, has the courage to name it. In toxic family systems, silence is the glue that holds the dysfunction together. Everyone is expected to play their part, to keep the family secrets, to normalize mistreatment, and to never question the harm that perpetuates the cycle. These patterns can endure for generations until someone says enough is enough. That person is you. The moment you spoke your truth, you became a disruptor of the status quo, shaking the house of paper cards that kept your toxic family in balance. In response, your toxic parents or family members reacted as they always have, with rejection and blame. To protect their dysfunction, your family cast you as the scapegoat, rallying around its unhealthy patterns to preserve the silence you dared to break. Even those who once claimed to love you turned away from you, leaving you isolated. Their fears of facing the truth you identified outweighed their willingness to stand by your side. They chose the comfort of denial over the hard and frightening work of creating change. They chose to leave you alone to carry the burden of having to find your courage to wake up and live each day in the face of a terrifying smear campaign. But from this new vantage point, you see their rejection for what it is, a reflection of their own deceit and fear, not a measure of the truths you brought to light. You realize their inability to join you on this path of healing and creating meaningful change has nothing to do with you. It reflects their own weaknesses, complicity, and fears. From the top floor, you can see the beauty of the healing you have created and the strength it took to get you here. The real dividing line lies between you, a person who values truth, and those in the mob, marching aimlessly on in your cul-de-sac, committed to maintaining the lie. It is far better for you to live in the company of your truth, even if it means fewer people in your life. It is more important than staying trapped in the false image of a family built on dishonesty, betrayal, mistreatment, and manipulation. Choosing the path of truth is an act of bravery, and although it has cost you significant relationships, it has given you the greatest gift of all, your authenticity and freedom. It is your commitment to the truth that burned down the power their toxic dynamics once had on you. You have rebuilt your house of healing instead. Truth always comes with some loss, but these losses are necessary losses. Grief is a lifelong process. Grief, particularly when it involves family estrangement, is not something that has a clear end point. While the raw, agonizing pain of your loss may soften over time, for most it never truly vanishes. Grief likely remains tied to the fantasy of the family you deserved, the love and connection you wished you'd had. As life moves on, there will be moments when this grief surfaces, sometimes intensely, triggered by life's events that draw attention to the gap between yourself and your family. This is natural. Grieving the loss of your toxic parents or family members is not like overcoming a one-time event. It's more like carrying a deep wound, a wound that will sporadically be triggered by their actions or their lack of action from afar. Even with no contact, the silent relationship you have with them persists. the memories of their mistreatment line up with your awareness of their ongoing post-separation abuse, whether through smear campaigns or other forms of distant sabotage. So even though they are no longer a part of your active life, the energy of their existence remains. However, this ongoing grief does not mean you are not healing. You will always be healing. With time and distance, you gain perspective. Perspective heals. You recognize their toxic patterns and understand the triggers that once had a strong hold on you. This clarity becomes a tool, enabling you to navigate feelings of grief and loss with increased willingness and acceptance. You become more skilled at managing the ongoing nature of the relationship, even in its silent form. No contact may have ended the direct conflict, but it hasn't entirely severed the complexity of the emotional dynamic. Over time, this ongoing awareness can become a superpower in which you rest in the acceptance of the fact that while your feelings of grief may still be present, they no longer have control over you. You feel better being free. Better to be free. On the top floor, you understand the value of boundaries with greater depth. You realize what unconditional love means in a way you never did prior to starting this healing journey. What you know for sure is that unconditional love does not mean an unconditional tolerance for disrespect. The highest form of love you can offer your toxic parents or family members is found by allowing them to be exactly who they choose and want to be, even when who they choose to be is not who you need or want them to be. This may feel counterintuitive, which is fair, so let's unpack this more deeply. Love does not include allowing mistreatment. Love means recognizing that everyone, including your parents or family members, has the right to their own choices, even when those choices hurt you or seemingly make no sense. In the context of family dynamics, your family members or parents have set their own boundaries, whether through refusing to hear you, denying your boundaries, or continuing to display harmful behavior. These actions reflect their choices. Choices are boundaries. In the same way you want your toxic family members to respect your boundaries, including your choices, you must respect theirs. Continuously hoping or pleading for them to change is actually you not honoring the choices they have made to be abusive people. Being a person who mistreats you is how they choose and want to be. Just like you do not appreciate it when your parents and family demand you not honor yourself by setting boundaries on their disrespectful behavior, they have clearly shown they do not appreciate it when you ask them not to abuse and manipulate you. On the top floor, you come to realize that unconditional love isn't about forcing change, nor is it about suffering continued mistreatment. It is about acceptance and letting go. You can acknowledge your toxic parents or family members' freedom to be who they are and, at the same time, honor your freedom to live free of their mistreatment. Accepting them does not mean you keep them in your life. It means you no longer fight or resist their choices to respect the healthy boundaries you have set to keep them in your life. On the top floor, you chose your peace over continued problems. Unconditional love in this sense is a release. It is loving your toxic family members enough to let go when their presence in your life is harmful. You now recognize that it is healthier for everyone to be free. They can remain who they are, and you can remain who you are. Respect your parents or family members' choice to bully, while you take advantage of your own free will to break away and thrive. This type of respect is the ultimate act of love for both you and them. When you get to this place, you see the immense value your core wounding has brought you. The pain and trauma your monsters carry will continue to teach and guide you all along your journey. They will alert you to when, where, and with whom you must set boundaries to keep your inside world safe, grounded, and peaceful. You must give your monsters the gratitude and compassion they deserve for ensuring you are aware and alert to the balance of your emotional and mental health. Loving your monsters. You have become clear that the monsters in your basement are not there to hurt or haunt you. That has never been their purpose. They have only been there to awaken, protect, and warn you about when something was wrong, just as a house alarm system would do. Your monsters are essential parts of your identity. They carry all the intel from your past that holds the most precious and valuable insights into your growth. You can understand that to love yourself fully, you must deeply love these parts of you. You would not have survived your childhood without them. Your basement monsters are rooted in the depth and extent of your most traumatic and painful experiences. Each monster represents a piece of your trauma that still affects you. Trying to eliminate your monsters is like trying to rip the foundation out from under your house. It also leaves your house unarmed and unprotected. You must embrace your monsters as parts of you that are integral to the wholeness of your identity. When you try and push them down, they only become more intense, warning you that there is something important here you need to look at. Your monsters are the reactions of your inner child needing to be seen. So rather than working to eliminate your monsters, you must continue to integrate them. This means understanding their stories, acknowledging the pain they carry, and transforming their energy into protection, self-respect, and wisdom. By valuing, embracing, loving, and channeling your monsters, you are giving yourself permission to be whole. This journey has shown you how each monster, each emotion, and each memory is part of your larger story of self-acceptance. With the love and understanding of your basement monsters by your side, you have arrived at the end of your homeowner's manual. Along the way, you have grown, learned, and transformed in the most beautiful, meaningful, and tremendously powerful ways. A view from the top. Take a long, deep breath. Look around you in every direction from where you stand. You have made it to the top. Take a moment and allow gratitude to fill you. The view is clear, and you finally see and honor the entirety of the work you have accomplished by redesigning, remodeling, repurposing, renewing, and recreating your life. Up here, you recognize the strength it took to reach this place. You are at last allowed to feel proud of yourself. You now belong. You belong to yourself. You have permission to fully and unabashedly appreciate the importance and significance of the place you occupy in this universe, knowing that never again will anyone make you feel as though you take up too much space. You have reclaimed ownership of your house, every floor, every room, every emotion. By doing so, you have taken control of your path forward. The top represents the culmination of everything you have faced and transformed, offering you a space of true clarity, peace, and self-love. Each floor in your house has been and will continue to be a critical part of your healing journey as it guides you from the darkest, most painful depths of your basement to the light and increasing perspective and the magical nature of the top floor. Be proud of every step you have taken to make this journey your own. Take a well-deserved moment to look over and truly savor everything you've learned and accomplished for yourself. Honor the courage it took to do the challenging work in the basement. Emotional chemotherapy is no easy process to undertake, but you can stay steadfast without quitting. Each basement monster requires your time, love, and attention, deserving to be heard, seen, and understood. Each monster represents a significant piece of trauma, but instead of hiding these monsters away, you understand the importance of keeping the door open to them. No longer will your inner child be locked away in the dark, alone and burdened by the weight of past hurts no one wants to deal with. Throughout this rebuilding journey, you have learned how to honor and care for your inner child and the monsters who protect their deepest wounds. This love you have developed for your inner child is what has led you to freedom. Your truths are no longer buried in resentment. Now your basement is clear, safe, and organized. Rather than a dungeon of darkness and fear, it has been repurposed as a place of healing. In studying this homeowner's manual, you have come to realize that the less fear you live with, the more grounded you feel. True groundedness begins with the clarity that emerges as your fears are acknowledged, soothed, and released. This clarity can only take root when the basement is in order. Because you have organized and healed that space, you now understand that staying grounded requires strong, intentional boundaries. These boundaries, especially with family, are essential to protecting your peace. From the secure framework you have architected and built, you have worked your way to the middle floor, where you have learned how to navigate relationships with poise, logic, and maturity. You have learned to call upon your mindful house manager, the part of you capable of thinking clearly enough to regulate your emotions. This allows you to stay balanced in the middle of life's more difficult seasons. With each layer of healing, you have ascended to the top floor, the space of creativity, vision, and expansion. This floor gives you unobstructed room to dream, imagine, and become the truest version of yourself. Of course, life will sometimes pull you down life's express elevator, dropping you into the basement when old wounds are triggered. Yet now you know that each trip downward is not a setback, but an invitation to go more deeply inward. You now have more control over the speed and pace of your descent. Remember, you are never going backward. You are only going inward. On your way down, you pause on the middle floor to pick up your mindful house manager, where you gather your ability to reason and problem solve, so when you reach the basement, you can give your core wounds the love and attention they need to find peace again. Your higher mind brings truth and calm, helping you reground and set any new boundaries that may be needed. You can start to imagine what decisions you would make if you pulled away all the fear of retaliation or conflict in any given situation and ask yourself, what would I do? The answer you get is the most authentic and the choice you must make. The more authentically you live, the more fearless you become. And once you are ready with the proper boundaries in place, you climb back up to the top floor, restored with a renewed sense of who you are. Each time you make it back to the top floor, you are filled with a deep sense of heartfelt accomplishment. You don't punish yourself on the top floor. Instead, you allow yourself to stand in awe of how much you learn and grow from each journey into your basement, recognizing that every trip increases your self-awareness and makes life feel a little lighter and a bit easier. From up here, I would like you to look down to your beautiful yard. See your strong, impenetrable, protective fence and feel the contentment of sitting on your porch, a place where you now feel safe to be fully present, surrounded by those you love the most, your chosen family. In the distance, you may notice a few family members who caused your pain circling the cul-de-sac, still lost in their bitterness. Allow yourself to chuckle at their wasteful nonsense. The only place they occupy in your life now is as a dull background noise. Their energy is spent in revenge while you live in peace, enjoying the cool breezes and warmth of true connection. You may pity them for the effort they continue to waste in retaliation, but you understand that this is their choice, the life they are choosing to live, so you let them be. Whether you are gazing out from the heights of the top floor, resting on your porch, or holding fabulous events in your yard, you feel a newfound trust in the incredible and transformative work you have accomplished to this point. You allow yourself to embrace that healing as a lifelong journey, a journey where your personal growth will be a continuous cycle of expansion. You will always have this homeowner's manual close by for those times you will need to refer to it as a necessary resource for your healing. That is exactly where you want to be, constantly stepping into the life of your dreams, grounded in peace, armed with hope. This is your house. This is your life. You have arrived, and you are free. You are home. Acknowledgements. Writing a book is never a solo act. You Are Home is no exception. Thank you. To Jennifer Holder, my ride or die editor, thank you for getting me, for seeing the heart of this book and helping me bring it more fully and brilliantly to life. Your partnership with me means everything. To Dr. Nadine Macaluso, thank you for so generously writing the foreword and bringing your voice and insight to this project. To every endorser who gave their name and time, thank you for standing behind this book and its message. To New Harbinger Publications and Elizabeth Hollis Hansen, I appreciate your continued commitment to my writing and the readers who need it most. And finally, to the people I love the most in my personal life, thank you for being my grounding place, especially to my daughter, London. You remind me every day why this work matters. You are home to me. We hope you have enjoyed this production of You Are Home. Heal from family trauma, establish boundaries, and find a place of peace and safety by Sherry Campbell, Ph.D. Forward by Nadine Macaluso, Ph.D. Narrated by Sherry Campbell, Ph.D. Copyright 2026 by Sherry Campbell. Published by arrangement with New Harbinger Publications, Incorporated. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media, Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.